Today it's the New Year's Day, and we have Sri Lankan companion today, which is good for the first New Year. First day of the New Year, your families, your family members come to a temple for blessings from the Buddha. That is extremely blissful. But you don't just come to the temple for blessings. You don't just believe in the Buddha and say your prayers just for the blessings for yourself. Getting blessings from Buddha is, of course, a very good deed, blessings to you. But the most important, you have to think about, if you're always asking from the Buddha, you're asking for fame, for reputation, for money, for good health, for promotion. If you're always asking for more and more and more, are you not being greedy? If you're always asking for more. So why don't you reflect within? You come for blessing, but whatever you do, if you have a blissful mind, the blessing will come. If you have blissful behavior, the blessing will come. If you have blissful speech, blessing will come. How do you cultivate blissful behavior? How do you cultivate blissful speech? How do you cultivate blissful mind? That's the most important. Not just coming for more. If Buddhist community is listening to you all the time, you said, Buddha, give me this, give me that, the Buddha would think that you may be too greedy all the time. So how do you become more blissful in yourself, within yourself? So how can you become more blissful in your behavior? Well, just to summarize it, of course we can talk in details. Just to summarize it, how can we be more blissful in our behavior so that we can get blessings from Buddha? The Buddha said, if you're blissful in your behavior, you will automatically get the blessing. How can you be more blissful? If you stay away from stealing, if you stay away from killing, if you stay away from sexual misconduct, just to summarize it, of course, there's so many things you will have to stay away from. So, in other words, to purify your behavior. You're not being greedy all the time. So you watch your behavior all the time. These are just the summary of it. In whatever you do, if you're always angry, if you're always ignorant, if you're always shouting, if you always get mad, that's not blissful behavior. You have to be more tolerant. You have to be more kind, more compassionate. Not just compassionate to your family members, you're compassionate to your classmates, you're compassionate to all the other companions. So you have to cultivate blissful behavior in order to get blessings. How do you cultivate blissful speech? You don't lie. You don't use flattery language. You tell the truth. You don't curse people. You don't scold at people. You don't yell at each other. You're more tolerant of people's yelling. When people yell at you, you just retreat. You can tolerate people yelling at you. It's the hero who can tolerate. It's the coward who cannot. The coward can just fight. He just fight and yell back. But the hero, they are more clever. They step back. They don't create problems. So, blissful speech. So how do you cultivate blissful thinking? You purify your thoughts. Every thought is a thought of compassion. Every thought is a thought of kindness, of cooperation, of integration, of harmony. If every thought is a thought of harmony in the family, there'll be no fight in the family. If every thought is a thought of harmony in the company would do good and make profit. If every thought in the society is pure, the society will be a pure paradise to live in. So when you come to the temple for blessings, remember, you cultivate your own blissful behavior, blissful speech, blissful thought first. then the blessings will come from Buddha. Now that's just an introduction. I have questions to answer. I got 4 questions in my hands. The first question is, after you take some food, and you don't want it, can you give it to the person who's next to you? Why not? As long as he accepts it. If he said no, then you cannot. Because who knows? You could be, when you are eating, you could be mixing it up with your eating food. Nobody wants to eat left behind. So make sure that before you eat it, you pass it to the next person, and make sure that that next person accepts what you're doing. If the next person is a stranger, he would say, please don't do that. So if you're a sister, probably will be okay. But why don't you reject it first? Why don't you pass in the first place? So you can't make the right decision immediately on the right spot. You have to learn that. You have to learn to make fast decision. The right decision, a fast decision. That you have to learn from meditation. That you have to learn from a very skillful mind. You need meditation to train up your mind. So yes, you can pass it to the next person. Next question. What is the Buddhist definition of being free from sexual misconduct? What is the definition of sexual misconduct? To an upasika or upasaka, to a layman or laywoman, if the relationship is between husband and wife, legally, but in these days, cohabitation after 7 years becomes legal. So I would consider that as legal, if the government said so. So a relationship between a husband and wife is not sexual misconduct. But a relationship apart from, in addition to husband and wife, if you have a relationship with your girlfriend, you are a married person, a girlfriend, a third party, that's sexual misconduct. If you go for prostitution, that's surely sexual misconduct. So it's only between wedded husband and wife. That's not sexual misconduct. If you do anything apart from that, that's sexual misconduct. To the lay woman, to the lay men, to lay persons. Of course, to the monks and nuns, not whatsoever. No sexual conduct, not to say misconduct. Because monks and nuns should lead a celibate life. Bhikshus and bhikshunis should lead a celibate life. No relationship whatsoever. They can't even think of it. No polluted thought. They can't even think about it. Not to say behaving in such a way. How do you do that? You have to learn meditation. You have to learn meditation, how to contemplate on impurity of the body, impurity of the mind. The 4 contemplations, that's why we're learning it all the time. Bhikshus and bhikshunis have to meditate all the time in order to stay away from that kind of thought. So being free from sexual misconduct, you know the definition. So if you are committing anything that is not relationship between a wedded husband and wife, you watched it. You've committed sexual misconduct. And you can say, oh, nobody knows about it. I'm not going to tell my wife. I'm not going to tell my husband. Okay, I've just gone to a place that I shouldn't gone to, and I committed this sexual misconduct. But I'm not telling anybody. That would be okay, I guess. The Buddha would not know about it. You think nobody knows about it? You know about it inside of you. You've done something that you think that nobody knows about. You yourself is the first person to know about it. There's another second person who knows about it, your partner, your illegal partner, who did that with you. And more than that, there are guardian angels around. They're not Buddha, they're just a different kind of existence. Some people call them guardian angels. Some people call them gods. Many, many gods around. They live in a different existence. And some of them are good gods and some of them are bad gods. They all know because they know what you're doing. And there's one very powerful, I don't know how you call it. We call it causality. That knows what you're doing. And that causality would get you. Because whatever cause you cultivate, there's an effect. That's the reason why when you committed sexual misconduct and contracted disease, you get sick, you may die. That's why when you committed sexual misconduct and somehow later it's been revealed, it leads to a broken family, divorces, it leads to bad relationship with your wife, you have family members, and then you have a broken family, and then you are a single mother, a single father, and then you all the family members broke apart. You already have cultivated that cause of breaking up your family. So you will have the result of a broken family. So many consequences occur after sexual misconduct. And just to add some more to you, as an extra recipe for the Chinese New Year, other than the food, if you are drinking all the time, why did the Buddha said, don't obsess in drinking alcohol? Why? There was a man at the time of the Buddha, and he was half drunk. He likes to drink. He was half drunk. And he followed, there are 5 precepts. The laymen usually have 5 precepts. Abstain from stealing, abstain from killing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from drinking, and what is the other? Lying, abstain from lying. And this man, he already had observed 4 precepts except for the drinking part, because he likes to drink. He didn't follow the drinking precept. So one day he was half drunk and he returned home, and then he wanted to drink more. He had a bottle in his hand, he wanted to drink more, and he said, gee, I got this wine in me. I need something to go with the wine. And then he passes by his neighbor, and then he saw a chicken coming out, roaming around, and he raised his thought. So he stole that chicken, brought it to his house, and slaughtered the chicken for food. Cook it, and then drinking wine with the chicken, with the food, the chicken. He committed stealing. He committed stealing and killing. Because of being drunk, he committed stealing, he stole the chicken. He's committed killing because he killed the chicken. And then suddenly you heard knocks at the door. Did you see my chicken? I've lost my chicken. The neighbor's wife is coming to find her chicken. And the man said, no, I didn't see anything. No, I didn't see anything. I was sleeping. So he lied. He committed lying. He observed the precept of not lying, but he committed the lying. He killed the chicken, he stole the chicken, and he said he didn't. And then he looked at this woman, and in his mind, suddenly he said, gee, I didn't realize that my neighbor's wife is so pretty. So when that woman returned to her house, and there was nobody in the house, the man went over and forced and committed raping. So he committed sexual misconduct. So because of being drunk, he committed killing, he committed stealing, he committed fabrication, and he committed sexual misconduct. So you see the consequence of getting drunk? How many drunken drivers they caught every year? How many people get killed because of drunken driving? What are the consequences of getting drunk? You know that. I don't have to tell you. So, definitions of committing sexual misconduct, finished. Next question. Why do you walk fast during walking meditation? Why do you walk fast during meditation? You can walk slowly because we said if you are a slow walker, you walk on the outer circle. If you're a fast walker, you walk in the inner circle. And for slow walkers, it's good because he'll be mindful on every step. Walking meditation is to train your mind. Because when you're walking, what do? In your daily life, when you're walking, what do? You don't know that you're walking. It's so spontaneous. You won't say, oh, I'm walking now. I'm walking home. And then this is my right foot, this is my left foot. I march 1, 2, 3. You won't do that. You just walk. Because it's so spontaneous to you. You take it for granted until maybe one day you lost your limb. Then you say, oh, I can't walk anymore. So you don't appreciate and value what you've got until you lose it. That applies to everything. Your mom and dad looks after you, they're so kind. Until one day they are not here anymore, then you become grief-stricken. You hate your brothers, but your brother has been helping you, and then one day your brother has gone on holiday for a year, and then you missed him. You don't value and appreciate what you've got. You got two legs, you walk. So when you're walking, you should be mindful. You should appreciate it. You should be appreciative of what you got. So you walk slowly, you're being mindful, I'm walking. You put your mind in the walking when you walk slowly. However, some people walk fast. Why do they walk fast? Because when you walk fast, you tend not to have too much distraction because you are under pressure to walk fast. Then you don't have too many distracting thoughts influencing you. Because how can you walk very fast and at the same time think about many other things? You'll bump into each other. So you'll be more alertness. So there's two kinds of meditation. One is to be slowly mindful of what you're doing. The other is you are under pressure to remove all your distractions and just concentrate in the running. We're walking fast, but actually you should be running. Some people run after meditation, and that's good exercise for you too. So meditation, there's not just one method in meditation. There's so many methods in meditation. There's so many roads that lead to Rome, not just one road. There's so many methods in enlightenment. The Buddha taught many methods in the development of the mind, in the enlightenment. Not just one method. There's anapanasati, and that is samatha, samadhi. There's vipassana. I don't know if you heard about them. Maybe you have. So many ways. So we have fast meditation and walking, and we have slow walking. Last question. In meditation, people say there are hindrances. There are 5 hindrances. What are the 5 hindrances? Oh, that's a good question. 5 hindrances of meditation. When you're meditating, you know that there are 5 hindrances that would stop you from being a good meditator, that would distract you. What are these 5 hindrances? I have to think about the Chinese words before I can answer that. 贪欲嗔恚昏沉掉举疑惑. The 5 hindrances. 贪欲, sensuality. The first hindrance to you when you're meditating in there, actually not just in your meditation, in your daily lives, you are being affected by these hindrances. In your daily life, not just meditation. Sensuality. What is sensuality? Sensuality is greediness. The egoistic greediness. When you look at a handsome guy, you being a woman, your sensuality arises. When you're a man, you look at a beautiful woman, the sensuality arises. Or when you go shopping, you see something that you can't afford, but you like it very much, and you really have that greediness in you that you may have an urge to just get it. Your greediness. Your sensuality. You cannot control your sensuality. That includes many things. But basically, it's your greediness, your egoistic feelings about yourself. That's the first hindrance. In meditation, how does this sensuality occur? in many ways. In many ways, it occurs in many ways. It could occur in an image. It could occur in a thought. Many, many thoughts related to sensuality. Here, I'm not going to say in details that's what it is. We'll have to learn about all of these in the future. The second one is anger. Anger, hostility in you. When you're meditating, because not just meditating, in your daily life, you're being dominated by anger. Somebody criticizes you, you're angry. Some people criticize you for a good reason, you're also angry for no good reason, just criticize you for the sake of criticizing, then you hate him. That's hostility, anger. And that anger can lead to many tragedies. That's the second hindrance, is anger, or the hostility in you. The third, in meditation, hindrance is sloth and torpor. Sloth, for those who don't understand this word, S-L-O-T-H, sloth. Torpor, it's not common English, but it is common English, but it's a little profound. Sloth and torpor, T-O-R-P-O-R, torpor. Sloth is laziness physically. You're just being lazy. You don't have energy. Whenever people tell you to do something, you are being lazy. You don't have energy. You don't want to move. It's very difficult to cooperate with that kind of people. If you are volunteers in the temple, you're very actively working, and there is the next person who is also a volunteer, and he has no energy. He's just work on being pushed. So, do you like to work with those kind of people? 2 weeks ago, we have 16 volunteers at the back packing up all these cushions, and everybody is actively working. There's no sloth and torpor. Imagine if you're working with someone who's so slow, so lack of energy, so dependent on other people to do the work for them. Do you like working with those people? Sloth is laziness physically. Torpor is dullness of the mind. Dullness of the mind is, I don't want to do anything. I just sit there, and I don't want to apply efforts to my meditation. So meditation is just sitting there. So I'm just sitting there, and maybe I just dozed off to a sleep. Take a nap. He dozed off to a sleep. It's fortunate that he didn't fall. And then we woke up 15 minutes later, and sometimes you may say, oh, I'm in concentration. Actually, he was sleeping. He woke up, he didn't know that he's been sleeping for 15 minutes, and he said, oh, Reverend, I am in meditation because I sit quietly. But he was sleeping. He didn't know about it. Some people could sleep for half an hour, erected, not lying down. Occasionally, they could bump their heads. Sloth and torpor. The fourth hindrance is agitation and worry. When you're meditating, you have agitation. Agitation is distractions due to thinking about pleasant things. You're thinking about, oh, after meditation I'm going for a movie. After meditation I'm going to Spaghetti House. And I'm going for dinner. Oh, tonight we're going for a party. And we're going to arrange for something nice today. When you're meditating, you have all this scattering thought because of pleasant feelings. I'm going to go with my children and my wife to a restaurant tonight. So, agitation arises from pleasant feelings. Worry also arises from unpleasant feelings. You were thinking about, oh, what did I do in the future? I have a project that I haven't finished. I have this homework that I haven't done. And tomorrow I have to go to school, but I haven't done this, I haven't done that. And an examination is coming up. What do I do? You have all kinds of worries. You're pressurized. On the other hand, you're lazy. You put off things. You worry about it in your meditation. So you have sensuality, you have anger, you have sloth and torpor, you have agitation and worry. What's the last one? Doubt. You're being doubtful. Oh, meditation, does it work? The Buddha's saying, is it true? You don't have confidence. You don't have confidence in what you're doing. You don't think meditation will help you. If you are strong in your confidence, if you know that meditation is training your mind, strengthening your mind, you would be willingly spending half an hour every day for meditation. But you're not. As I said, how many people spend half an hour in meditation every day at home? How many? Maybe 1 in 10,000? How many people spend half an hour in watching television every day? Billions of people. They spend hours on meditation, on television, but they don't even spend 15 minutes on meditation. That's why there's so few saints these days. So not many people become arhats in these days. Because they never get to an enlightenment path. Why honest people suffer most and don't succeed while bad people control the world? That's the question. That's not what I said. That's what the question says. What's the purpose of life? What's the meaning? What's the significance of life? We always examine that question. What's the purpose of life? Some people said the purpose of life is to be happy. That's a general definition of the purpose of life. The purpose of life is to be happy. And then, of course, you will further your question and ask, then what is happiness? And he may say, oh, happiness is you got a nice job, you got a good family, you have a beautiful wife, or you have a handsome husband, you have a husband who is both handsome and a millionaire, or billionaire now. Millionaire is no good anymore. Billionaire and handsome, and then you have a nice family, you have kids who treat you with filial piety, and then you're healthy, and everything. And that's happiness. That's what he said, not what I said. That's what he said. And then some people said, no, happiness is not that. Happiness is when I can be the leader. Everybody knows about me. And I'm famous, I'm a celebrity, and the whole world, everybody respect me, and I have good reputation, and the highest respect, that's my happiness. I will be happy about that. And there's some people, they will say, no, I'm not. To me, as long as I have a job and I don't have to work under extreme pressure, and then I just work accordingly, and I just live, that's happiness. Everybody's definition of happiness is different. But when you sum it up, the first person's happiness is nothing but material acquisition. He wants to have money. Money can buy everything, he says. But we know that money cannot buy everything. Happiness is not material acquisition. And the second person is status. Happiness is not seeking status and reputation. The third is, I just want an ordinary life. I'm not striving for anything. So as long as I have food to eat, a shelter to live, and people don't meddle into my affairs, I don't care about other people, and that's good enough. I would tend to agree with, on a mundane basis, on a temporal basis, on a worldly basis, I tend to agree with purpose of life is look for happiness, quote and unquote. Of course, I don't 100% agree. But then you have to define what is happiness. Well, I think that according to what the Buddha's teaching says, happiness is within. It's not from outside. It's not for material, for wealth and reputation. Happiness is when you live, I'm talking about from the perspective of the world. Of course, that is a supramundane perspective as far as the Buddha is concerned, the Buddha's teaching. I'm talking about just the worldly definition, which more or less fit into the ideology of purpose of life. Is to look for happiness. Is there anybody here who says, my purpose of life is not look for happiness, it's look for suffering? Nobody wants suffering, right? Your purpose of life is you want happiness. But how do you define happiness? The happiness, you must be peaceful inside of you. It does not matter how much money you have, how beautiful you are, how handsome you are, and whatnot. But if you're not peaceful inside, you're not happy. You could be surrounded with billions of dollars and mansions and nice cars and husbands and wife and girlfriend and you name them. But you're not happy because you don't feel peaceful inside. So it's the mind. It's the mind that gears you to happiness. Now, how do you obtain that peace in mind? That's what the Buddha is teaching us. How do you achieve that peace in mind? One of the many methods is, of course, through meditation. But if we can summarize it all in a situation like this, where we cannot lecture for hours, the Buddha said there's 3 perspectives you can work towards happiness. The first one, morality. The second one is concentration or attention or meditation. The third is wisdom. If you don't have these 3, you cannot build your happiness with a foundation. So in other words, if you don't have morality, and you're looking for happiness, and you define happiness in sensuality, you're looking only for temporal happiness, you have a lot of girlfriends or boyfriends, and you think that's happiness, your lack of morality, problems come up. It may lead to broken marriages, broken families, it may lead to diseases, it may lead to many, many byproducts of unhappy endings. So you really have to have vinaya, you really have to control your behavior. You control yourself in 3 ways. Through your behavior, your speech, and your thinking. In other words, you really have to have a good morality standard in order to build your happiness on. That's all in the Buddhist teachings. The precept school. Don't let me scare you by 3 years. I scare you from studying it. What I'm saying is, if you really want to specialize in it, in that school of thought, it may take you a few years specializing in it. But just know enough so that you maintain your morality standard. It does not take 3 years. All right, that's morality. The second one is what we call samadhi, or samadhi. Samadhi is to be able to control your own mind, to be able to understand your mind, to be able to gear your mind towards what you want to achieve, given that you observe this morality standard. That is samadhi. In other words, you want to do good deeds, you maintain your method how to do that good deeds. You must have concentration, you must have meditation, you must have samadhi. When bad times comes, you must be able to tolerate bad times. When good times comes, you must be able to control yourself from unnecessary elevation of your emotions. So you really need to know your own mind. You must control yourself. You must put your mind under proper control. Toleration. For example, in the 6 paramitas, The first one is how can you exercise your generosity, to be generous, to be kind, to be compassionate, how to tolerate, for example, how to maintain your family, how to be responsible not just to yourself, to your family, to your company, to the society. All these, you must have the tolerance level. You must have the understanding. And finally, there's another column, which is another pillar for the foundation, it's wisdom. You need wisdom to guide your morality. You need wisdom to guide your samadhi. And in Buddhism, we call it prajna. So there's a lot to learn. If you ask me what's the purpose of life, I want to counter you with a question. Have you learned anything about the purpose of life? Have you do any analysis of it? Have you thought about it? Or you just say, what's my purpose? Somebody give me a purpose of life. I don't know. You have to seek it. You have to write your own script. Nobody can write the script of your life for you. You are the director of your own life. Certainly, you don't want anybody to direct your life. You want your mom to direct your life? You want your dad to direct your life? They can't. You want your husband to direct your life? Or your wife? Or your boyfriend? You've got to write your own script of life. How do you write up this script? When you write up this script, what do you need? You need material to write. You need to gather information to write your script. You need to learn. You need the right way. You need to seek. Seek and thou shalt find. If you don't seek, thou shalt not find. You need to work towards this script that you have. If, unfortunately, you wrote the wrong script, it don't really matter. Tear that one apart, or correct it, edit it, and then carry on. As I said in the hall, somebody told me to check into the YouTube with a homeless man on the road and then suddenly have a golden voice and become an announcer. He wrote the wrong script in life. He became an alcoholic. And then he changed his script again now. Hopefully he will follow the script. He'll direct his life back. Nobody can. Only the God in you can. When I say God, it's quote and unquote. It's not a person. Don't personify your God. It's not a person. It's not a God, really. It's you, yourself. You direct. You're the director. At the same time, you're the script writer. At the same time, you're the actor. And in some cases, you're also the audience. You should be your audience. Check on yourself. Write a critique of your script. Every now and then you evaluate your own script. Your critique of your own film. You want to win an Academy Award? That Academy Award is in the eyes of the beholder. So we can tie things together. And what the second part of this question is, why honest people suffer most and don't succeed while bad people control the world? This is not what I said. I think not just bad people control the world. Good and bad people. In the history of mankind, there are good people too. The bad people, of course. Good or bad is because of causality. Everybody has his own karma. Everybody's face doesn't look the same. Why everybody is different? Because your karma is different. What you have done in the past is different. Nobody has the same history of the past. Because of what you have done in the past, you suffer now. Because of what good deeds you have done in the past, you gain now. So everybody's karmic energy is different. And if the bad people use the wrong way to do wrong things, they will suffer karmically. Not any other people. They themselves will suffer. The good people, they do good deeds, they would reap what they've harvested, what they sowed. But if we always have that negative attitude saying that, hey, how come these bad people control the world? And also, when you define what is good and what is bad, probably you may be prejudiced. Maybe the method they use are not the same as yours. I still remember many, many years ago, I was told to see a movie, and then there's a very, very filial daughter who they were in a poor family, and the whole family depended on social welfare, and then the daughter was able to struggle and make a lot of money, and then finally she came home and said, "Mom, here's the key for the house. I bought you a house. Here's the key, and I worked hard to buy you a house, and here's the house. Here's the key." The mom's first reaction is, "How come you buy a house for me? How am I going to get that paycheck every month that the government is going to give me? I'm not qualified for the relief anymore. I can't depend on the social welfare anymore. Every month I have an automatic check. Now you give me a house. And what do I need a house for?" You see, they consider even the daughter as bad person. So, what is good and bad is in the eyes of the beholder. So I won't say that everybody is bad. There are so many good people, compassionate people. And what is the proportion? I don't know. I haven't done a survey. So let's be optimistic and positive. We want everybody to be good. If someone is bad, we hope that he will change his script, and he will be better again. He will improve. And if you consider everything from your self-personal interest, most people are bad. If you consider everything according to other people's, you put yourself in other people's shoes and look at from their perspective, maybe you will find there's a lot of good people. I don't know if I have answered your question. If I linger on, people will say, let's drop that question and carry on. Next question. A reminder that we will be covering cushions in the meditation hall after lunch, and help is welcome. And now the definition of a good person is be a good volunteer. Don't walk away after lunch, because in the eyes of the beholder, you're not a good person if you walk away after lunch. You'll be good if you come in to help. That's my definition of good and bad for this voluntary service. So you judge it for yourself. I have 4 or 5 questions in here. The first question, I'd like to know about the Buddha's teachings to us women and children and how he demonstrated this in his life. Generally, I think the Buddha's teaching applies to all beings, not just women and children. But if you want to know certain particular circumstances or sutras that Buddha uniquely deal with enlightenment of women, there's a sutra that concerns women. It mentions that women has 84 unique emotions that are more serious than men. If you really want to differentiate, actually the differentiation is more of particular circumstances than generalizations. women has 84 unique emotional feelings that are more serious than men. One of these 84, maybe I'll just mention two. One is jealousy, and the other is hatred. Generally, not every woman is like that, of course. Some women uniquely have less jealousy and hatred than men, but generally this is what it is. They become jealous very easily. So women should watch out for this. This does not mean that Buddha differentiating women by discriminating them. He said, you women, you have this kind of thing. No, it's just pointing out the unique, certain particular emotions that women should pay attention to and that they should improve. So it's jealousy and also suspicion. Jealousy, suspicion, and hatred. So just to name three, there's 84 classifications. Then the questions arises next as to, okay, we know about this. What did we learn from this? So jealousy women have more jealousy, have more hatred, and have more suspicion than men generally. Then what did we learn from this? So if you're in a family, in the Western culture, every family unit is different. Husband and wife, newlywed husband and wife, they don't live with father and mother-in-law. They don't live with them. They are independent. That's the Western culture. In the Asian culture, it's not the same. They consider living with the seniors as something that they should respect, as something that they should uphold for filial piety, for compassion to the seniors. So usually, even before they get married, the fiancé or for example would ask, can we live with my mom, or my dad? So usually they don't deny that. They don't object to it. So if you live, if say husband and wife and say mom-in-law, let's make it simplified. Mom-in-law, there's three members in a new home, husband and wife and a mother-in-law. So two women struggling for recognition from one man. The senior woman nurtured the boy, and it's her possession. It's her boy. She raised him up. She gave him the education, and the boy has been listening to her and has been quite obedient and pay attention and all that. And all of a sudden, all this love is shared by another woman. What do you think? Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. And two women struggling for love. And of course, the nature of love is different. Love between husband and wife and love between a mother and son. But somehow, nobody wants to share it. And somehow, someone has to get more attention. And because of the jealousy, it works towards another emotion, which is called suspicion. So even if the wife is trying to pacify things, the mother-in-law would say, hey, I'm suspicious of her behavior. Is she really telling the truth? So there's a lot of suspicion coming up from the two women. And if this kind of suspicion and jealousy end up in a situation that is not pleasurable, that is not pleasant, then there will be an accumulation of hatred and forgetfulness of certain things. And then the relationship is getting worse. Some couples told me that they plan on a divorce because of that senior woman living together. So all of these things happen. So if you ask me how did Buddha look at women, I would say Buddha looked at women the same as they look at men, as far as enlightenment is concerned. But women got to watch out for all these things. And if the men know about these things, read the sutra on about the unique emotions of women, that sutra helped them. Then he will know, okay, women get more envy or more jealousy, more hatred and more suspicion. Maybe I should know about this and I should avoid that. I understand them more. In other words, he has the prajna, the wisdom, in dealing with the two women. He becomes a pacifier rather than an infuriator, rather than someone who agitates more. And he's able to look at things with much better insight. So you can see all these things. So Buddha's teaching towards women, the first lady who became ordained in the life of the Buddha, requested a few times for ordination, and Buddha rejected her. And the reason, as disclosed later, is that if we find women as bhikshunis, if they get ordained, Buddhism would disintegrate 500 years earlier. In other words, Buddhism would diminish, would disappear 500 years earlier than it should be. So Buddha rejected it. But then Alanda, the attendant of Buddha, always tried to convince the Buddha that, should allow them to be ordained. And later, on frequent and very consistent and conscientious request, the Buddha allowed women to be ordained. And there were predictions in sutras that by the time we see more women Buddhists than men, Buddhism is going downhill. That's what we're doing now. Buddhism is not as prosperous as it should be before. It's sliding a little bit. We're approaching the ending Dharma age. Now this is not to discriminate women. Woman, you could have been a man before in your previous life. A man could be a woman in a previous life. For those who like to indulge with, if the men, this is from what my experience is reading sutra, if a man becomes so attached to sexuality, sensuality, usually in his later reincarnations he become a woman. Because he's attached so much to women. He likes women. He attached to them. He loves them as many as he can. So he becomes a woman. I don't know what else I can tell you. So children, how about children? What's the Buddha's teaching towards children? I think if you're a parent, you should start your children's education early with the Buddha's teaching, because the Buddha's teaching would help that child to be a better person in the future. Don't start to learn Buddhism late. Some people say, wait till I'm 65, then I'll become a Buddhist, and maybe I'll get ordained as a monk or a nun. Wait till I'm older. Well, many researchers have found out that the older you get, the more difficult you get enlightened. The younger you are, the easier you get enlightened in meditation. You think as you get more experiences in meditation, as you get older, then you can easily get enlightened? Well, the researchers told me, I read a book, that's an English book written by, I forgot his name, Richard Burke? Something like that, and that book is called Cosmic Consciousness. And this man, the name could be wrong. This man lived in the early 19th century. I think it's the 1920s or 30s, and he was head of a psychiatric ward in Toronto, in Ontario. In other words, he was an MD. He specializes in psychology and in mental surgery and in brain. And he had special, what should I say? He had special wisdom in himself. And one day he was driving home in a carriage, in a horse-driven carriage, car carriage, right? And it was in the evening. He returned from the asylum, from the mental hospital, and he was driving home along a farm. You know, in the 1920s and 30s, there were farms along the highway. And when he turned into a small lane heading home, all of a sudden he got enlightened somehow. When he was deep in his meditation, and the whole world seems to be all bright. And it seems that his wisdom level has arisen so suddenly. And that's what happened to him. But you can research more into his autobiography. And later he wrote a book on cosmic consciousness. And he did a research. The result of the research is most enlightened saints become enlightened before 45 years old. Buddha was enlightened at about 30, 32, 33. They all in early age that become enlightened, not in old age. I got scared sometimes. I'm getting to old age. I passed my threshold of learning. I got to hurry up. So, if you teach your children, you better tell that you better teach them early. If you want to be ordained as a monk, don't say after 65 when you enjoy the luxuries of life. When I enjoy all my luxuries of life, then when all my children are growing up, they got all the good jobs and everything is so rosy for them, everything works so well, then I become a monk. There was a story like this. In the Song Dynasty, there was a rich merchant. He was one of the richest in that village, and there was an old temple nearby, and this rich merchant, Mr. Zhang, this rich merchant had a friend in the temple, and he is the abbot of the temple, and he was always meditating. And they became good friends. Mr. Cheng, the very rich merchant, and this poor monk in the temple became good friends. They'd always talk about Buddhism and a philosophy of life. And the monk always advised Mr. Cheng, now you are 65 years old. You should be ordained as a monk. Every day you're so busy and you're so rich. Why do you want to make more money? You are so rich already. You already enjoy the luxuries of life. And Mr. Cheng said, no, I got 3 matters that I have to resolve, so I cannot become a monk. I cannot be ordained. I got 3 very important affairs to do. If I can satisfactorily finalize these 3 affairs, then I'll become a monk. And the monk said, what are these 3 affairs that you have to do? They're so important to you. And then Mr. Cheng said, my daughter has not got married yet, so I want to see that it's got wedded to a good husband. My son has not married yet. I want to see that it have a good wife. And also I have to go back to my province where I came from, and I want to change the graveyard for my for my ancestors, because the Chinese custom is they always want to revamp and renovate the seniors' graveyard, you know, when they are rich. So these are my 3 very important affairs that I've got to do. Oh, is that so? And a few years later, 2 years later, the monk was meditating in his temple, and suddenly he heard gongs and bells, you know, trumpets and musical processions going by, and he went out and took a look. The Chinese custom is when someone passed away, they have long processions of people carrying the coffin and blowing, you know, these trumpets and bells and all that and gongs. And he inquired about it and said, oh, Mr. Cheng passed away 7 days ago. Oh, so they have a funeral service at home. And the monk went there, and the monk left a poem, wrote a poem, and after he'd written the poem, he left. And the poem said something like this. I have to think in Chinese before I can translate it. 有張祖流 Here's my friend Mr. Cheng. 勸他念佛說三頭 I advised him to ready to be ordained and chant the Amitabha and go to the Pure Land. And he said he had 3 important affairs unsettled. 可惜願望無情面 Poor the king devil of hell is not merciful. 三頭未了便來勾 Without resolving the 3 affairs, he's gone. So, why do you have to wait? What else do you have to wait? You want to wait for more time for enjoy luxuries? You want to resolve certain things that may not be as important as you think? And why are you what are you waiting for? Or you're waiting for death to come and then all of a sudden your body is not yours anymore. You breathe your last breath. So, what am I talking about? I'm talking about children. So the Buddha's perspective on children should learn earlier, should be taught earlier on the Buddha's teaching. And if you are young, you should learn early. Don't say that I enjoy the luxuries of life, and after I enjoy all these luxuries, maybe after you enjoy all these luxuries, you got so attached to them, you cannot return anymore. You've gone astray. And how the Buddha demonstrated this in his life, there's so much to talk about. I've already spent 15 minutes on this question. I've spent 20 minutes on this question. I think it would be enough for these questions. How to not judge others. How should you see others? How not to judge others. I don't know what you mean. If you judge others by appearance, that's the wrong judgment. Don't judge them by appearance. As I mentioned in the hall just half an hour ago before we eat, I always like to look at those before and after pictures. Remember, if you judge someone's beauty by looking at his cosmetics, you've done the wrong judgment. When you remove the cosmetics, she may not look the same. So don't judge someone by appearance alone. Because every day, as I said, every day when we go to work, what do we look at? We look at the mirror. We want to see how we comb our hair, is our face clean, brush my teeth. I want to look the best to go out, particularly if I want to go to work. I have to look my best. But have you got a moment to pause to look at your mind? To clean up your mind, to say, is my mind clean? Do I have a reflection of my own mind to see, do I have a clean and beautiful mind, if I may say so? Do I have a beautiful, clean, peaceful mind? Have you ever paused to think about that? Or you just, do I have a nice face? So it's always give people the wrong impression that the appearance is the most important. If you judge by appearance alone, then you have placed the wrong judgment on people. So not to judge others by appearance. People usually say, judge by deeds and not judge by words. If someone can flatter you and give you the best language, the best flattery, but he's not a good person. So what you do, you really have to see the inside of people. How not to judge others? Don't discriminate other people. But if you think that every sentient being has the same Buddha nature, then you will know that we're all equal. We can't claim that there's a God that is more superior to people. There's always a Lord and a servant's relationship. There's always a father and a son relationship. There's always a leader and a follower relationship. If you're always living in a dichotomy of opinion, if you're always living in a duality of the world, right or wrong, tall or short, master and servant, creator and being created, if you're always living in this kind of discriminative world, you're missing out equality. The Bodhisattvas always treat all sentient beings as one, as the same. So that's why in the Diamond Sutra it says, If a bodhisattva has the 4 concepts, he or she is not a bodhisattva. What are these 4 conceptualizations? If a bodhisattva has 4 mistaken conceptualizations, he is not a bodhisattva. What are these 4 mistaken conceptualizations? If you have the conceptualization of an ego, well, if you have the conceptualization of personality, which means that I am I, you are you, we are different, and if situation comes that I have to survive, or one has to survive, it's better me surviving than you. That's egoistic too. So if you have the concept of I, or ego or identity, and if you have the concept of others that is different from you, and you have the concept of all things are different, they're not the same as me, I want to be better, then if you have these inequalities, then you're not a bodhisattva. You are one with them. That's why when sentient beings are suffering, the bodhisattvas feel that they are suffering. That's why they are rendering out compassion to help, to save. How should you see others? You should see, if you see everybody as a bodhisattva, that's the way to go. See yourself, that's what mounted. There's a painting, there's a calligraphy mounted when you go upstairs. Treat everybody as a bodhisattva, and you only as a common individual. Well, we'll go deeper than that. This is a very philosophical questions that we know we really have to answer in detail, but given the limitation of time, I cannot. So let's just leave it at that. What is the best way to contact you if we need private consultation? By email, by phone, or in person? I think we better meet in person. If you have something that you want to talk to me about, you tell me earlier, and we arrange a time to talk about it. And so we can arrange a time to talk about it. Just a simple question: what is the difference between feeling sorry for someone and having compassion for someone? If you are just feeling sorry about someone without action, it's just feeling sorry. Oh, I feel sorry for him. So I think the difference between just feeling sorry about it and being actively compassionate is not just feeling sorry about it. You want to help him out. You want to use action. You want to be actively helping. Not just I'm feeling sorry about it. It's easy to just feel sorry about it. Oh, I'm kind. I have mercy in me. I feel sorry for him. And after you said that, you just dropped it. A bodhisattva would not do that. A bodhisattva would say, you are suffering. How can I help you? What should I do? You're being more compassionate. So a bodhisattva, a Buddhist, is very active in his virtuous behavior, not just passively feeling sorry about it. You have to be actively doing it. Next question: what is the purpose of meditation? It takes half a year to answer that question. What's the purpose of meditation? Well, let's put it very simply. Meditation is to know your mind. In the Diamond Sutra, what's the first question asked by Subhuti in the Diamond Sutra? The first question is, very important question. First question is, Bhagavate, which means the Buddha, for those sentient beings who already have arisen in them the Bodhi mind, the Bodhi pursuit of life, how should they maintain that Bodhi mind? And if mental afflictions arise, how should they control them? That's the first question. And that questions answer this question. The purpose of meditation is how to maintain that Bodhi mind in you. But first of all, have you got that Bodhi mind? What is that Bodhi mind? That Bodhi mind is the mind to be enlightened, the mind to go the saintly path, the mind to go to that enlightenment path to get to nirvana, the mind to get out of suffering, the mind to be free and liberated from reincarnation, the mind to save sentient beings from suffering. Have you got that Bodhi mind? If you haven't got that Bodhi mind, then you should. Because anybody can practice meditation. Even if you're not a Buddhist, you still can practice meditation. But what's the difference between someone who follows Buddhist teaching in practicing meditation and those that just practice meditation and not following the Buddhist teaching? The difference is whether you have that Bodhi vow, the vow to achieve that Bodhi mind. The vow to achieve that Bodhi mind is to enlighten not only yourself, you enlighten all others, not just for yourself. So once you have that Bodhi mind, then the question is, how do you maintain that Bodhi mind? And how do you, when mental afflictions arise, how do you control them? So the purpose of meditation is to know about the mind. There are a few questions in here. The first question is a practical question, not a philosophical one. Will there be meditation next week? Yes, yeah, there will be meditation, but I wouldn't be here next week. But there will be meditation next week. Next question, how can I prevent myself from being quick to pass judgment on people and stop myself from acting angry towards them? Well, when you interact with people, if you don't know them, why don't we do it this way? Be compassionate and think that everybody is a future Buddha. You're walking by, you're passing by, and you are a future Buddha. You have that nature of becoming a Buddha. So for that reason, I respect you. If you work hard, I admire you for what you're doing. You are a future Buddha. He is really a future Buddha because he has that nature, that Buddhi nature in them. So you still have a judgment, but that's a favorable judgment. And I remember I answered that question before in Hong Kong in Chinese, and I have a very abrupt reaction from someone. He said, "What happened if that future Buddha strike in your face?" He's, strike you in the face is insane. Well, if that Buddha strike in the face, there must be a reason. Either he's insane, he's not mentally healthy, and of course you will be shocked, but you don't react with this in the same way. It's not a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, because he's insane. There must be a reason for everything, cause and effect, causality. Sometimes the reason can be traced back to previous lives. There was a monk who translated one of the first sutras in China, and he was a prince in Iraq. An Shigao is his name, and in one life he was a prince of Iraq, and he was a monk. To make the story short, he traveled from Iraq to China to promote the Buddhist teaching. Now he traveled all the way, and when he reached Canton, Guangzhou Canton, something came to his mind, and he wrote a sheet of paper, and wrote words in it and put it in his own pocket, and then he continued traveling. And then he met someone with a bamboo stick, and there are heavy load on both ends. You know, in China, they used to carry a bamboo stick with heavy loads on both ends, and that's how the trafficking and moving things around. And suddenly, one of the rope broke, and then the bamboo flipped, and bang! It flipped right on his head, on the monk's head, and he's dead, instant death. And then the police came and said, "Oh, did you kill this body? I didn't kill him. It's just the rope broke and the bamboo flipped onto his head. I didn't kill him." No, we got to go to the magistrate. So they carry the dead body and of course the accused to the courtroom and to see the magistrate. And then later they find out a note in the pocket of the dead person that is written like this: "I came here to repay my life. It's because of previous life's debt. Don't accuse the man who you think killed me. He didn't kill me. I just repay my debt, my life. Because he killed him before, somehow accidentally. So it's a repaying of debt. So sometimes if someone treated you, you don't understand why. You don't understand why you and your husband were in courtship, you were in love, and then after 1 year, he didn't treat you well. He was trying to leave you. Was not responsible. You have kids, and he was not responsible father. He gave all the burden to you, and you didn't know why. You're repaying him. You owe him something. You're repaying everything you owed him before in previous life. Some people say, "That's unfair. I don't know. I don't know what happened in my previous life. How come I'm going to repay them?" It's not unfair. You did something to him. It's you yourself. You did it. You can't say it is unfair because you are the doer. You were the doer of the action. Somebody killed you because maybe you killed him before. So, quick to pass judgment. Don't judge people. They're all future Buddhas. And stop acting angry towards them. Why do you have to act angry towards them? Because you don't like his face? Because you don't like his clothes? You don't like his appearance? Do not judge a person by appearance alone. We know that in primary school. The teachers always say, don't judge a person by appearance. He could be kind-hearted. Especially in North America. In the Asian culture, all those big shots, they dress in nice clothes. They go with good cars. And that's identified. That's a big shot. But in here, he could be a billionaire and he's wearing a jean and was jogging, and he was friendly and you called him Joe and you didn't know that he had a few $1 billion in his bank account. He's acting like an ordinary person. So why do you have to judge someone from appearance? Don't judge anybody by appearance. Don't judge anybody by race, by religion, by belief, by creed. Do not do that. This has nothing to do with the Buddha's teaching. This has something to do with your conscience. This has something to do with the general education in our society. We do not judge a person by his creed, his religion, the color of his skin. We don't do that. Maybe you should read something from Abraham Lincoln about this. Not even, it's all there. Okay, next question. Oh, very nice handwriting. Very neat. What is the nature of consciousness as compared to the spiritual world? What is the nature of consciousness as compared to the spiritual world? the nature of consciousness as compared to the spiritual world, I think that's a very general question, and these words are general. How do you compare consciousness to the spiritual world? I think spirituality concerns more of metaphysical stuff rather than physical stuff. Physical would be matters, would be something you can see, you can touch, you can sense. All those are physical stuff. They make up of molecules, protons, electrons. You can actually hear them, feel them, touch them. That's metaphysical. But I think spiritual concerns something above physical. In other words, your senses is not within the realm of your sensory organs, or not even in scientific equipment for perceptions and conceptualizations. So how does that metaphysical stuff compare to consciousness? Consciousness is not also metaphysical. Your consciousness, our consciousness. As I have mentioned before, we have 8 consciousnesses. Our 8 consciousnesses are polluted. Even the alaya consciousness, the banking consciousness, is polluted. It's polluted by what? What is the nature? What is the nature of consciousness? When we say nature, how do you nature classify in terms of good, bad, or not good, not bad? You know, the nature of anything is generalization. Is generally the nature of everything can be classified as 3, having 3 natures. It's either good, if we can generalize, it is either good or bad or indifferent. Of course, this definition of how good is good, how bad is bad, but we don't want to discuss it in here. It takes a long time to discuss, but generally. So, consciousness, it has the nature of these 3 things. In you, in us, in that consciousness, in our consciousness, we store 3 kinds of seeds. The good seeds, the bad seeds, and the indifferent seeds. So it's either good, bad, or not good, neither good nor bad. So the nature of consciousness is either that. But then it's not just the nature of consciousness that you should be concerned with, it's how that consciousness arises. Maybe it's good to just repeat it again. You have to know it, because it's you. You are consciousness, I am consciousness. We have 8 consciousnesses, and we have 6 doors, because the first consciousness to the 6th Manu consciousness, the 6th consciousness have doors in them, because they're open for perception, for receiving from outside. They are the salesmen, as I said. They are the salesmen. They interact with customers. They interact with outsiders. From the first consciousness, the eye, the ear, the nose, the taste, the tongue, and the body and the brain, and all that interact with outside. So they have doors in them. And these other 2, they don't have doors. They're stored inside of you. That is the ego consciousness, which is the manas consciousness. And that, what is that? What is that? That is the manager. He's sitting not in front, he's sitting right at the back office. He's controlling everything. He's controlling all the salesmen. And then how about 8 consciousness? That's the board of director. They control further. So that's our consciousness. All our doors interact to people, eyes, ears, nose, interact to people. And when we interact with the outside world, our doors are open. When our doors are open, not just the consciousness, not just we see, at the same time, so there's 51 mental formations. In other words, your jealousy, your hatred, your fear, your disappointment, your greediness, your arrogance, all your egoistic attitude. At the same time, when the salesmen are interacting with the customers, they stereotype them. They discriminate them. Oh, this guy is going to buy this guy is a stingy guy. I don't have to spend too much time with him. When I ask him something, I already know what kind of customers he is. oh, this guy is loaded. I got to talk to him more. And this guy is a picky guy. Maybe I should start something that is not that good, and then I go up to certain levels because he's picky. If I start with something very good, then I don't have a choice for him. So in other words, when you are interacting, when the salesmen are interacting with the outside environment, he's creating all these judgments. Exactly that's what you're talking about. You are passing judgment on them. Those are mental formations. And what is this manager doing? This manager is controlling. Because the manager is working for the company. All customers must benefit the company. You rip the customers off, not ripping the board of directors off. You're egoistic. That manager is the ego in you. That ego is dominating all the salesmen. The salesman has no choice. And that manager is also having file cabinets behind them. File cabinets of the past. He can dig up histories. It's just like when you are sitting in there, I'm not interacting. I close my eyes, close my ears, and how come I'm still thinking? I'm thinking of yesterday because you opened your yesterday's files. The manager opened up. The manager in you opened yesterday's file, last year's file. You mourn on your grief, your grief-stricken past. You feel happier about your joyous moment. All these interactions in you, even if the doors are closed, you still interact with them, and that's the internal things in you that's interacting. And the customers are crude interactions. The more subtle ones are the inside. Some people said, no. I didn't open my doors all the time. What happened in my dream? I'm dreaming. I don't open my eyes. My ears are not listening to anything. I'm dreaming. So I have all my doors closed. No, your manager is still working right inside. You dream. In your dream, what do? Your manager still see things, still checking all those files, checking all those salesmen's records. In your dream, you've been doing everything. In your dream, you also make budgets. You also worry about the future. Your fear of death. Many things happen in your mind. And in the process of this consciousness interaction, you are accumulating a lot of what? A lot of sales. What is this sales? That's your karma. You have all these actions and deeds and good deeds and bad deeds. You lie, you kill, you fabricate stories, you fight, you yell, you curse. You did wrong things to your wife, to your husbands, to your kids. You're an alcoholic father, you're not responsible. You've forsaken your wife and your family. You remorse on them. All kinds of things happen in the process of this interaction of yourself with the outside world, even if you were even with yourself. So if you ask me what is the nature of consciousness, I can go on and on. I'm just giving you a simple example. An example of a car sale, an example of a dealership. And some people say, it's too complicated. I don't care about these things. I just go on my way of living. Okay, then you continue to be jealous, you continue to be egoistic, you continue all your sufferings. You continue all these sufferings because you're creating all this karma. You don't know what is bad and good. You go around and fooling around. You think, that's nice, that's good. As long as it satisfies my senses. I turn on my YouTube and I can see lots of things that satisfy my senses, satisfies my listening function. I go see movies. I get involved with one night stand. That's what I am. I like that. People like that, you know. I remember I saw something in the newspaper that there's a club called the One Night Stand Club. I don't understand why they call it that club, One Night Stand Club. Does it mean that it attracts customers and say everybody come in here would have a one night stand? In other words, they can't stay for 2 nights? I don't really know. What happens if I'm a healthy guy and I just want to go golfing and swimming and I stay for 2 nights? You go next door? So, I don't know. It's a wrong name. And there's also a name attracting government interruption to check if anything wrong in there using that name. I remember there was a guy who told me that he just returned from a one night stand club. I said, how can you tell anybody about that name? That's where you've been? I think that's called stupidity. You're disclosing your privacy without knowing it. Okay, next question. Does everything in the universe have consciousness? Elaborate. Wow, you're very demanding. Does everything in the universes have consciousness? I think everything has consciousness if you have consciousness. You exist. The universe exists because you exist. I'm here because I am. Because all your interaction is because it's coming out of your consciousness. So if you are conscious, how can anything be unconscious? Because you're interacting with it. So I think everything has consciousness, is nothing but consciousness, or mere consciousness. In the Buddhist teaching, it's called vijnana matrata, consciousness only. It's a very profound school of the Buddhist teaching. Thousands of volumes. As a matter of fact, universities like to research into vijnana matrata. For example, in Yale University, they study the vijnana matrata of the Buddhist teaching. Almost in every university, they have a section on Buddhism, and they highly emphasize on vijnana matrata, which is consciousness, the study of the consciousness. Also, they have the studies of sunyata, which is emptiness, and there's 8 profound schools of teaching in the Buddhist teaching. There's thousands and thousands of volumes, and billions of words. The Buddhist teaching is probably the most resourceful, the most profound study of human behavior in the world. You have to know something about it. Don't spend your time wastefully doing anything else at your spare time. Buddhism is the way to go, because it's not just worshiping. Worshipping is only a very small aspect of it. It's the philosophy. It's the wisdom. It's a whole treasure, a whole mountain of treasure. When you open that gate, you've got to venture in to find out more. So does anything in the universe have consciousness? Yes, everything has consciousness. You see how beneficial it is to come to a Buddhist temple to know about these things. Imagine what would you have done had you not come to the temple? Maybe you have spent your time somewhere else doing something that is not worthwhile. Now you know you're on your way to look for more wisdom. You're on your search to know more about yourself. When you know more about yourself, then you know others, you understand others. Third question, how do we know when our heart is pure? If you continue meditation, if you continue to do samatha and vipassana, you know that all your thoughts are under control. In the Diamond Sutra, the first question is very important. For all those meritorious ladies, gentlemen and ladies, if they make vow for achieving the Bodhi mind, how do they maintain that peace in their mind? How do they, if mental afflictions arise, how do they control them? So, the question is, how do we know when our heart is pure? When you know that your first step is to control your mind, if you can control all your wandering thoughts, desultory thoughts, knowing these thoughts come up, and you can control them, you're on your way to purity. When everything is under your control, you know when to stop. You know that I can't do this, I can't do that, because this will bring forward a lot of bad consequences, and you're under control. All your thoughts under control. That monkeying mind that Lee has been talking about, monkeying mind, all this monkeying mind that go everywhere to look for fun, and which are hurting yourself and hurting other people. All this monkeying mind, you put that monkey on a leash, you always put it back. It's within your realm of attention. It's under your control. When it's under your control, you cannot be polluted for too long, because you have this anti-pollution program in you. You started to test your air, your water, everything. Everything is under your control. You have an anti-pollution program in you. Previously, you don't. You just allow your mind to be polluted. Now you have an anti-pollution program. That program to purify your mind. Don't you need that program first before talking about how pure your mind is? You don't even have that program now. And you're talking about the content. You're talking about what happened to me when that program is enforced. What happened to me? You don't even know what program to set up. In other words, you're talking about security of your own house. And you're talking about, after installing that security, what would happen? You don't even have that security in place. You need to understand the functions first, how it prevents, before going too deep into it. Okay, so that's how you, when your mind is pure, first step is samatha, and then it's vipassana. You put your mind under control, get that anti-pollution program in place. When you got that, you're marching towards purity. Are all minds connected? Are you talking about telepathy? Yeah, that's the next question. Are all minds connected? Some people's minds are connected, but are all minds connected? I think somehow some mental functions are general functions, so they function in the same way. Some are specific. The generalizations are the same, provided that your senses are normal. In other words, my eyes see, my ears listen, my tongue tastes. So in that way, it's the same function. But there are specific functions. We have the same mind, we have the same generalizations of the mental formations, but I'm thinking in a different way. I'm pursuing wisdom, and you're not. You're pursuing arrogance. You're pursuing greediness. You're pursuing materiality. I'm pursuing spirituality. So there's specifics of the mind and generalizations of the mind. There are common characteristics, and there are specific characteristics. So in that sense, minds are not exactly connected. They're not exactly the same. But there is the same characteristics in minds too. the general characteristics and specific general characteristics. And those general formations are responsible for the common karma. Specific of the mind concerns with specific karma. What is common karma and what is specific karma? Common karma, we're enjoying the same Safeway. You can go in Safeway to shop, I can go in Safeway to shop. We enjoy the same hospitals, we're breathing the same air. That is the same. That's common karma. We're coming to the same world. It's common. We're enjoying the same consequences of the world. That's common karma. But again, there's specificity in the commonality of it. What is that? You are rich and I'm poor. When you go to Safeway, you can buy the best product, the organic product, because you're loaded, you're rich. I'm not. It's specific. Now you know. Why don't you just continue that spiritual odyssey? There's a lot more than what I'm telling you right now. There's a lot of other things that I don't even know of. I just know the tip of the iceberg, but not even the tip, maybe just the first 2 inches. I don't even know what is underneath. It suffices to know that life is not just eating and sleeping and struggling for money, status, and all that. The Buddha said, right now, you got that life in you. You value it. You treasure it. It's impermanent. You use that lifetime to achieve, to arrive at permanent stuff, eternity stuff. Not always pursuing for impermanence. Have we suffered enough? Have we seen enough suffering? Go beyond the suffering. Next question. What is the nature of telepathy and consciousness? Telepathy, I think, is the knowing, I know your mind. I think that's what it is. I can read your mind, understand your mind. If we are talking about the 9 stages of mental development and meditation, and the highest point after you become successful in achieving these 9 stages is, the highest point is you will be having equanimity of mind, which is the highest samadhi in Dhamma Dhatu. When you reach that point, you have telepathy. You can read minds. You can read minds, you can know, you have a lot of things that's open up for you. But you're not greedy for that. You don't attach to it. It comes and it comes, it goes and it goes. Sometimes the saints can read your mind. They know what's going to happen in a few years. When you achieve that equanimity of mind, because the mind is extremely powerful. The mind, even with that tip of the iceberg, they created the whole world. They create a rocket to go to the moon. They create scientific developments, just even with that tip of iceberg. Imagine what is underneath it. With that, you open up a whole horizon of humanity, of spirituality. So you have to search more for it. Next question. When we are having a meditation, what should we take to better for the object of mind? In other words, you want to say what is the best object of attention? So when you meditate, you need that object of attention to meditate on. Right now, Lee's been talking about it. Remember, we used the nose tip. We concentrate that object of attention. We create that for everybody. We would use that as the nose tip, air in and air out. Anapanasati. Air in, you feel the air coming in. When the air goes out, you feel the air going out. So you're sitting right at the tip of the nose, feeling the air in and out and in and out. You use that as your object of attention. In other words, you use that as your leash for the monkey. You need a leash for the monkey. The monkey would go away. Your monkeying mind would go away. You need that leash to pull it back, right? That leash is right at the nose tip. Don't ask me where is the leash. I don't want to go to the shop to buy it for you. It's not a leash that you get it from a dog shop. This nose tip. It's right with you. So you use that nose tip attention as your leash to control that monkey. Before I answer these questions, I've been away for about a month, a little bit more than a month. I have been to 3 places, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur, and China. In Hong Kong, I gave a few lectures, maybe about 10 lectures. 2 lectures in the Polytechnical University of Hong Kong, and for 2 nights. So every night there were about an audience of 1,300 people for 2 evenings. And I haven't been lecturing in Hong Kong for about 2 years now, but my radio program has always been on, so maybe that gives me the popularity that people like to listen to the lectures. The topic of my lecture was the 9 stages of mental development in meditation. I have already talked about it in meditation hall. It's a new subject because usually people just meditate and they do not know the real technique. And even if they know the technique of doing it, they cannot identify with the technique clearly. In ordinary life, we say there are 2 categories of objects of our senses. Object of our senses pertaining to the common people. An object of our senses pertaining to the cultivator of the Buddhist teaching. The two kinds of object of the senses. And for the common people, what are the objects of the senses? You have to identify them. You have to make it very clearly that you understand the object of our senses. When we are common, ordinary, temporal, sentient beings, and the object of our senses when we walk from the ignorant, confused world into the path of enlightenment. We're not there yet, but we're walking that path. So what are the objects of our senses usually for the common people, for us? For people who did not know how to practice the Buddhist teaching. What are the objects of our senses? Do you know them? Can you identify them? If you say I do not know. Well, you know. It's just you haven't delineated them in your mind. What is the object of the senses of the eyes? The objects are everything you see. The eyes corresponds to matter, to form. What is meditation anyway? First of all, before we start. Meditation is about the mind. It's not about blessings, it's about the mind. When we interact with the world, how do we interact with? When we interact with the world, we interact with the senses. Our senses interact with the world. What are our senses? Our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, touch, the body, and then the mentality, the manas, consciousness. So the 6 senses. The 5, we already know, the 5, eyes, those are the, I always give the metaphor that they are the salesmen of our body. They are right at the front door, interacting with the outside world. They are the salesmen. And these salesmen, of course, salesmen usually, what do salesmen do? Salesmen interact with customers. What your eyes interact with? Your eyes interact with form. You see things. Why do we have to know all these? Because do you want to know your own mind? Do you want to understand yourself? The first step in practicing Buddhism is to understand your mind, yourself. Not just blindly believe in a supernatural being we call Buddha. No, that's not. That's superstition. We don't carry on blind faith in here. No, we don't do blind faith. We want to analyze our mind. We want to know our minds to such a degree that we want to stop it from doing unvirtuous behavior. We always want to do virtuous behavior, benefiting yourself and benefiting others. So that's the reason why in Buddhism, we really have to understand the mind first. When you understand the mind, you've got to understand this salesman. Buddhism is, I'm not going into the senses, the 6 senses, because I talked about them before. The reason why I mentioned them is, when I study Buddhism, I try to digest it and present it from the perspective of the temporal world. I won't just say, take a page from the Buddhist Sutra and then one word by one word delineate to you the meaning of it. I want to take a sutra, an extract from it, and view that extract with reference from the perspective of the outside world. So you really have to understand your mind first, then you have to understand how do you interact with the outside world from the senses, and how the senses interact too, and how does the internal senses interact. The internal, other than the salesman, there's always a manager behind you in the mind. And that's what we call the hidden consciousness. Because the eyes see, but the eyes do not by itself differentiate. It's the manager behind that controls it. And that manager not only controls the salesman, but I also have all kinds of files in the filing cabinets. The old data of yesterday, of the past, the data of the present, and the data and the budgets of the future. That's how our mind functions. So if you understand all these, then you know, why am I meditating? Why am I putting my attention to the breath, to my nose tip? Because all these objects are so various, multiplicity of them, and you want to simplify them into one object to train your own mind. And that one object is anapanasati. So that's how I carry on my conversation. And I find that approach is very acceptable to people. Because you're not away from the world when you talk about Buddhism. When you start to talk about blessings from Buddha, and how does your health improved, or how do you have happiness from a sitting of meditation, I think that is a second degree. The first degree is how your mind interacts. Then you slowly lead people into understanding the importance of and the understanding of the real technique of Buddhism. First question, if something happens to your child, whose karma is that from? As a parent, we think it is partly the parent's karma. Then what is your view on this? If something happened to your child, nothing happens without a cause. There's no such thing as causeless happening. There's no such thing as a happening without any reason. The Madhyamaka Sutra says, there's nothing without a cause. That's why it is sunyata. Do you know what sunyata is? Emptiness. That's why it's emptiness. So, if you ask me something happened to your child, of course, that happening is due to karma. And I think it's not just the karma of the child, because karma are multi-related. Actually, nothing does not relate to karma. So it's just like every hair in the follicle of your skin. If one hair got blown by a wind and it feels itchy, you feel the itchiness. The body feels the itchiness. One hair gets the breeze, the whole body feels it. How many hairs in the body? One pertains to all, and all pertains to one. We have two kinds of karma, specific karma and common karma. Probably you and the child are together in a family that's common to you both, or common to the parents and the child, so there's common karma. They're in the same family, they enjoy the same meal, or they enjoy the same richness or poverty, or the same level of livelihood. But then there's also specific karma. If the child, something happens to the child, then the specific karma dominated the child. Or maybe the child gets sick, or something happened to the child. Or maybe the child become an extremely rich man. It all differs. So I would say karma is all related. So don't create any bad karma. Where does karma come from? Where does karma come from? From Buddha? No. From God? Definitely not. The all-kindly God would not give you the bad karma. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called God. So, where does karma come from? Karma comes from a thought. When you think about something, there's this energy. So don't stay away to think something bad. Always maintain that the healthiness of a good thought. Always have good thought. Because every karma, what is karma? Karma is an accumulation of your behavior, of your speech, of your thought, of the present life, of the future life, and related to your, of your present life, your past life, and related to the future life. So to answer this question, is it the child's karma or the parent's karma? It's both. But something happened to the child's karma is heavier. Karma follows the track of causality. If I can give you an example, it would be something like this. The CN Railway across Canada, that railway on which the train is traveling all the time, is rolling on all the time, that train rolls on a track. That track, that railway track, is causality because it guides the whole karma. It guides the train. That train is the karma. So karma and the causality is one and the same. If the train cannot be out of the track, cannot be out of causality. Okay, that's enough for this. Second question. People wonder how to make sense of events such as Japan earthquake and tsunami. Is it just karma, or should we see anything else in such events that take large number of lives? In Hong Kong, in my 2 lectures in the public, I have at least 10 sheets of paper related to the Japanese earthquake and tsunami. And one interesting thing maybe I should, on the side, I should tell you, one day before the earthquake and the tsunami, I was in Kuala Lumpur. The reason why I went to Kuala Lumpur is, of course, for visiting, and another reason is because once in a while I like to get to the sea to soak up all my eczema. I like to, because I thought that seawater is always good for bad skin. Because in BC, there's no chance to go to the shore to swim because it's too cold. But in Asia, no, the beach is extremely warm, and you can get in the beach even in winter time to swim. So I thought I'd make use of this time to go bypass to Kuala Lumpur to get to a beach to soak up my bad skin. And I was swimming in there and on an island, and there were waves coming up. And to make the story short, I was almost caught in the wave. I never had that experiences before. This kind of wave, when they come, they rush to you, and then you think that they would recede again, they would get back. But then, once in a while, they pull you back, and I think they call it undercurrent. Not every wave has undercurrent, but you don't know which one has. So I was at my ankle deep water, and the wave was about 3-4 feet. Quite a lot of waves. And that's one day before the tsunami. And of course, Kuala Lumpur is close to Japan. Closer than BC, anyway. So I thought that, oh, it was safe. So I walk a little further and up to my knees. Then I walk a little further up to almost my thigh. And then when I look at the waves coming to me, I said, no, something is not right. Because the wave seems to have a certain pulling effect. So I immediately want to walk back to the beach. But I couldn't. Another wave came up and tried to engulf me. And then it was at my waist level. And when that wave come, it rushes you to shore, but at the same time, at the end of it, it tries to push you down. It's just pushing you down, not just pulling you away, but it pushes you down to the bottom. So if you're standing on the sand, you say the sand is only maybe 4 feet deep or 3 feet deep, you thought you were standing on the sand. If anything happened, then you can walk back to the beach. But actually, when the wave comes to you, it depresses down, and even the sand, they carry it away. So all of a sudden, the 4 feet deep becomes 6 feet, because even the sand would get pulled away. So I was pulled out. When I pulled out, I was trying to swim as fast as I can. I tried to swim as fast as I can, but I couldn't because I was sucked down to the bottom. And then another wave come, I was pulled another 10 yards. I get further and further away from the shore. It was extremely dangerous. And then there was a lifeguard there, very far away at that corner. And this guy was also getting all his binoculars and seeing things. But I find out that lifeguards, especially the irresponsible ones, they're sleeping. They're not paying attention to every swimmer. So he's not looking my way. And you think you can ask for help when you're being caught by undercurrent? You can ask for help? No, Because you use so much of your energy to swim, trying to swim ashore and being pulled by undercurrent underneath that you don't have any breath. And when you cry for help, only help, help. I mean, it's not like in a movie. Help! Not like in a movie. They dramatize it. You think you can, because they want the audience to know that that actor is screaming for help, so the sound is higher. But in fact, you have no energy to call for help because you use up all your energy to swim ashore. So another wave come and pull out another 10 feet. And I thought, that's the end. Adios to the meditation class. And at that time, a lot of thought flashes to me. Is it all done? Is it all finished? How do I explain? How can I explain all these things? And then I swim, and then someone was swimming my way and stretched out his hands. I'm trying to catch his hands. And then I was rushed back again, and I tried to reach another hand. And then I was rushed back again. It was already, someone is already helping me, seeing my difficulty. So, you know what I did? At the last moment, I remember something. And I called it 3 times. Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. And I don't have any breath. I just say, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. I didn't say, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. This is that. I don't have any, no breath anymore. No energy. So, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Just very silently, 3 times. And then another hand was stretched out to me, and I caught that hand. And all of a sudden, another wave pushed me a little further. Maybe that time without any undercurrent. And I walked a few steps. I was on shore. So what do we learn from that lesson? When you are in danger, that's the only way. Because Avalokitesvara is overseeing everything. It's giving you the protection. But then I said, if I was given protection, how come I have to experience this first? Why shouldn't I be immune from that kind of experience? Maybe I was destined to experience it, so I can tell people, never swim when it's too wavy, because there's undercurrent. And it happens right before the tsunami. So the sea changes. Waves change. You think that waves, every wave is like that. No. When something strange happens, it may just be the wave that take your life away. And I think it's a change of the ocean current and something like that. And people can see, if people are very sensitive with it, they know that something would happen. And later, I was able to walk, the next day I was able to walk to another beach where there's another resort. And I was told that 2 guys died on that date, just 1 day before. Pulled out of the sea, disappeared. When you swim on a beach neighboring on an ocean, if you're pulled out by an undercurrent, they don't find you anymore. Unless you use a helicopter the next day to find your own your body floating, being rushed on shore. The chance is slim because you could have been swallowed up by fish already, eaten by fish already. So I'm not making up this story for you. That's real experiences. And so make sure that you chant. In the Chinese, I chant in the Chinese language anyway. Namo Kun Sayan菩薩. In the Cantonese, which is the same as Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. And it's extremely effective for me. Just 3 times. And I don't know why the next wave that rushed me ashore did not contain any undercurrent. Almost every wave is undercurrent. That's why the next day something happened to the other side in the Japanese tsunami and earthquake. I think the sea changes, the ocean wave, they all changed. It does not matter. We always have to be conscientious in helping out people, victims of the earthquake and tsunami. The first question, what is Buddhism belief on organ donation? There are 2 perspectives to look at organ donation. According to the Buddhist teaching, after a person has just passed away, his consciousness may still remain in the body, the alaya consciousness. Because when a person passes away, all his sense organs, they don't work. The eyes, no more sight, ears, no more sound. All this don't work anymore. But the alaya consciousness, which is the banking consciousness, is still there. It may stay there for, according to some Buddhist teaching, is maybe as long as 8 hours. That means the alaya consciousness still stays in the body, ready to leave, but has not left yet. In the first 8 hours. After the first 8 hours, many sutras says that the consciousness would have left the body completely already after 8 hours. Everything about his life is all stored in there. Because when a person passes away, it does not mean that nothing exists anymore. That person is never, it's disintegrated and no more of him. No. It's just, his body passes away, his form change, but his consciousness still leaps into the next path of reincarnation. Still leaps into the next path of reincarnation. It's just like the example I gave earlier, that it's like this body is an apartment. You rent this apartment for your lifetime, and when the lease expires, you leave. Then you roll into the next apartment. But the person who lives in that apartment and who takes another apartment is still the same person. That same person changes apartments all the time. Sometimes a low-level apartment, sometimes a 6-star apartment, 7-star apartment, sometimes a 1-hour apartment, depends on your karmic force. You're poor, sometimes you're a poor man, you're a rich man, you're a healthy man, you're not an unhealthy man. It all depends on what you've done. So, that person changes apartments all the time. So when a person passes away, he's ready to roll into the next body, but he hasn't left yet. That's an alaya consciousness. The alaya consciousness has feelings. And if you operate on the person who passes away and take his organ out immediately, he may feel the pain. Particularly, I don't know, I have to ask the medical doctors, whether they apply anesthesia to the person, the dead person taking out organ. I don't know. If they apply anesthesia to it, to take it out, maybe that's okay. But if he does not do that, the person who passes away feels very painful if that organ is taken out from him. And if it is painful, he cannot talk, he will be confused, he may be angry, he may feel extremely discomfort, and he may, for that reason, he may roll into a bad karma. He will roll into the hell realm, the ghost realm or the animal realm that may affect his elevation. If you're a bodhisattva, you really care for people, and you're ready to donate your organ, and you don't really mind if you suffer the pain. You're willing to sacrifice that for other people's benefit. You don't mind if you suffer the pain. You're a bodhisattva. You are someone who wants to help others even though you suffer pain. That's a bodhisattva, you know, an enlightened being. If you have that character, that high profile of character, it's of course it's extremely good, because you can even sacrifice every part of the body for the benefit of others. It's a very high compassion. You just suffer pain maybe for 1 or 2 hours or 3 hours and 4 hours, but you're willing to undergo the pain. Are you willing to? If you're willing to, you're really a bodhisattva, rendering the most sincere and the highest compassion to someone who is suffering. And you have a lot of merits in it. So which one do you want? It's up to you. A弥陀佛, Venerable Cheng, for the past Saturdays, Venerable has mentioned release life, sea and land. Is there any chance of releasing life in Richmond, Vancouver, as I would like to participate? It has been quite difficult. They don't allow people to release life into the sea. They have regulations. Maybe that's for environmental reasons, even though you have a good objective. They don't look at it that way. They thought that sea animals can be killed for food. The seal can be killed for their skin. They find out that what you're doing, that act of what you call compassion, it's contrary to common belief. Common belief is that fish can be slaughtered and eaten. Seals can be slaughtered for the skin. So they don't really advocate, they don't really encourage people releasing sea lives. And they're also afraid that you release the wrong sea lives into the wrong waters, which is quite true in some cases. If you don't have knowledge in releasing lives, which a lot of people don't have that knowledge, they release Australian lobsters into Richmond waters. The water pressure is not the same, the temperature is not the same, the location is not the same. So you're not releasing them for life, you're releasing them for death. So you really need to have a lot of knowledge in doing it. When we do release of sea lives and land animals in China and Hong Kong, we really make a lot of preparations. For example, if we're releasing snakes back to the wood, because in China, people catch snakes for eating. They like to eat snakes. Some snakes are poisonous, some snakes are less poisonous. So if we release the snakes, we have to release these snakes far into the mountain where there's no household, no people living in there. So there's a lot to be studied. And when you're releasing sea animals, sea lives, you have to make sure that when you transport sea lives from the place where they kept them to where the sea is, there's a distance. You need to have oxygenated tank to put oxygen in the tank so that they won't die. If you just dump the fish in the water tank and the transportation is 1 or 2 hours, by the time they get to the shore, they're already dead. So you really have to have a lot of knowledge in doing it. And in Vancouver, some Buddhist organizations apply for release of sea lives, and I think they have been given permissions to release sea lives at the shore close to Pan Pacific. Yeah, there's a place, a pier, quite close to the Pan Pacific Hotel, where they barricade it. They have chains. Stop people from going into there, and they allowed you to go there to to release sea lives, but it's not that deep. And also, since they restrict the release of sea life to one location, that location becomes a rendezvous, becomes a gathering place for seagulls and seals. I've been there once releasing sea animals, and I found a lot of defects in it. The first one, they bought cod and salmon from Chinatown, from the tank, from the oxygenated tank. They pick from the tank. And then they say, okay, 10 o'clock, we will be there waiting for you, and please transport this tank, and please ship it over, and we'll be there waiting for you. And some people say, well, can we go into your truck and go with you? No, you don't have to, because we do everything for you. It's not convenient for you to get into our truck. We have insurance liability. You can't get into our truck. So you go home, and we do it for you. So everybody go, all the monks and nuns go to the pier and wait, and here comes 2 trucks transporting all the fish with tanks. And when I look into it, they only have it 1/4 filled with water. And the mouth of the fish is almost touching on the water surface, and they can't even breathe. They're extremely careless in handling fish, because they thought this fish would be they're ready to be killed anyway. Now you're releasing them. They don't care. They just put the fish in there and dump some water, and that's it. The water is not even deep enough for the fish, for the 100 fish. They crowd all the fish together, and they don't put oxygen to it. So by the time, it takes about half an hour when they transport the ship to the Pan Pacific location, most of the fish is already fainted. And then they release it and then I said, how come you don't have water in it? Oh, no, we do it every time like this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, they live. They just survive. I said, how can it survive? I was quite mad at them. I tried it once, and I said, I will never do it again like that. I said, how can you say that you put so much fish in it, and you only have not more than half a tank of water full? Oh, no, don't worry. We do it every day. So they release it, and when they're releasing it, some of the fish cannot go down. They're still floating, half fainted, still floating. And some even flow and swim back. And then I said, no, this fish can't even get into the water. They're floating. And they're floating and swimming in our direction. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. They're coming back to say thank you. Oh, you don't cheat me. They're coming back to say thank you? Yeah, they can swim out. They want to come back. They have a reason. They want to say thank you to you. I'm not a kid, you know. You don't talk to me like that. And then we wait till for them to swim down, and some of the fish survive, and then all of a sudden all the seagulls come, and they're picking their best pick. And then the sea lions come. They're raising their heads like that onto the water. I could see a few of them raising onto the head of water, and sometimes they just disappear down there. I think they are satisfying their breakfast. They're eating the voluptuous breakfast. So how can you release sea lives in that location? Never again. I was not happy. I said, I don't want to deal with you again. You're not doing it right. The tank should be oxygenated. It should be filled with water. And you don't even know whether the fish is from local waters. If they're not from local waters, say if they're from Asia, how can you release Asia fish into North American waters? Australian lobsters, Russian what crabs? What do you call that crab? Big crab. What do you call that? Alaskan crabs. How can you catch Alaskan crabs right in the north and release it in Richmond? You can do that. So to do charity work, you really need wisdom. And you don't say, oh, if I release this fish, I will live long. I released this fish, it's good, but you're not doing it right. So you want to release in Vancouver? Well, I released, a second time I released sea life is the time when that time I actually rented a yacht going out. It's a big one, going right into the ocean, into the sea, and released it. A lot of crabs I released, local crabs, into the water. So, if you're interested, why don't we take up this project? You try to find out for me, where is the best location for releasing sea lives? What kind of fish can be released there? What are the local fish? We should release local fish. All those fish that would be slaughtered if you don't release them. You don't tell them that you're going to release crabs. Say, I want to release 500 crabs. Can you catch them for me? They're catching it for you, catching the crabs for you. If you don't release them, they don't have to catch them. You need wisdom to do this kind of thing. I started release of sea lives and animals 8 years ago all by myself, and now I have more than 100 people in China following the same practice. And they are very strict in their selection, in the process of doing it. I have a few questions in here. My first question is, thank you for enlightening us today. My question is in a faith practice where detachment from our senses are key. Why did Buddha create a heaven from bright lapis stone, and why did people build such majestic temples around the world? Why do we have to spend so much resources to have our faith for full detachment? I think what the question is saying is, why do we build a heaven? Why did the Buddha build a heaven? Because we shouldn't be attached to lapis stone, so beautiful a heaven. Why create something so beautiful? We shouldn't be attached to it. And then why do people build majestic, magnificent temples using a lot of money? Are they not looking for detachment? Why do they attach to beautiful things? Is that what the question is all about? I think that's what the question is. If you want to build a place that attracts people, if you have a choice, now let's talk about rational thinking. If you have a choice of building a temple, or building a building to attract people to go over there to listen to you or to learn something from you, you have two choices. The first choice, you're going to build a dilapidated old hut with no landscaping, with just straw and timber and raw and very unattractive. The wood is almost rotten. The grass is not growing because it takes money to grow good golf course grass. You know, it just takes money, right? And everything there is substandard. It's cheap. When people look at it, they will say, my house is even better than that one. Why do I have to go there to learn? They have no loudspeaker. They have no food over there. I'm not going over there. My place is better. They're not going to go over there. That's their choice, right? The first choice. A simple old hut without anything in it. The next choice is a magnificent, fantastic building where you look at it from a distance because people are attracted by its beauty. People are attracted by the artistic outlook of it. And people are attracted by the landscaping. where do you think would attract the most people? Of course, it's the majestic temple. When you're going to build the White Palace to represent America, you're not going to build an old house. You're going to build a fantastic palace, right? It's not a matter of money. It's a matter of what is the intention of building that house. That intention of building that building is to attract people to go over there, to listen to you, to learn. If you're building a university, UBC, you're going to build a university on a nice, beautiful campus with landscaping, good buildings, modern equipped buildings. And you can't say, no, we're not attached to modernity. We just, anything would do. In a mountain where there's no electricity, no water, that's cheap. It's returning to nature. But would people go over there? No, because that's an expedient way of attracting people to go over there so that they will learn. It's just like when a kid is naughty, you want a kid to listen to you. You would say, hey, Johnny, here's a candy, here's a cookie. And why don't you go over there to do this and do that? Then Johnny would certainly obey you and go over there because he likes the candy, he likes the cookies. But he would say, no, you shouldn't be attaching to these cookies and candies. Whatever I tell you to do, you just do it. You think Johnny and Sonny is going to do it for you? It's not. Because you are enticing that person to do something better. You're being compassionate to him by going his way first. And then you tell him, this is wrong, this is right. So that's on the rational thinking. You're going to create a center of attraction, a center that would get people over there to listen to you. Good cause would give rise to good effects, and bad cause would give rise to bad effects. When you're always donating, when you're always giving out, when you're always benefiting others, imagine that's the cause. The effect would be you enjoy the fullness of things. You enjoy resources, you enjoy riches because you have germinated the cause of resourcefulness. If you have germinated all these good deeds, cultivate these causes of resourcefulness, you realize resourcefulness effect. If you cultivate seeds of poverty, you don't want to give, you don't want to give charity, you don't want to be compassionate, you just want to keep all the money to yourself, you don't want to help others, this is the cause of poverty. Then you're going to wind up in lack of resources. So in other words, the Buddha has done so many good deeds that whatever he creates will be creation of beauty, will be creation that attracts people, will be creation that would make people happy. It wouldn't be a poor hut that nobody would go to, because it's just natural. It naturally would be like that. And also, it does not mean that they're attached to money. Sometimes it's not the money. The money is just a medium of exchange. Money just buys stuff that you can build. But forgetting the medium exchange, if you have cultivated these good causes, good effects will come out. Flowery results. Results of resourcefulness, results of longevity. You can say, why do you attach to longevity? You attach to a long life. Well, short life would do because you don't want to be greedy about long life. No, because you have cultivate good causes in living long. You don't kill animals for food. You protect animals, you save animals, and this is good cause. Automatically it reaches you to longevity because you don't have that mind of killing, of injury to others. Automatically you'll come up to longevity effect. So it's not that we want to detach from good luck. You want detachment. Why do you spend so much money? Money is you're attaching to the importance of money. It's not the money. It's what we want to create. It's what we want to create. We never worry about money because people would come and help you if you have that creativity, if you have that yearning for beauty that entices people to come over here. On the one hand, you want to say beauty is the most important. Why do you want to hate this world? Beauty comes from the look. You don't want to attach to the look, but the look is required to attract people to come to you. That's an expedient means. On the other hand, when we look at this approach, we'll have to look at from two perspectives. The first perspective is you want to spend money and resources to build a good temple so that it can benefit others. So this perspective is from the other's approach, not from yourself. I'm not doing it for my own enjoyment. I'm not saying I'm going to go do a beautiful temple for my own enjoyment. No, I want to build this beautiful temple not for me. It's for all these people who like beauties, who like to come because of its beauty and creativity. That's from the other's approach. If I want to build something from my personal approach, I would say a hut would do. I would go up to the mountain, I would just do a straw hut, simple life, and I'm meditating over there, no attachment. This is for me. I can be frugal. I don't want to spend any money. I don't need any money. But if I want to do something to give people, to rent out to people, I want to rent out as much as possible. None of this belongs to me. It's from the public. If it's from the public, it goes back to the public. It doesn't go to me. I don't own it. I don't even own my body. So if I go practice detachment, I'll go up to the mountain all by myself, maybe in a cave. I don't need any luxury, and I can meditate, no attachment. I detach myself. But if I want to give, I got to have something to give out. I got to have all kinds of resources of the whole world centered in me so that I can give it out, continuously giving. You see the difference? If you don't see the difference, raise your hand. So everybody see the difference. Okay, so I answer this question. Next question. Why believe that there is a suffering world when there is so much beauty with our world, our culture, and our human beings? Doesn't this hope to escape to a reality world because not to be in a moment of now? When we say this world is full of suffering, we are telling you a fact. Beauty is another aspect of it. The whole world is, when we look at the whole world, autumn, spring, every flower, every tree, every grass, it's all beauty. It's a radiation of love, radiation of compassion. But this world is a world of suffering. People are dying. People are dying from sickness. People are bedridden for 12 years. As I said, just mentioned in the Q&A, a doctor, a person lying in bed for 12 years, and what he's got is just a bottle of liquid for lunch and dinner. And you don't call that suffering? He wanted to tell us that I want to die. I don't want this world of suffering. I don't want to. I've been here 12 years and I want to die. I cannot die. You don't call that suffering? That's a fact. Aging is suffering. Maybe if you're young, you don't know yet. When your machine is due, when you're 50 and over, you will know that you need a lot of repair and maintenance. You will know that all these different pieces, they just drop apart. The functionality is not there anymore. You can't walk that fast. Your hormones is not balanced. And your bones are not growing well. Your recovering period is longer. Lots of problems when you're getting old. Aging, sickness, death, and also insatiable desires. You always have desires that you cannot fulfill. And sorrowfulness arises from departure of beloved ones. Your mom passed away, your dad passed away, your beloved one passed away, and you grieve. You're grief-stricken for years. You don't call that suffering. You cry. And living with hated ones. You live with your husband or you live with your wife, but you don't like each other. You just want a family to be together. You don't want the kids to split apart. You don't want a broken home, but you're always living with a husband you don't love, you don't like, always arguing, and you're always planning for a divorce. Nobody cares. Every day, every evening you go home, you don't like your home. You want to be at the workplace. You don't call that suffering? You thought we call it a beauty? Oh, this is a beautiful world. Sure, the world is beautiful when you're in the right mood. When you're not in the right mood, I don't think you call that world beauty. It's the mind. It's your mind. Apart from that, everything is beautiful. The sun, the moon, the grass, spring, autumn, the snow, the birds. Nothing is not beautiful. Everything is beautiful when it is detached, when it is free from detachment. When the bird is singing without attachment, the song is free. And when you listen to it, you don't have any detachment. The song enters your heart and you're free. But if the bird is free and singing a beautiful song to you and your mind is sorrowful, you think it's a beauty? It's not. Because you're so much attached to the grief. So it's two things. And you can say, okay, the world is suffering, but I want to live well. I want to live happily in spite of all this suffering. Right, that's a good approach. You don't want to submerge yourself in the sorrowfulness of suffering that you can't function anymore. You're going to move on. Life has to move on. You want to move on. You want to put on your knapsacks and you walk the path again. You stumble, you fall, you walk on. That's what a Buddhist approach is. You stumble, you fall, get up again and you walk. But you really fell down. You stumbled, you fell. But your approach should be positive. The Buddhists take a very positive approach to life. They want to face all these confrontations, experience it, get the experience and move on. To practice. In the process of practicing, you experience a lot of drawbacks, a lot of blockages, but you overcome them. You try to move on and on. You don't want to escape from this reality world. You're not escaping. You are analyzing the facts, and you know that there's a world of suffering. And when this body leaves you, you don't want to be in here again. If you're always born, if you are born in an inferno, say that if you are a baby born in an inferno, you have never seen heaven, then you don't know there's a place called heaven. And you accept the suffering in hell. But if people tell you, you got to watch out, these are actually suffering, and you say, no, I love these sufferings, then you can never get out. This suffering is a beauty. How can you get out? Telling you that these are suffering is not an escape from hell, from prison. You got to go out. Go out of prison. Why is not in the moment of now? We are in the moment of now. Every moment we enjoy it. When we practice meditation, we see we are here and now. Every moment we enjoy it. Every moment is freed of wandering thought. That's what we call living in the present moment. If your present moment is greediness, hatred, fear, violence, you like the present moment? You got to know what your present moment is. The present moment has to be the moment of peace. You live in that moment of peace and you want to enjoy that right now, the here and the now. When you're meditating, you're free from all these wandering thoughts. You're free from impurities. You're practicing purity, and that moment is good. But if you go out there and you live in the greediness world, you're submerged in the greediness, and you call that present moment your good moment, maybe you're in a party, and that party is a crazy party, and you find it lovable. You say, I am in this present moment. I want to live in this present moment. I can do what I want. The present moment is love. It's, you name it. I don't want to say it. You want to live in that present moment? that present moment is a moment of suffering. Okay, that answers the question. If a person is in hospital and is being helped to stay alive with mechanical means, like a breathing machine, is it an act of suicide if a person requires that the machine be turned off? If the patient wants to turn it off, he does not want to live anymore. Mind you, that is suffering. Huh? We call it that suffering. You can't say this is not suffering. This is suffering. He wants to go. He does not want to live anymore. And there are many cases like that in hospitals. I don't know. You have to ask. We have to consider it from many angles. Legally, can you just... Who is going to take that plug off? If he himself take it off without anybody noticing, that is called committing suicide, I guess. If you take it off for him, you are doing homicide. So I don't know. There's so many issues involved. When a loved one is close to death but is clinging so much to life, worry about his spouse, how can I help this person? You have to explain it to him about detachment. You have to slowly explain to him why he's got involved in what he's experiencing now. It's karma that got him in this situation. There's so much explaining to do. So that's what we've been doing. That's what Lee's been doing, going to hospitals, right? Explaining to dying patients about that. And we find it to be quite significant, quite useful. Yeah. So you have to, not just one time you will be successful in explaining to him or her, you have to go there regularly and explain it to her about detachment. Is there room for randomness, chance, or accident in the universe, or are our present lives determined by our previous existences, fate, or other present thoughts? So what you're saying is there any randomness, that is, things come without cause? Suddenly it comes, it just comes like that. There's nothing that comes without a cause. There must be a reason for it. The fact that husband and wife comes together in this life, they must have some unfinished business, previous lives. Some love each other, some dislike each other, some love each other for 5 years, some got divorced after 25 years. Nothing comes without reason, without cause. So mind your cause. Cultivate good causes. You must cultivate good causes. Nothing comes in random. Randomness, I think, by definition, means without any reason it comes. No. An accident comes with reason. Either you are drunken driving, or the other guy is drunken driving, or you don't tune up your car, or the road is somehow constructed in a hazardous way, or because of the weather, or because you're sleepy, or because you are on drugs, under drugs, under intoxication. There must be a reason. You have to mind your reason. Be careful. So the Buddhist taught to us that be careful with causes. Don't breed the wrong cause in your mind. Don't think about how do I rip this person off? How do I get revenge? How do I get more from him? How do I push him out? How do I telling about him? So you got to have the right cause. Always cultivate meritorious, considerate, compassionate cause in your mind. No evil cause. Don't cultivate, don't keep any evil cause in your mind. Be careful with every thought. That's meditation. Meditation is train yourself up with every thought coming up. 3 questions in here. The first question, I'm reading it out. Venerable, breathe fragrances and perfumes. Some people may not be aware that some fabric softeners are made from animal renderings and are perfumed as well. So make sure that next time when you come for meditation, don't wear clothes that were mixed with fabric softeners because it's too smelly. And these fabric softeners, they are made from chemicals which may not be good for the skin, and they produce a lot of fragrance that is abusive to the nose. It hurts. People may be allergic to it. So I hope you don't mind if some people request, if you wear fabric softeners or if you wear perfume and cologne, you may be asked to be excused for this session and come back for another session, because you will be affecting your neighboring meditator. The person who is sitting next to you may not be able to stand the shampoo that you use on your hair. Some people use very pungent smell, pungent shampoo. So if that is the case, please prepare that. I don't know, maybe Lee or Bunny or somebody will ask you, please be excused and come back in another session, because people are allergic, they cannot meditate where people are putting on a lot of perfume, cologne, and shampoo. And also, fabric softeners are made from animal renderings. So if you want to protect animals from being slaughtered for consumer products, don't do that. And there's other organic fabric softeners that you can buy, not just your natural fabric softeners, not just the chemicals. By the way, chemicals, fabric softeners are no good for you. They're not for you, not good, no good for the skin. So, also make sure that in the summertime, don't wear, when you're coming for meditation in the summertime when it's hot, don't wear bikini to come to the meditation hall. Don't be surprised. I saw people wearing something close to bikini coming to the gracious hall. Don't do that. When you come to a place of worship, you should respect that place. It does not matter what places of worship you go to. It does not matter what religion. When you go there, you have to respect that place. You don't wear very short, maybe hot pants or low V, no cuts. Don't do that. And some people also, they wear iron heel, high heels, with the click, click, clack, clack, clocking on the floor. That's no good too. When they walk as if they were a general in the Navy. They think that they have long legs and people will appreciate them. We don't. Next question. Venerable, when a person dies, people are usually sad. Could you explain a healthy way to look at the end of life? Well, death is, if your karma is not purified, in other words, you don't have a purification of your karma, when you die, you still roll into the next round of reincarnation. You either go to the 3 vicious realms or the 3 benevolent realms. The good ones is you roll into a reincarnation of another person, another human body. Or you become an existent ascension being in heaven. There's so many guardian angels, you call them guardian angels in heaven, so you become one of the guardian angels or ascension existence in heaven. Or you become an Asura. Asura, it's in between human and heavenly beings. except that their prosperity, their enjoyment is higher than humans, but lower than the heavenly bodies. So there's another classification called Asuras. When you're in that group, that's a result of performing good deeds with attachment. Say you donate something, you perform good deeds, but you have a lot of attachment, you have a lot of competition in you, or you always have some anger in you. Even though you perform good deeds, you grow into the reincarnation of being Asura, which enjoy the merits, almost equivalent merits as heavenly bodies, but you have that feelings of competition and still have that hatred and anger in you. So that's another classification, but they're still good. They enjoy what the guardian angels enjoy, except that the moral conduct is not as good. Those are the three meritorious realms. You can also roll into another three realms, one of the three realms, which is vicious realms. Animal realm, you become an animal, or ghosts, or infernal, victims of hell. And where would you go depends on what you have done when you were alive, in your previous life, what you have done. Your karma brought you over there, not Buddha, not God. You create your own destiny. You perform all the bad deeds, then you automatically, the causality will pull you down to hell or pull you down to the animal realm. So an animal could come from a previous incarnation of a man and a woman. So if you kill animals for food, you could have killed your friends, your relatives. Could even be your mom and dad. So we never kill animals for food. The Buddhists never kill animals. You don't know. Animals have feelings too. Don't say animals have no feeling. They have no soul. We can eat them. Animals also have feelings. And I encounter a lot of questions from Q&A period. All kinds of questions coming to me. And one of the questions is like this. You said that the Buddhist teaching advocate vegetarianism. By the way, plants also have life. Why do you eat plants? Vegetables have life. I said no. Vegetables have photosynthesis. It has movement, but it has no life. The definition of a life is humans or animals, they have maternal love. Mother dog and puppies, they love each other. They have sister and brother's love, father, maternal love, and family. They also have their family love. They feel sad too. They feel happy too. They feel painful too. They have feelings. Their life has feelings. Whereas plants, do they have fatherly love or motherly love or brotherly love among plants? And some people will argue, how do you know they don't have fatherly love? A spinach could love each other, you know. next to you know, a corn in a cornfield. The corn that's next to it may love the other corn. How do you know that they don't have fatherly love? And I say, how do you know that they have? How do you know? If you ask me, how do you know they don't have, how do you know you have? You can't prove they have, can you? But I know that if you grow corn, if you eat that corn, you have thousands of seeds that you can regrow them again. Vegetables could have a lot of seeds produced. You do not terminate a vegetable life because all these seeds, thousands of seeds will be produced from one plant and you can replant it. If you kill a dog, can that dog be created again? No. So there's a difference. So when a person dies, people are usually sad, yes. I think in addition to being sad, he should be alertist too. What is this alertness? The alertness should be something, quote unquote, when would be my turn? Now this person is dying. There will be that, my turn will come when I'm doing the same thing. I'll be dying too. And do I just wait for it? Do I just wait for my doom day? Oh, maybe I shouldn't worry about it. I just enjoy life. I want to do what I want to do. I have money. I go spending, traveling. I eat what I want to eat. I just feel happy and it will be okay. I don't care. Is that your attitude of life? It does not matter what you eat, what you enjoy. It does not matter your materialistic style of life. You still have to, that turned, that you'll be dead too. In addition to feeling sad, you should be feeling alertness, very alert on what happened to me. My turn will come. What should I do now? I don't want to go into the next round of life and death. I don't want to go into the next round of reincarnation. I want to go to nirvana, like Buddha entered into. I like to go beyond life and death. No more suffering for me. I had enough. I had enough for this life. I don't want any more suffering in life. Can I do that? Can I refrain myself from all this suffering? Can I eliminate all suffering? Eliminate all my mental afflictions? Yes, you can. That's what the Buddha said. You can eliminate this round of reincarnation, this round of karmic force to pull you into 3 vicious realms and the 3 meritorious realms. Don't say you're bored with life. Open up the treasures inside of you. Find those treasures. Those treasures will lead you to a map. That map will lead you out from the ocean of life and death. The Buddha will give you a boat and the oars. And you row according to that map to get out from the ocean of life and death. You want to go from this shore onto that shore. You want to cross this ocean of mental afflictions. This is the shore of confusion, the shore of natural disasters, the shore of mental afflictions of jealousy, hatred, greediness, egoism, envy, fraudulence, negligence, cruelties, atrocities. And people say, no, I found beauty. I saw everything as beautiful. That's your attitude to life. That's good. You treat everything as beautiful. But you cannot prevent from the beauty to disintegrate. You cannot prevent the autumn not to be winter. You cannot prevent the spring not to be autumn. Why do you want to attach to beauty? I want to enjoy the moment now. I want to look at the cherry blossom. I want to look at the camellia growing red. I want the green pastures. Yeah, enjoy that particular peaceful, beautiful moment. No question about it. We enjoy that. And the Buddha said, yeah, enjoy the present moment. But be prepared. Be prepared for something better. Learn something better. So, in addition of being sad, you should be alerters. When will it be my turn? When people mourn at my bedside and I have to bid farewell to them. Will I be feeling good when I go away? Some people struggle in bed, in hospital bed for years. Some people struggle in that last breath for days, sometimes for months, because of the karma they created for themselves. You created your own destiny. Could you explain a healthy way to look at the end of life? Why don't I change my question? Could you explain to me a way to get away from life and death? Not just to look at it. Is there a healthy way to look at it? Would you be deceived by what you're looking at? Don't just look at it. When my turn comes, how do I resolve it? How do I go in that path? That I'm not just an onlooker. I'm a practitioner. I'm a walker of the path, not just an onlooker of the path. How do I look at it? So what? I tell you how to look at it, so what? If you just look at it that way, like looking at the TV. I tell you to experience it, to walk it. So I just mentioned today the 9 stages of mental development. We just mentioned when you're doing meditation, you're achieving the samadhi through samatha and vipassana. And we explain it to you, there are 3 adjustments to meditation. The first is, adjustment stands for A, the 3 A's of meditation. 1, to posture, you already know. 2, To breath, you already know because you've got your object of attention. Adjustment to the mind, you know it today. So you got the 3 adjustments. Why did you practice it? To find out more about yourself. Open up that treasures inside of you. Don't say you're bored with life. Don't say you want to spend your time in watching televisions, telling on the telephone and your cell phone, and what are you doing in your daily life, in our daily lives? Why don't we spend our time in exploring the treasures inside of us? You'll find wonders. You don't need to find 7 wonders of the world outside. There are millions of wonders of the world inside of you, inside of us. So that answers this question. Next question, last questions. I have a very active monkey mind and struggle with chronic pain. Therefore, I have 2 obstacles to achieving a successful meditation session. Can you offer any suggestion? First of all, you have a very active monkey mind. So you said you have 2 obstacles to overcome. The first one is you have a very active monkey mind, and the second one is that monkey is sick. Not just in the mind, in the body too. He's always have chronic pain. How do we analyze this? Well, let's take a look at the chronic pain first, which could be a pain of the body, a pain of the back, of the head, somewhere chronic pain. What's the origin of this pain? What's the origin of this chronic sickness? We call it pain as a sickness, right? What is the cause of this sickness? Why don't we trace to the origin, to the cause of this sickness? According to Vimalakirti Sutra, Sutra, it says the Buddha is the doctor introducing medicines to cure all sentient beings of their sickness. And what is the cause of the sickness? The cause of the sickness is from the mind. It's from clingence, from attachment. It's from this illusory mind attaching to various things and creating all kinds of karmic energy to dominate yourself. In other words, we are constantly creating karma through speech, through our behavior, through our thoughts. What kind of behavior? You know it. And thoughts. All this karma you create this bad karma, which will result finally into bad effect. And this pain is because of this, what you've created, not only in this life, in the previous lives. Could be, I don't know, my guess is, could be you subject some animals to chronic pain. Now you're suffering from chronic pain yourself. How do people subject animals to chronic pain? I remember when I was in Hong Kong, I talked about how the bladder of a bear, of a black bear, could be used as medicines in Chinese medicine. And some of the manufacturers of medicine, they raise bear farms, and they catch black bears, and then they put them in cages. They open a hole in the body, and they use tubes to suck the bladder liquid out, and they manufacture medicines. And they have a lot of experiences in raising this kind of bears. They subject the bears to so much pain that the bears could not stand the pain. The bear commits suicide. How do they commit suicide? Because the hole was already cut in their body with no anesthesia. They just pull their guts out and they kill themselves. The bears have feelings, they kill because they cannot subject themselves to so much chronic pain. So they kill themselves. But the manufacturers were so clever. They tied the bears up so that they could not exercise their hands. So they were always constantly lying, and this hole is constantly there, sucking out the bladder liquid from there to manufacture medicine. And one bear could live for about 20 years in this way. Every day they suck 2 or 3 times. So I think they do an estimate of 17,000 times or 16,000 times per life, per bear. That's chronic pain, you know. You think just that country manufacture, use animal renderings to manufacture medicines? A lot of other countries, they mistreat animals. They subject animals to chronic pain. What's the effect? Maybe that's the reason why you subject yourself to chronic pain now. And of course, there are people who are struggling for the protection of bears. There was one lady it's a North American lady. I saw that lady on pictures. She was running everywhere to save those black bears, even in the country where they manufacture this bladder liquid. And I think his name is Mary or something. Her name is Mary. I don't know. I forgot. I saw her photo. So who do you choose to be? You want to choose to be Mary, the protector of bears, or the manufacturer, the killers of bears? That's your choice. Who do you want to be? I want to be the savior of bears. I don't want to be the killers of bears. So maybe it's because of previous life's karma. So what you do is you really have to repent. There is a way to repent on what you have done in the past. That's the reason why every Sunday we have a repentance ceremony. We're kneeling to the Buddha and say, whatever we have done in the past is because out of my greediness and my ignorance, I repent. I don't want to do them again. A repentance would wash away a lot of the sinful feeling. So you repent on what you have done in the past, and you're not going to do it again. And the Buddha would render blessings on you to remove your chronic pain, because the Buddha would be very sympathetic. The Bodhisattva, who are saviors and helpers of people who suffer, would try to help you out. So the first one is repentance. The second one is not to do any of those anymore. The third is always, maybe you chant the Buddha of Medicine mantra every day. I chant it every day. I chant at least 21 times. I chant the long form for 3 times and at least 21 times for the short form. Is that not that difficult? Namo Bhagavate Vaisajye Guru Vaiduraya Praparajaya Daragataya Arahate Samya Sampadaya Tariyata Om Vaisajye Vaisajye Vaisajya Samagati Swaha 3 times, and then you the short form. Om Vaisajye Vaisajye Vaisajya Samagati Swaha Om Vaisajye Vaisajye Vaisajya Samagati Swaha. And you are visualizing the Buddha of Medicine radiating Buddha of Medicine light on you to wash away your sin and to help you to recuperate. You've got to rely on other source to heal your chronic pain. If that pain arises out of karma, if that pain arises because and no other medicines can cure you. So you need the Buddha and Bodhisattvas help. So in that book that we have back there in the meditation hall, on that page, why don't you take a photocopy and go home and meditate and chant the Buddha of Medicine mantra, requesting the Buddha of Medicine's help to help you to alleviate, to lessen your chronic pain. And you repent, of course, for what you have done in the past that caused this chronic pain. And consider the pain as a repayment of debt. Yeah, I'm subject myself to a pain, but I'm repaying every day. Every minute that I suffer, I'm repaying what I have done, which is good. I'm lessening my karmic energy, my bad karmic energy. And I'm not going to do this bad karmic energy anymore. I want to pursue the Buddha's purification way, the Nirvana way. So that's how you do. In the meantime, I don't have the power to relieve you of the chronic pain. Don't come to me and say what kind of medicine I have. I don't have. But I can tell you through me, from the Buddha's teaching, to tell you that the mantra is your medicine. the more efforts to try to do it. If I were you, I would do it at least 108 times per day. I do my prostration and do my repentance and chant every day. In the future, we will have a picture or a statue of the Buddha of medicine in the second floor above the main kitchen. We'll have a big Buddha of medicine, and you can visualize that Buddha image, stature, and in your chanting, you can visualize that and radiating light on you. How about an active monkey mind? How do you do it? We already have explained it in the 9 stages of mental development. So to overcome that, you need mental placement, continuous placement, patch placement, close placement, taming, pacification, complete pacification, one-pointedness of attention, and balanced placement. It's all in that. It's all in the summary. And also, when you're meditating on that target, on that object of attention, do not pull so hard that you kill the monkey. You do it slowly and gradually. We have a few questions in here. The number 1 question: if you come across a spider walking across the sidewalk and you know it could get killed, or should you gently move it or let whatever happens occur, knowing that it is the spider's karma? Or is it better for your karma to save and rescue it? Karma, if I can give an example, karma is like a train going onto a track, a railroad track, a train going on a railroad track. The train itself, I'm just giving an example. It may not be the best example, but this is the example that comes to my mind. And the train itself there's a karmic force leading that train to a destination. And underneath the train, there is a railroad track. That track is the cause and effect. It would lead to somewhere within the boundary of the track of the cause and effect. What is cause and effect? You cultivate, you germinate a cause, a certain effect will come out. If you cultivate the effect of, say, for example, working hard, going to lectures and reading and studying, the effect would be you get an A in the examination, given that you have all other conditions. So a cost would come to an effect. There's no such thing as not studying and not attending classes and doing nothing and you get an A. There must be a cost and effect that ties onto it. You cannot get an A without studying hard. Unless, of course, you know the subject and you already have studied well enough. So everything is cause and effect, and we call it the law of causality. So the spider would, like a train, would go into the effect. But if you want to save the spider, then it's just like the person is on the train, and that train is doomed to have an accident, and you call that person to get off the train. Well, that would save him from getting the accident. You save him out of your compassion. You're caring for the spider. Out of your compassion, you want to save that spider from being killed. And you thought that that spider is going to be killed if it is walking across the sidewalk and people would just unnoticingly step on it. So it is out of your genuine compassion that you want to save, and that is a good cause. And maybe out of this good cause, you would also radiate enough energy to affect the spider too. The spider can realize, can feel your compassionate karma. And it throws onto the spider, and the spider gets compassion, and the spider would, in her future life, render compassion to others too. So out of compassion, as a bodhisattva's path of enlightenment, you should save the spider. You don't say, let the spider come to the doom itself, because the spider is dominated by its own karma. We don't do it like that. We want to save as much as possible. It's just like a doctor. You won't say, this patient is doomed to be dead. I don't want to try. Let the patient work out his own karma. You don't do it that way. You would like to save as much as possible. And if you know that train is leading to a destination of death, destination of accident, you will call the passenger to come off, to get off from the train. Would you? Or you don't care? So you would save the spider, even though the spider has his own karma. Mind you, that is also that you and the spider has the same karma in certain respect. That is death. It does not matter that spider die first or you die first. You are coming to the destination of death. We have suffering in this world. We know that. We have 8 sufferings. We all know that. And you cannot avoid this suffering. It does not matter how optimistic you are. And some people say, I still remember a few years ago, there was a young couple who came to the lunch, and I was talking about suffering. And he came from a country where they only allow one child born, and for that reason, that family would spoil the child because he's got only one child in the whole family. So that couple, both of them live in a rosy garden all their life. And when I was talking about suffering, I said, no, I don't believe in suffering. I don't suffer. Right now, I'm studying at Simon Fraser University. I got my marks. And then I'm driving a Porsche, and my boyfriend is driving a Mercedes, and we have everything. So why you say I'm suffering? And both of them are approximately about 20s, early 20s. They have not experienced any storm and wind and snow of life yet. Yet. I say yet. They would come. Sufferings would come. What are these sufferings that no one can avoid? Aging is suffering, death is suffering, sickness is suffering. Can you avoid them? Can you avoid sickness? Who can avoid sickness? No, nobody can. Can you avoid death? Can you avoid aging? Maybe you can postpone by doing facial, by nutrition, by putting in a lot of money to make up and all that, but time would tell. The time would come when no makeup can make you younger. No perfume can make you smell more fragrant because you get old man smell or old woman smell. You go to a nursing home, they come automatically because out of hormone balance. And yeah, so aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, departure from beloved ones is suffering. When your dear friend died, your dear relative died, you're grief-stricken. You suffer in that period when you feel grief, you feel extremely sorrowful. You don't think that is suffering? You cried every night. You thought about your mom, your dad, your grandchild, your granddad, your grandmom. How come they passed away? I love them dearly. Isn't that suffering? Emotional suffering? How about suffering from living with hated ones? You love your wife or you love your husband, or you don't. You just want to live together because you want to bind the children together. You don't want to get a divorce because you don't want your children to have a broken home. You don't want your children to be adopted. So you want to keep that relationship, but you hate each other. Or you live with each other because you want the estates, whoever died first. Oh, it happened. It happened in, I can't mention that place, that city, and very sensitive mass media. They can report families who are fighting for estates of the passed away, of the father. Every day they have news on the newspapers about fighting for, not just in rich families, they're fighting for estates. Even in a family where they only have maybe an apartment and a few drawings. The children could be fighting on the antiquities or some drawings, some pictures. They hate each other because no one wants to get less. The more you want, the more you desire more. And so you have suffering arising from aging, suffering arising from sickness, suffering arising from death, suffering arising from departure with beloved ones, suffering arising from living with hated ones, and suffering arising from insatiable desire. You always have wishes that you can't fulfill. You have good health, you may not have money. You may have money, you don't have good health. You're driving a Volkswagen, you want a Mercedes, you want a Rolls Royce, you can't have it. You're living in a poor shack, you want to live in Shaughnessy. So you always have desire that you cannot fulfill. You have a handsome boyfriend, or you have a beautiful wife, but you always think that the other wife is more beautiful. You always have insatiable desire that you cannot satisfy. And that is the sixth suffering. What is the seventh suffering? Suffering arising from the five skandhas. You know what the five skandhas are, the five aggregates? I don't want to go on. If we go on the five skandhas, we can spend half an hour explaining this. I'm just trying to do the first question. So, the spider, an interesting spider, that leads me 20 minutes of explanation. The spider, you spared his life, you save him, you radiate compassion on him. Hopefully, your compassion will change his karma of being killed now. And he may become your son in your next life and is repaying you. Whereas if you saw a spider on the road, you say, "I'll crush you to death," and you step onto it. He'll become your daughter that would ask for repayment for the next life. You killed me in my past life when I was a spider. I'm going to get from you now. You don't think that will happen? There are children who just get things from you. They don't repay you. How much have you repaid your parents anyway? Did you just get from your parents without any repayment? Did you fulfill your filial responsibility to your parents? Or you put them, or you don't care because they raised you up to give you the education, they love you, they all do all that, and now you have a family and you, maybe once in a year you go back to visit your poor dad and mom, and that's about it. How much they have nurtured you and how much you have paid back to them. Or we never think about repayment. Who cares? Because you have that responsibility to raise me. Because you're giving that holy responsibility to give. It's a one-sided love. You just give everything to me, I'd accept it. There's so many things, too many intricacies of life. It's not just breakfast and lunch and going to sleep and going to work. Did you ever think about this spiritual side of life? Or you're just looking for materialistic lifestyle non-stop? And you're just looking for quote-unquote happiness. What is happiness anyway? Is it just satisfaction of the material, Epicurean level of life? Are you happy? Are you happy where you are? Why do I come to this world? Where would I go? How do I lead a happier life? How do I react to others people? How do I enrich my spiritual life? How do I make myself and my companions and all those around me happier? Is it just by giving them material? Or is this just by having material style of life? Second question, if a person is suffering and has not asked for help or guidance, should one try to inform that person or instruct regarding Buddhism, knowing it may help and help that family? Well, you have to know the expediency of the situation. In other words, if there are causes for you to introduce the Buddhist teaching, try to introduce it as much as possible. If that's not the right, appropriate environment and you're forced through it, you try to convert. Don't try to convert people. Well, I have something that's good to me, and I want you to accept it. I'm giving you that. I want to convert you to be a Buddhist because I think that it's good for you. The other person says, well, no. Don't be opinionated. Get away from me. You won't get yourself anywhere. You have to find the appropriate way, the most expedient way, a comfortable way, a happy way to introduce the Buddhist teaching. Not just converting people. Not by brainwashing, forcefully. Why don't you do it like this? You improve your own behavior, your own speech. Through your own proper, considerate, compassionate behavior, they see something different in you. They will start to find out, how come Johnny has become a different person since he have started learning Buddhism? I want to know something more about it. How come Johnny has become more considerate, happier, and more compassionate to people? I want to find out. Why don't you do it that way instead of just talking, converting people forcefully? That's the second question. Third question. When a person dies, which is the proper procedure for burial or cremation? For bury or cremation? Why don't you ask him? You ask me? What is the proper procedure? Both can be proper. Both can be proper. I think you also ask the decision of the person who is going to pass away. And if he does not want to mention it, or if you shouldn't mention it to him, both are proper, as long as you do it right. There's so many things that you have to watch out for. For example, you cannot cremate that body immediately. You have to wait until at least 8 hours to move the body around. And there's so many things that you have to know about it. And if you are doing any ceremonial elevation of chanting of the Buddha Sutras for the passed away, you have to know when, where, and how. Looking at the history of some high monks, Xuanzang Fa Si, there was a good monk in the Tang dynasty. He passed away, he entered into nirvana. He wanted his body, before he passed away, he left his will that his body be cremated and then mixed with flour and some wheat, roll into balls and throw it in the sea so to let the fish enjoy it. In other words, distribute your causes, your good causes out. Feed the fish with the cremated bodies. Give it out. Even your body. Give out your body to all sentient beings. So he wanted his body to be cremated, mixed with flour like bread, and then dump it in small pieces to the sea so that his body can benefit the fish. And there's so many the ways of burial. So you have to find out yourself. Next question, what does Om Mani Padme Hum mean? As a Buddhist, should we be vegan or is vegetarian good enough? Thank you. So, what's the first part of the question? What does Om Mani Padme Hum means? I think many people here already know. Maybe you're not there's some classes that you haven't come to us. Om is the mother of all sound, the origin of all good deeds, the origin of all sound. Om. There are a few seed syllables, seed sounds in the Sanskrit language. It's Om, Ah, Hom, Hiri, Ram, Vam. All these are seed sounds, the basic sound. Om, Ah, Hom, all these are basic sounds that make up all of the Sanskrit language, the make up of sound. So Om is the origin, the mystic of all sound. And it also means listen. Listen very carefully. Here is a sound that is the most holy, that is the most compassionate. So Om is the origin of all sound. Matni is the most precious one on earth, or the most precious jewel. This is a simile for the Buddha nature inside of you. You have that Buddha nature in you where you can become the Buddha, when you can achieve Bodhi, you become enlightened. You have that nature in you. You have that nature in you to become the Buddha. You have that nature in you to be emancipated from all sufferings. You have that nature in you to be free from all mental afflictions. Now, but first of all, do you consider freeing yourself, liberating yourself from the suffering of life important? If you don't even think about that, you love this world so much that you don't want to go, how can you be away from suffering? I think the first lesson is we have to learn that there's really suffering in this world. So, Mani means the most precious in you. That is the Bodhi nature in you. You can be free from all this mental afflictions and suffering. That's what the Buddha said. The Buddha said, listen, that is something the most precious in you. Not just in you, in all sentient being. Padme, what is Padme? Padme is lotus flower. It is a simile for purification. A lotus flower is grown from the mud, the dirty mud. But the lotus flower is not attached to the mud. It comes out from the stem. In other words, it is living in the mud, but it comes out of it. In other words, it's purified. So you have to be like a lotus to realize that Bodhi nature. You have to purify yourself to realize that Bodhi nature so that you can be away, free from suffering. How do you purify yourself? What do you have to purify? You have to purify your behavior, your speech, and your mind. So Padme means purification of your mind. You have to purify that. Home means a Bodhi seat, the seat of enlightenment. So if I can put all these words together, Om Mani Padme Hum, what does it mean? In a sentence, it says, listen very carefully. You have that precious Bodhi nature in you, which can be realized by purification of your own behavior, speech, and mind. And if you do that, every time when you utter this mantra, a Bodhi seed is planted in your alaya consciousness, and that Bodhi seed will sprout and become very effective. One is the monk in the painting behind you. So that's the monk in the painting behind me. That painting was painted by a painter who passed away last year. at the age of 96, 戒文, Feng Jiewen. For about 20 years, he had been regularly attending our freehand style painting gathering for 20 years. About 10, 15, 17 years ago, not 17, 10 years ago, we used to have regular gatherings for lower mainland Chinese painters to gather here to do freelance painting. That's why we have so many paintings. All these paintings were from that gathering. We didn't buy this. If you go out and buy these paintings, it would be very expensive. But they were painted by people, impromptu painting, by lower mainland famous artists. They used to come here every first Sunday of the month. So this was painted on site. Within 1 hour, it was completed within 1 hour. And then he painted a monk sitting by the ocean side, on a cliff, more or less on a cliff, you know. And after he painted it, Mr. Cheng, who passed away 3 years ago at the age of 94, all these painters and calligraphers, they live long time. They have longevity. After he painted it, the calligrapher need to put words, Chinese words on it. Usually that's the style of painting. And then he asked me. At that time I was relatively younger than them. They're all 70s, 80s. And I was at my 40s or something. And I'm still not a painter. And he said, what should I put down? What poem, what gather should I put down there? There's a monk meditating on the ocean side. And then there's also waves, cliffs and pine trees. And I can see the waves up and down. And then I thought, oh, maybe that monk, it's Avalokitesvara, meditating on the ocean side. So I immediately recite that poem and I said, why don't we do it like this? It says, 动静二相了然不生. So I said, well, put those 8 words in there. So he put those 4 words in there. So I think there's no one who can explain this painting other than me, because I participated in it. Nobody else can. I wanted people who look at the painting to realize that is Avalokitesvara practicing on the ocean front, meditating. And when the waves come, when the waves come, that means there's motion. Avalokitesvara, this monk, was meditating on the ocean side. And what did he meditate on? What did he use to meditate in order to get realization? He meditated on his hearing faculty. You can meditate on your hearing faculty, you can meditate on your smelling faculty, you can meditate on your tasting faculty, you can meditate on your seeing faculty. So he was meditating on the hearing faculty. And he says, oh, there's waves coming. Wow, this wave's coming. And this wave's receding back, going back to the ocean. So it becomes quiet. When the wave rushes on shore, rushes in, when the wave rushes on shore, there's a lot of sound. And it's disturbing. But he meditates on the sound. Where does the sound come from? He meditate and he gets into his ears. And meditate on the hearing. So when it's disturbing, gets into his ears, and then immediately he wanted it washed out, getting away. It gets into my ears, my hearing faculty. I don't retain it. I don't want to retain it in my faculty. I don't want to say, just as I mentioned to you in the meditation, I don't want to say, it's a disturbance. It's terrible, roaring sound. I don't like it. It's disturbing me. I can't do my meditation. I don't like the sound. No. The sound comes in, it goes through the ears, the hearing faculty, and he allowed it to go out immediately with no retention, with no attachment, in and out, in and out. So when you meditate, here comes the noise, the ocean. First, the tide rushes in. For that reason, after practicing this in and out, he did not retain anything at all in his hearing faculty. It's pure emptiness. Motion and stillness does not come anymore because there's no motion. He does not recognize it as a motion. He does not recognize it as a stillness. So, 动静二相就是 motion and stillness, the two phenomena, 了然不生, have not arisen. Motion and stillness have not arisen. So, if you practice like that, no retention, no attachment, then you train your mind not to attach, then whatever comes in, it goes out. Whatever goes through the senses that you're attached to, it comes out immediately. Can you prevent them from coming in? You cannot. You cannot kill phenomena. You can only let phenomena do what they want to do, and you don't mix with it. It's just like there was a poem, 百花从你过，片叶不留声. So when you go through the bushes of flowers, not a single petal is on your shoulder. You're going through all these bushes of flowers and leaves, but after you've gone through it, not a petal, not a leaf land on your shoulder, because you don't attach to any of those. Can you do that? When we go through bushes of flowers and leaves, oh, worms and everything crawl in the back and all these leaves and all these petals. But in this case, no retention, no attachment, no motion, no stillness. What is motion and stillness? Motion and stillness is duality. We live in a world of duality, of discernment. This is motion, this is stillness, this is hatred, this is love, this is tall, this is short, this is rich, this is poor. You discriminate people, you discriminate. You analyze and discriminate immediately without being taught to do it. You discriminate. So, what is that monk in the painting behind me? Avalokitesvara. When he was a monk, he was practicing meditation on hearing faculty. Now, what do we learn from this? If somebody criticizes you unreasonably, or your family members yell at you, cursed at you, or when you're driving your next car driver was yelling bad languages at you, you don't respond by being mad. You just let it float out, in and out, in and out. No retention, no anger. Can you do that? Or you have to respond. I have seen people who fight in the road, two cars. They get down and they actually fight in Toronto. Yeah, because of yelling and cursing. So, who is this monk? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, meditating on the beach, on the ocean side, meditating on the hearing faculty. You can meditate on the hearing faculty too. Next question, what does the idea of non-duality mean? I just said it. Duality is in you discern, you analyze, discriminate, you attach a label to things. This is rich, this is poor. I dislike this, I like this. We always live in a world of labeling things, stereotyping things, stigmatizing things. The stereotyping, the stigmatization, and the labeling, all this come from what? Come from dogma, come from doctrines, come from opinions. And those could be dogmas, opinions of somebody else. So you are living, you're trapped in those dogmas, and you're living as a result of somebody else's opinion, because you have been educated that way, or you've been brainwashed that way. So what do? We should live in a world of non-duality. That does not mean that you don't judge. When you live in the world of duality, you don't discern what is good and what is bad and what is tall and what is short, then you become a senseless person. No. You just don't attach. You still can analyze, we just don't attach. In other words, your senses do not attach to your six senses do not attach to the six environs. Eyes do not attach to sight, ears do not attach to sound, nose do not attach to taste, tongue does not attach to, nose does not attach to fragrance and tongue does not attach to taste. And the mano does not attach to mental objects. And if you do that, then the seventh consciousness is being confined. The ego is being confined. He can't exercise anymore. As time goes on, he becomes weaker and weaker until it's disintegrate. No more ego. But if you exaggerate all your six senses, the ego is exaggerating at the same time. And we all do all these things without we noticing it. We don't notice that we don't notice we're arrogant. We don't notice that we are cruel. We don't notice that we are selfish. We don't notice those things because they're so innate in our personalities. Unless you really train yourself, you have been trained not to behave that way. So it's important to listen to the saints saying and teaching. It does not matter what religion, as long as it's an authentic religion, it's a religion that does not preach violence or sacrifice. So if it is a religion that has good doctrines behind it, it's better to have no religion. Okay, the last question. Since we are both with an ego, there must be a purpose for it. Does the ego not play a role of keeping us alive, the survival of humankind? There must be a purpose for it. Everything has a purpose, has a cause. You have that ego because you germinate, you cultivate that ego, because you wanted that ego, because you wanted that ego to go through the suffering. It's not a natural purpose. It's not a saintly purpose. In other words, you don't say that, oh, God created me with the purpose of an ego. That ego is cultivated by you yourself. There must be a purpose for it. That's hopefully we get rid of that ego. That ego pulls us down. That ego is responsible for us going to that ego prison. There's a prison for an ego, you know. You go to prison for that ego. Does the ego not play a role of keeping us alive? Yeah, the ego plays the role of keeping us in the ego prisoned. Yeah, it plays a role. It plays a role to keep the inmate in the prison. If you want to say, oh, that's the purpose. Okay, good. So I want that role to be played. So I want to play that role of being a prison inmate, living in that ego prison. Feel free. Adios. See you later. I'm not going there. I try to get out from there. I don't want to be in the ego prison. So, does that ego play a role of keeping you in that prison? Yes, it plays a very dominant role to keep you in the ego prison. If you prefer to be in the prison, you just be friends with him and carry on. I don't want to be. Is it the survival of humankind? It's the survival of reincarnation. It's the survival of suffering. It's the survival of mental afflictions. If you want to carry that kind of survival, be my guest. I'm not the host for that though. So I'm not going into that kind of survival. I want to get away from those mental affliction survivals. I want to get away from egoistic survival. I want to get away with that because that's the cause of suffering. So this afternoon, after we finish lunch, we may be going outside for circumambulation. So if you think that you need to put on a jacket, it's warm outside, it's sunny and warm. But if you think that you want to put on a jacket, when I'm answering this question, feel free to get up and put on your jacket, because we immediately go outside to circumambulate. So the first question: why do men and women sit on opposite sides of the meditation hall? Well, we answered that question many times. In a monastery or in a nunnery, monks or nuns, they lead a celibate life. No man and woman relationship. They lead a celibate, pure, clean life. And so during meditation, if you mix the men and the women together, particularly if it's a large group, they may bump into each other. There may be body contact involuntarily, body contact. And we want to avoid that kind of body contact because if you always subject yourself to body contact of the opposite sex, or if you subject yourself to appearances or video appearances of the opposite sex, that would instigate your sexual behavior. So that goes on to the further exposition that nowadays we have a lot of multi-telecommunication network. There are pros and cons in having massive telecommunication network. In the old days, we don't have that. And if you want to get videos, you have to rent it. But now you don't have to. It's easily accessible in the internet. For that reason, youngsters can get access to indecent videos. And if they always divulge themselves in those videos, it would affect their life. They may spend hours and hours on certain videos that they shouldn't be seeing. Their moms and dads may not even know about them. So it's just like a knife. It's good if it's sharp. You can utilize it to cut things, but you can also utilize it to cut yourself. There's always pros and cons in certain things. The issue is, how can you control yourself? Can you control yourself? Even adults cannot control themselves. How can children control themselves? I have seen adults who spend 4 or 5 hours in videos, in Facebook, on unnecessary stuff, and on games, computer games. I was told when I was in Hong Kong that the household head of the who is 30-something years old, and after work, he came home, and then he opened his computer, get onto the computer games, and played until 7:30 dinner time. And during eating dinner, he still play on the computer games, and then he continued until midnight. And he got crazy. The wife got crazy. The children were ignored. So there's a lot of problems in that. So if you are exposed to many of those things, it's not good for you unless you have good control. But who can control themselves? Who always come to the meditation class? Another secondary objective of meditation class is being able to control your own mind. to stop those things that you shouldn't be doing. But how many people come to meditation class? How many people would spend hours and hours watching unnecessary videos as compared to people who spend half an hour in a meditation class meditating? No one. Very few people would come on a Saturday morning to a temple spiritually and do meditation for half an hour. But millions of people would spend many, many hours on unnecessary videos in telecommunications. So you know what kind of society we are running into, we are marching into, we're getting into. So you're asking me, why do they sit opposite each other? We don't want too much exposure. We don't want too much body touch. We were concerned that we may not have the control. So that's the reason why we avoid it first. If you have good control, you don't need to avoid it, right? If you can control yourself, your mom does not need to take away your computer. But are you in control? There's so many beginners in meditation. If you're not in control, here's a lady sitting next to me and she looks great, so you just bump into her. You are just a beginner. You thought that coming to a meditation class is a social activity that you would get to know girls. There are people like that. There are people who go to churches not because of spiritual reason, because they want to strike up acquaintances with beautiful girls, handsome guys. They have the primary objective is to get to know people. So that's the reason why we put them on the opposite side. How come you ask this question? Maybe you're a first-time comers. If I mix them, you will ask the same question. How come you mix them? So, next, what is the meaning of the large reclining Buddha in the cafeteria? To make you comfortable, to make you feel that it's very comfortable. When a Buddha is sleeping, that's how he's sleeping, always on the right side. And when the Buddha passed away in the Nirvana, that's the position that he was taking when he was passing away in Nirvana. So, it does not matter in what posture you maintain. You could be sitting, you could be walking, you could be reclining, you could be sleeping. You always maintain the purity of mind. Does not matter what posture you are maintaining at that moment. You always maintain that purity of mind wherever you are, whether you are in silence, in quietude, or you are in a boisterous situation. Or whether you are in peace or you encounter atrocities. You're still in a purity situation. You're always in meditation. It does not matter what postures. Not just sitting, not just with leg crossed that you are purifying yourself in a meditation state. No. When you're sleeping, when you're reclining, when you are sitting, when you're walking, when you're running, even when you're talking, you always maintain that equanimity of mind, that peace inside of you. That peace is extremely important. This morning we were talking about happiness. If I can define for you, if I can, what is happiness, I would say happiness is to have peace of mind. If you don't have peace of mind, it does not matter how much money you have. It does not matter what properties you hold. It does not matter anything if you don't have peace of mind. But if you have that peace of mind, that's my definition, you have happiness. But even that peace of mind, how long would that peace of mind be? An hour? Half an hour? 2 hours? Certainly, I don't think anybody would have peace of mind in every second of their life. But you're looking for that. you strive to look for that peace of mind. And some people say, what's the meaning of life? Let's not talk about happiness. I read a book, that's a very famous book, maybe 25 million copies sold. It's written by Victor, what's that name? I forgot. Victor. It's a German in Nazi Germany concentration camp who was with the Jewish population, and he was able to avoid death, 1 out of 1,000,000. And he survived, and he wrote a book. His first name is Victor, I forgot his last name. 25 million copies sold. It's become a classic. You should read it. And what's the title of that book? Man in Search of Meaning. It doesn't say man in search of happiness. It says man in search of meaning. To have happiness is to live meaningfully. To have happiness is to have meaning in life. If you don't have meaning in life, you're living like a corpse. You've got to have that meaning. You strive to perfect that meaning, to fulfill that meaning. Do you have a meaning in life? I don't have any meaning in life. I'm looking for happiness, Venerable. I'm looking for happiness, but I don't have any meaning in life. I said, no. Don't look for that happiness. Throw that happiness away. But look for a meaning. We're in search of meaning. Do you have a meaning to live? If you don't have even a meaning to live, forget about happiness. You have a meaning to live, you're striving for that happiness. So we should not just read Buddhist teaching books, we should be reading other books too. An excellent book, In Search of Meaning. I read it all the time. Not just once. It's the I we seek, not the I that has manifested in this form. Or he or she must be listening to lectures all the time, because this is an intelligent question. I are not the I that has manifested in this form. Yeah. If not, how can karma be at work? It's the I we seek, not the I that was manifested in this form. The I, if the I you seek is not the true I. Anything you're seeking is not true. Are you still seeking? It's there. You just have to reveal it. It's a revelation instead of a seeking for it. The Heart Sutra said, there's no sound, no smell, no touch, no eye, no ear, no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, no suffering, no cause of suffering, no extinction, no path. There's nothing to be obtained. What are you seeking? You don't have to seek. You just have to stop running. When you stop, it reveals. You stop adding on dust onto your mirror of purity. You stop adding on dust on it. And at the same time, you are eradicating the dust on the mirror top. Then it's there. It's just the dust that covers it. It hasn't lost its reflectability. The dust just covers it. It hasn't lost the reflectability. So it's the I we seek, not the I that has manifested in this form. The I that is manifested in the form that you and I appear is not the true I. It's the body. It's the karmic body. It's the hotel that we're staying in for this lifetime. What hotel you're staying in? A 5-star? A 2-star motel? 3-star? You work it out yourself. You chose it yourself. If you did the right thing karmically in your previous lifetime, that is, you are generous, you are benevolent to people, you cultivate, you germinate all these good causes, then when you roll into the next life, into the next karmic body, You roll into a 6-star hotel, a presidential suite. Well, the presidents who live in presidential suites, cabinet minister suites. So, what do you prefer? Which hotel do you prefer? Is karmically, you work it out yourself. In other words, do you deserve? You deserve what you are having. If you are in a 1-star hotel, nobody gives it to you. You deserve it. You didn't work out. So, the eye that you are seeking is not the true eye. When you say I, that is necessarily a not I notion. When you're living in I and not I, hate and love, rich and poor, you're living in a world of, in a state of discrimination. You're not at it. You are fallaciously living in a world of delusions, a world of the recognition of wrongful recognition of inherent existence. You thought that this inherent existence of yours is true, is permanent, is independent. It is not. This body is not permanent. This body is not independent. This body is not given by a creator. How can this body be given by a creator? You create it out of your karma. If this body is given by a creator, that creator should have given you a good body. He will not be so cruel as to give you a body that is blind, that is deaf, that is crippled. He would have given you a perfect body. Would he? Otherwise, he wouldn't be called perfect creator. If you are a carpenter, if you are a perfect carpenter, would you create a desk that is crooked? You're only looking for perfection. You will work out a desk that is close to or almost perfect. And somebody said, well, he created a table without a leg for you. He wanted to trap you. He wanted to test you. What's the purpose? Giving you a booby trap to step on? Okay, I have 4 questions in here. The first question, I'm reading out these questions first. As a layperson, how can one recognize the difference between what is necessary and what is desire? Well, I'm sure that if you really sit down and analyze it, you know what is necessary and what is excessive. We talk about excessive desire. Desire is not totally bad, you know. When you desire to be good, you desire to be successful in your endeavors to, for example, to build a nursing home, in your endeavors to build up your business, and if you are a philanthropist who planning to donate your money out and all that for the public, desire is not necessarily bad. As a matter of fact, if you don't have desire, it's better to have desire than not to have any desire at all. I'm talking about good desire. Not, for example, greedy desire, sexual desire, for example, you know. So the desire to have enlightenment, the desire to be a bodhisattva, the desire to pursue the enlightenment path, it's good to have desire. So what is the difference between what is necessary and what is desire? Is it excessive? For example, if you can drive a Volkswagen to work, and that's good, why do you drive a Porsche? Why do you drive a Ferrari? Because in your hidden psyche, in your heart, you want exuberance. You want a manifestation of your wealth. You want to be proud of something. You know that's not right. You want to look expensive. You think that by driving a car like that, people will think you differently, will uphold you as someone who is wealthy, who is respectable, something like that. So you know a Volkswagen is good enough for traveling. So why do you have to look for something so expensive and luxurious? You know what is basic and what is desire. To have a meal to satisfy your hunger, maybe you need nutrition. You have bread, you have all the necessary nutritions, soup, vegetables or whatnot that satisfy the nutrition requirements. Why do you have to slaughter a lobster for its delicacy? Why do you have to kill a cow for beef, for sirloin steak? Why do you have to kill a hog for pork chops? Why do you have to kill a chicken for chicken breast? If you have enough nutrition, why do you kill animals for its flesh? Yeah. Why? If you have enough clothing, why do you kill the seal for its skin? In the north, they kill thousands of seal atrociously, cruelly, for their skin. They kill them alive. And why do you have to do that? Okay, that's the question. Next question. Thank you for the excellent lecture earlier. Well, how is it? Is it good? I need your feedback so that I can use the same points. Huh? Very good. Yeah, okay, so good. Good to have feedback. It's not that I like to listen to praise, but sometimes you know which approach you should be taking. Yeah, okay. Sometimes follow-up questions come to mind, but with the camera recording, some of us are reluctant to ask, is it permissible? Of course, it's allowable to ask, you're permitted to ask any questions. For example, we talked about the 5 skandhas today, and Avalokitesvara, when practicing the profound prajna paramita, perceived that the 5 skandhas are empty and thereby free herself from all suffering. But why? What are the 5 skandhas? I explained the 5 skandhas, and you can ask follow-up questions like, whatever questions about the 5 skandhas. When we talk about the 5 skandhas, sometimes we use 2 analogies. One analogy is pertaining to the smaller world, our body. Pick up the 5 skandhas. When we refer to the huge, large universe, we also have the 5 skandhas. The sentient beings and non-sentient beings. The non-sentient ones are the mountains, the lakes, the landscapes, the air, everything. And then there's people, there's sentient beings, which have feelings. And when they have feelings, that means they have perception, they have conception, they have volition, they have consciousness. The sentient being side. And also they have the non-sentient being side, which is the atoms, space, mountains, lakes, rivers, oceans, you name them. So it's also, you can use it in the smaller analogy of the body by using the 5 skandhas, and the larger analogy of the whole universe. And all of them, whether they be the smaller version or the bigger version, they belong to one exposition that we want to tell you. They are devoid of inherent existence. They're empty. They're sunyata. They are dependent on causes and factors. Don't mistake the condition for the unconditioned, and don't mistake the relative for the absolute. The unconditioned is unspeakable. The unspeakable Dharma. That's the enlightenment, the Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. That's the unconditioned. It does not, it rises above conditions. Tathagata, or the Buddha nature. All conditions are regarded as dreams and mirages. They should be regarded as such. So don't mistake the condition for the unconditioned. Don't mistake the relative for the absolute. Outside of the mind, there's no appearances. Relative arises from the mind. When the mind thinks of relations and distinctions, then you're thinking of relativity. When you're thinking of relativity, you're being locked up in the conception of duality. This is poor, this is rich, this is ugly, this is beautiful, this is hatred, this is love, this is my friend, this is my enemy. You're in relativity. What is the absolute? The absolute is unspeakable Dharma. The absolute is Tathagata. It's beyond the playful words. It's beyond playful conceptions. It's beyond playful perception. Certainly deceitful perceptions. It's beyond the store consciousness. If you can contemplate and realize by actually experiencing it that the 5 skandhas are empty, then thereby you're free from suffering. Because you know there's an end for the suffering. Because you know that if you realize sunyata is the remedy or the antithesis to cure this misconception of mistaking the condition for the unconditioned, mistaking the relative for the absolute. Sunyata is the remedy for that. So you understand emptiness, there's the antidote for it. When you understand it fully, understanding fully does not mean that it's understanding the words. I'm academic. If I'm an academic, how do you pronounce that? Academic person? If I'm an academic, I always think in terms of just the words and the conceptions. And I understand, of course, emptiness, but I don't get realization because I attach to the words. I treat it as like a book. But it's different from actually experience it. Experience the emptiness. And experiencing the emptiness is through, not by reading the book. It's by meditation. It's by the mind realization. If just by reading a book and understanding sunyata and emptiness, then all academics become Buddhas. That's not the case. Okay, that question is answered. Next question. Many animals' parts are used in human life, including clothing, shoes, cleaning, hospital stitches, even used in computer memory. Should we stop using all those? Is it possible that the world, giving the misconception of misunderstanding the truth, stop to use all these things? Because of karma, that they always will be using this. When we purify our karma, then we will stop using it. How can you stop people from using it? It's by letting them realize wisdom. They stop automatically. You don't force them. If you force them, you get opposite effect. The Buddha don't force people to believe in him. It has to be by gradual education that they understand that cruelty is not acceptable, or they understand compassion is the way to go in a peaceful world. You do not stop it forcefully. You have to spread the wisdom. You have to be like an evangelist who's preaching the gospel, for example. You don't force people. You don't hold a sword in one hand and a book in the other and say, read this book, and if you don't, chop. You don't do it like that. Next question. In the sutra, it is written, the sixth realization is that poverty fosters hatred and anger. I have met many people, happy people that have very little. Could the sutra be referring to spiritual poverty? Well, the spirit, it refers to both. When you say that you have met many happy people that have very little, I assume that you fully understood them. They are very close to you, and you actually read their mind. Some people may appear happy, but they're not happy. Imagine if you're always deficient in supplies. Would you be happy? If people are living in a house, a reasonably good house, and you're living in a shack that's leaking, in the wintertime there's no heat, you're in poverty, or maybe you are living in a shack built of Coca-Cola cans. In some countries, yes, I've seen that. You call that poverty, right? You're living in a shack that is just metal, covered with metal. In the summertime, the sun is shining on it, and you're like living in an oven. You think, I'm happy living in an oven, I'm sweating, I'm happy, I'm happy. When they come out, they may feel happy, but do you really understand whether they're happy or not? If you're always in constant poverty, if you are sometimes in poverty, and you have to drive to be better, you have to drive to improve, then you may be happy after gradual improvements. If you're living in poverty and you say, I like poverty, I don't have to work, I'm free, I don't have to be working for somebody, I don't have to get pressure and tension for that, it may be good for a while. But then if you're in constant poverty, I don't think you will feel happy. Now even that, in here, the sutra refers to if you are in constant poverty, and generally people who are in constant poverty would foster hatred and anger. because they are not satisfied with the current situation. People who are in constant poverty, usually they're not satisfied with the current situation. If they are satisfied with constant poverty, they may fall into two groups. These people fall into two groups. One is they're enlightened bodhisattvas. Poverty to them is nothing. He's just required a bowl of rice per day, and he's happy the way he is. He's enlightened. When he's in meditation, he does not even need food. It's just like the taxi cab driver uncle. He says, I'm going to go into a cave for 7 years, close the cave door, nothing inside. I'm not going to cook, no cooker, no phone, everything, nothing. And I'm meditating in there. After 7 years, you open the cave door. If I'm dead, let me die. If I am not dead, I'll come back with a message. Now that's the kind that is in poverty. He has nothing. He's just got a cave. Is that poverty enough? Just a cave and a piece of stone surrounding you. But he's enlightened. Are you talking about me? Did you meet these kind of people? If you did, please introduce them to me. I need enlightenment. And I like to get some teaching from them. On the other hand, there's another group of people. They live in poverty. They're not enlightened. They're not satisfied. And even in this group of people, they're not enlightened people. They fall into two groups too. One, they want to get out of poverty. The other, they don't know how to. Which group do you prefer to be in? You want to be in poverty and you don't know how to get out of poverty? The Buddha says you have to be diligent, you have to improve. You must get out of poverty. Not just you yourself getting out of poverty, you help all your folks to get out of poverty. The first question, in the Christian church, a man and a woman are officially married by a minister or priest. How does a Buddhist man and woman become officially married? Please explain. In the Buddhist canon, a Sangha member, a monk, for example, cannot act as a middleman in a marriage. In other words, he should not be signing. There's something to sign. I mean, in a wedding, in a marriage, you have a witness, and the government authorize certain people, ministers, priests, to sign papers about a marriage, to witness it. But according to the Buddhist canon, the Buddhist precept, a Sangha member, a monk, cannot be the go-between. So a monk should not serve as a middleman, or the marriage should not be administered by a monk. It's against the precept. What's the logic behind it then? I think what's more important is to tell you what's the reasoning behind it than just telling you no. We don't do it like that. I think the most important is the logic behind it. Logic is, when a man and a woman gets in love, there's so many possibilities. They could be madly in love, they could be foolishly in love, they could be ephemerally in love, they could be eternally in love, or they could be looking for a one-year stand, or a try-out, or cohabitation. I mean, when they love each other, is it really true love, or it's true love on the surface is actually the sexual appeal that's the main thing? Or are there any intentions behind the mind of this couple? Maybe I'm just creating scenarios. Maybe the man is an 80-year-old senior, and the woman is an 18-year-old beauty. Oh, that happens. Why? Because the 80-year-old had a total estate estimated to be 100 million. So the 18-year-old said, well, that's what I'm looking for, wealth. I don't care. Well, he's 80 now and he's not going to live until 100, so I have another 20 years to go, then I'll become 38. I can be remarried at 38 with 100 million estates. Right now, I'm only a secretary working for $12 an hour. That's a menial pay. That's not a respectable pay. I don't like it. So there's so many intentions behind it. And also, we cannot see through the karma of this marriage. Some man is married to a woman, or some woman is married to a man because the woman in her previous life was hurt by the man. And the woman in this life came back to get him, to get even. One of repayment of debts, one of repayment of emotional liabilities. There's so many liabilities, not just money, not just monetary liability, the debit and credit. Liability is always in a credit position. So you own them something. But not just money, sometimes emotions. If you're owning emotions, you're in trouble. Because he would be the wife that wouldn't cook for you. He would be the wife that would be committing adultery. And he would be the wife who does not know how to teach children. And you regret for having a wife like that. So there's so many possibilities in the outcome of a marriage. I still remember when I attended a marriage back in the early 1970s. My fellow students, a young man and a young woman, third year university, expecting to graduate next year, and they couldn't wait. They want to go to City Hall to get a marriage certificate. So they have a ceremony to do. And of course, everybody dressed nicely, and I was invited to be one of the members in it. So we went through the ceremony, and all the fellow students, 12 or 13 together, witnessed the signing, the signature, and all that. And I look at the magistrate, the judge, and when the judge was performing this recitation of phrases from the Bible or from books about, you have to, I can't remember those phrases. You have to love him until you die, and something like that, and then you won't forsake him in the winter, in the summer, in the spring, and a lot of conditions. Through thick and thin, you won't forget, you will forgive him for what he has done wrong to you, and you will always be protecting her and things like that. And the judge was doing this doing a rigmarole of a language. It's just like he could as well turn on the tape recorder and then he shut up, because he did that every day for 16, 20 times. He becomes senseless. And we were joking. If we know this judge, we would ask him, "What do you feel when you perform this kind of ceremonies?" Oh, I don't know. Maybe they last a month or 2 or 3 or 1 year. Sometimes the probability of these people going through more than 20 years is almost like 0. So it's become so routine, So as monk, we don't perform that. And of course, when we talk about a marriage, we always talk about something that is related to it, the opposite of it. That is divorce. There's procedures for divorce, you know. Same as procedures for marriage. And I read a book, and I still remember that book is the best I have, which means that the best author in North America is going to, over the world, is contributing what he or she consider as her best essay. So there was a lady in Jerusalem, and she was having a divorce with her husband, and she went through all these routines, and it was quite an experience going through that. So there's divorces and marriages, and we don't know the outcome. We don't know the consequences. We don't know the intentions. Whether the intentions are pure and impure, we don't know. So how can we act as someone who witnessed something that we don't know? That's the logic behind it. And also, we are advocating celibacy in the Sangha order. If you are tied up in the cocoon or of a family, it's similar to the cocoon that the caterpillar is in. You're born inside it. You cannot practice. Because when you have a family, so when you start out with yourself as a teenager, and then you go to university, and then you have a dating, and then you plan on a marriage, and then you get married, and then you have kids, and when you have kids, then you start to worry about the health of the baby, and you get up late, early in the morning, and late at night to feed the baby. You know, all these things go through all the intricacies of life. You may not like it, and that would take away a lot of the time that you should be assigned for practice, for salvation, for liberation. Then you don't have that. So a marriage binds you, I think. I think there's a word, and I have to utter the Chinese word first. 結婚係愛情嘅墳墓嚟嘅。結婚是愛情的墳墓。So that means marriage is the grave of love. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that's enough for this question. I don't want to go on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Well, in the meditation hall, you talk about suffering. Is it right to assume that when you get older, you go through, you experience more suffering and you are wiser? Well, if when you get older, you get wiser, let me make a suggestion. In our next January election, when we elect the Prime Minister, why don't we go to the nursing home to pick one? Wouldn't it be easier? Oh, who are the oldest in the nursing home? You're 100, you're 102, 103. Okay, let's pick the 103 to come out as the candidate for the next Prime Minister. Because if going by age suggests a wiser mental attitude, then we just choose the most senior to be the Prime Minister. Not necessarily true that if you're getting older, you're getting wiser. Sometimes when you're getting older, you're getting more obstinate. You don't want to change. How can you teach an old dog new tricks? There's a saying that you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. So don't go by that assumption. And don't assume that also, thinking on a parallel line, don't assume that the more you read about the Buddhist books, the more intelligent you would be, the more enlightened you would be. If just by reading sutras, then you become enlightened, then all the professors are already the Buddha. They spend their lives reading. They're just academics. They bury themselves in the ivory of the academic environments. They don't practice. I know professors who specialize in Buddhism and became so good at it, so eloquent, so articulate in it, that he's become very famous. But when I talk with him in certain discussions and I understand more, his whole family is Christian. He does not believe in the Buddha. He's just treated as a philosophy. So, how can you say that being wise, being older will be wiser, and reading more and more and more will be enlightened? Just by reading wouldn't get you enlightened. You have to practice it. And also, in the Hinayana approach to Buddhism, there are the two kinds of Hinayana saints who become successful in Hinayanas. One is the Stravakas, the other is the Pratyeka Buddhas. The Stravakas, in the Chinese language, is Singman. The Stravakas, they have to listen to lectures and read books and practice to become enlightened. The Pratyeka Buddhas, no. They did not live in a world where Buddhism is prevalent, where you have readings of sutras, where you have sutras and abhidhammas. They just enlightened by what? By self-meditation. They just watched what happened, and they get enlightened. When they saw flowers in the wintertime, well, in the springtime they saw flowers blossoming and in prosperity, and they were meditating. Oh, these flowers are beautiful. And then another month, snow comes, and they say, oh, now these flowers, or autumn comes, the flowers are dropping. And they understand immediately life and death. In other words, they get enlightened through environments, through what happens in front of their eyes, instead of through just reading. And they become enlightened that way too. Okay, next question. Is karmic debt reward absolute in its predetermination of an earthly existence, or is there a balance between karma and free will? And if there is, where is it? And how does an individual find or approximate it? So the question is there a balance between karma and free will? I don't quite follow what you mean, so I have to make assumptions. When you say there's a balance between karma and free will do you mean that there's no karma? There's nothing that has no karma. Now, if you mean that free will is you can do anything you want without subject to any causation, any karma, then you're wrong. Everything that you do, every word that you utter, every thought is subject to karma. Every thought creates energy, and when it creates energy, it's subject to karma. Nothing is not dominated by karma. Sometimes karma could be good karma, it could be bad karma, it could be neutral karma. Not every karma is bad, you know. Not everything you do is bad. Sometimes you do good things, that creates good karma. You're compassionate, then you have the karma of compassion. So when you say there's a balance between karma and free will, I don't quite follow. Free will, yes, you are free to do what you want, but whatever you have done, whatever you have thought, whatever you have spoken, would be subject to causation and karma. You can't get away with it. In other words, actually, strictly speaking, you're not free. You are not free. You are free in what you're doing, but you get bound by it. You will suffer because of what you have done. You have to bear the consequences of it. You're not free in that case. You're not liberated yet from reincarnation. You still live in that bondage. You still go through samsara life. We all have a samsaric life. How can you have free will? Yes?
Free will is karma-driven. Free will is a delusion.
Yeah, free will. Free will, what is free will? Free will dilutes you. You think you are free? Yeah, you are free to do bad things, but then karma would get you. There's no... when we are in this body, we're not free. I still remember when I studied French literature, during the French Revolution, there is a philosopher, I forgot his name, Russell, or I forgot his name. He said, they talk about freedom everywhere, but I saw everybody in chains. I forgot that name, the name of that. It's interesting to know that name. So that French philosopher said, yeah, you talk about freedom, but everybody is in chain. He implies a lot of things. Not just in chains, in material chain, in the iron chain, your mental chain. The mental, you're living with that mental, that mentality changed you. That ego imprisoned you. When you have an ego imprison you, that your own ego, how can you be free? It's only by crumbling the ego wall, then you are free. Imagine if you have a wall surrounding you. That's what we call ego, right? Ego. And you only have certain space to exercise, certain space to be free, but you're not free. But the ignorance is, but the main important thing is, you're not free in there. Yes, we are not free. But do you know that we can be free? You're living within that ego wall of yours. And do you know that if that wall crumbles down, you're free? That's what we want. We want to be free. We're not free now, but you want to be free. We want to be free. If you want to be free, the first thing to do is you got to be interested in freeing yourself. If you find yourself so comfortable in that prison, how can you ever be free? You don't even know there's freedom outside. You've been a frog living in a well, restricted to the view of the sky. You're a little frog in that well, and you think that, oh, that's the sky. The sky is only that shape. It's only a circular shape. But the sky is not circular shape. It's just you've been restricted by your view, that little frog. And one day there was a big frog who fell into the well, and they talked about philosophy. The bigger frog said, have you seen the sky? Oh, of course, every day I see the sky. It's a circular shape. And the big frog laughed, said, oh, the sky is circular shape? The sky is unlimited. No, I don't believe you. How can the sky be unlimited? It's only that you have seen it that you know the sky is unlimited. So actually, you think you're free? You're not free. But you wanted to be free, though. Do you want to be free? If we don't want to be free, we can stop it right here. But you want to be free. So how do you do? What do you do if you want to be free? Remember, this ego prison is not all sealed up with every brick unobstructed. There's windows, the little holes in there. There's windows in it. Or sometimes, if you're interested, then you try in every way to chisel it, to make sure that, hey, can I get this ego prison wall crumble down? So maybe you don't have a window. Okay, you open up a small window and you look outside. Wow, there's another space outside. What's the analogy of this? I have seen the Buddha's teaching. Oh, that's the view. I can be more free than living in this prison. You start to be interested in getting out. The first ray of sunlight comes in, the sunlight of freedom, illuminates that little 1 inch of your eye hole in the prison, and you feel delighted. Yeah, I came to the temple for meditation. I sat for half an hour and I got so peaceful. That's your little hole that's been opened up for you. You've seen it. You have a glimpse. You have a glimpse of that freedom because you meditated in that temple. You have a glimpse. But is that all? You don't want just a glimpse. You want to be all free. So you look for it. You look for the freedom. That's the objective of your whole life, looking for freedom. You get it. People in France in the 1800s, they struggled for the they struggled in the French Revolution, and finally they got Louis XVIII onto the guillotine. They reformed the whole country and they become free. They become free. Do you want to be free? Your choice. Your choice to be free or not. If that is a balance between that, where is it? And where is it? It's an interesting question sometimes to say, where is it? You don't have to look anywhere. You've got it. Don't look anywhere. You've got it. And I repeat it again, if you don't understand. You've got it. Where is it? It's here. It's right in your mind. You want to be free? You work at it. You have that mind to be free. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. The mind becomes the Buddha, you can be the Buddha. The mind wants to go to hell, then you go to hell. So where is it? You don't look anywhere. You've got it. Why are you still looking? It's just like when you stay in a temple and you've been meditating with using that technique of Anapanasati, and after 1 year you get bored. So what's the next step? Where am I going from here? I said, you don't have to go anywhere. Keep on. You just keep on. It's just like when you're in Alberta drilling for oil, you drill 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, and you drill 5 feet after 1 year, and you said, what is oil? I'm not going to wait until another year. I go into another well. You start to drill another surface. You drill another 5 feet, and you say, I abandon this. I go into another well. You drill 100 wells in your life, and you never got one successful. But if you drill and drill and drill, don't look anywhere. You've got it. Right there. You penetrate. You persist. That's one of the 6 paramitas, you know? Tolerance, endurances. That's a requirement in Prajna Paramita. Tolerance, endurances. Have you got that? If you haven't got it, you really have to conjure your energy to work at it. To gather your energy and work at it. So, and how does an individual find it or appropriate it? You don't have to find it. You've got it. It's your own mind. You work your own mind. Can I meditate it for you? You say, Reverend Lee, I'm not coming on Sunday. Can you meditate for me? Oh yeah, I can meditate for you. Nobody can meditate it for you. How can I help people to understand about karma? If they would like to be ignorant, sometimes I'm so sorry about it. Well, they have the choice. If they want to be ignorant, then you don't force yourself to convert him. When you talk about the Buddhist teaching to anybody, don't think about converting someone. Think about just giving an opinion on what you think about your own practice. No, sir, I want to convert you into a Buddhist. Don't think about that way, because the time hasn't come for them. If the time hasn't come for them, they cannot do it. There was in the history, in the Chinese history, there was a man who was a minister in the Song dynasty, and he was involved in fraudery. He was involved in imprisoning a hero and got the hero killed. So he did a lot of bad things. He died, and he went to hell. And then there was a monk. It was written in an essay here. We can research the essay to find out the name of that essay. And then the monk went down. Maybe Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva went down to hell to save him, with the intention of saving him. And if anybody can utter a word, a Buddha's name, a seed is planted. Om Mani Padme Hum, a seed is planted in your consciousness. In other words, if somebody told you to do something, if you said this is what you do, and you keyed it in the keyboard, it will be in your memory forever. And when the time comes, that will come out, and then it will start to learn. So in other words, if you come to the temple with no intent, with no attention, and you just come to the temple and heard a monk singing or chanting Namo Amitofo, oh, it's just as interesting. It gets planted in your mind as an energy. Then with that seed, we call it energy seed, it does not matter in which life later in the future, it would sprout. So this monk thought that, okay, that minister was suffering in hell. I wanted to go down to save him. So he had a talk with him, and he said, can you chant Namo Amitofo? So in other words, to plant a seed of Namo Amitofo in that man, in that vicious man who's suffering in hell, so that in the future he may get out of hell and he will be a different person. He would go on the enlightenment path. And that man said, I don't like this stuff. If he said, I don't like Namo Amitofo, then that's good enough, because you already uttered the name. But he didn't even utter that name. He just, I don't like that kind of stuff. But if I don't like the Buddha, then he got enlightenment, because that seed is planted in him. Okay, so if someone is ignorant, what can you do? You can't change him. You can change his ignorance. He will suffer. But sometimes if you cannot talk a person into something, but you can influence someone by your own behavior, by your own, for example, if he is your family member, if he knows, although he's ignorant, he does not want to hear you out on Buddhism, but if he knows that since you believe in the Buddhist teaching, you become a different person. You are kind, you are compassionate, you are more considerate than before, you're not yelling as much, you're not egoistic anymore. He saw an abrupt change in you. Then he's been influenced. Then he knows, wow, you're a different person. You were not like that before. Oh, honey, you yelled at me before, and how come you're so soft-spoken now? I believe in the Buddha. Oh, yeah, is that right? Then he will change. Right? You change someone by your action, not by words. You change. You want to change someone? Change yourself first. You want to improve someone? Improve yourself first. Okay, that's how you do it. What is the best way to deal with anger? The best way to deal with anger is practice compassion. Always be kind, always think about compassion, being compassionate to others, helpful to others. But when you have anger, you know that this anger will not be helpful to others. If you're angry, you will make that person angry, and that will be incompassionate to him or her. That will make him angry. You're not kind. So you make that person happy. You're always aiming at making people happy, then you will not be angry. Because when you're angry, the respondent would not be happy, because you show your angry face. First question, Reverend, when the temple construction is complete, how will the temple be different? Any events, any retreat, any cooking classes? When the temple is completed, It's almost completed now. When we take away all the scaffolds, there are expansions of area in both buildings. Our kitchen is 30-year-old, so we want to renovate it and make it a bigger kitchen. We put in more facilities like baking facilities, for baking, for steaming, and a better ventilation and all that. Thanks for conscientious donors and devotees who donated. Construction is very expensive, so any donation is welcome, but we've been supported by quite a few donors to complete this project. How will the temple be different? We will have more space, then we can organize more activities. One of the many activities we have been talking about, we haven't really initiated it, is the cooking class. Now, when the kitchen is complete, and then the dining area, of course, the lunch dining area, if we go by the ceremony, will be in here. All the other lunches will be in that dining room in there. I'm thinking of something in my mind. Quite a few people have been encouraging me and some other people to organize cooking classes. Why don't we do it this way? We have been researching into good dishes, Oriental dishes, veggie dishes, and we have a group of people, basically the staff, who organize a committee to write up the recipe, to print the menu, to discuss as to what ingredients to use, what are the organic ones and what are the inorganic ones. They are in that area. They are working on the Oriental veggie food. But why don't you start the Western Western food? Any volunteers? Maybe a bunny can start to write up some names later. We need a group of people to research into Western veggie. In other words, it's always in my mind, every country has its specialties in veggie food. For example, Germany. In Germany, they have quiche, right? Is that what they call it? They're famous for that. You can just put veggie in there. They don't put any meat in there. So every country can, if that's where your native country, where you come from, you always can dream up something that can introduce to your group. Then you put all the material together, the recipe together, the cooking methods together, and then we have a section on Western veggie. We have a menu on Western veggie. We don't need a variety. We need maybe one or two soup, some noodles, maybe bread, or even sandwiches, or even a veggie burger, or lots of materials. In linguine, no egg linguine. Well, why don't you look for it? I have been looking for spaghetti linguine with no egg in it, and I think there are such a thing, because some people, they don't eat egg, so they produce linguine like that, and maybe organic ones. So now I'm rolling the ball back to you. You want me to organize a cooking class? Why don't you give us some information? We're working on it on the Oriental side. Why don't you form a committee members, maybe 6 or 7 people, researching on the recipes, taking pictures, getting information from a Google, internet, website, you name them, organic ingredients or inorganic ingredients, steam, fry, deep fried, or whatever. Each country has its uniqueness in food preparation, and so can you come up with some names? Can Bunny come up with some names? And then you research, and you don't need a lot. Maybe about 20. 20 will be sufficient. When you go to a restaurant, when you look at the menu, it's 50, 60, 70, even 100. We don't need that. We just need 20 good ones. Representative of good food in the country of origin where you come from. So if you're from Vietnam, oh, that's soup noodles, excellent soup noodles from Vietnam. If you're from Italy, oh, I love Italian food. Spaghetti, veggie spaghetti, pasta. French cooking cuisine it's one of the best in the world. They have veggie too. So I'm waiting for you. So next time when you ask me, what's the cooking class? I'm waiting for you to give me the material. Don't ask me, I'm asking you. You give me all this information and we start the cooking class. Okay, next. What's the meaning of Buddha lying down here in the dining room? The Buddha lying down, a reclining Buddha. When we do meditation, we have sitting meditation, we have walking meditation, we have chanting meditation, and we have reclining or sleeping meditation. And so in other words, whatever you do, you're always in control of your mind. You always know what you're doing. It sounds simple. Of course, I know what I'm doing. No, actually, there are many times that we don't know what we are doing. We don't know what we are talking. We don't know why we are acting like that. Some people did something wrong. He said, I didn't know. I don't know why I hurt him. At that moment, I was so mad that I just did what I shouldn't have done. I mean, our mind is not under our control. So that signifies sleeping, walking, reclining, sleeping, sitting. You must have a mastery, conceptualization of your mind. You must be in control of your mind. If your mind is under your control, as an initial step, you're on your way to enlightenment. Because first of all, if your mind is under control, everything you do will be based on the righteous path. But make sure that you have the right foundation to support your controlling mind. My mind is under my control, but if I don't have a good foundation, I don't have morality standard. For example, my mind is under control, but I'm selfish, I'm egoistic, I'm always mad. My mind is under my control. So you're not on your way to enlightenment. It's just like there's so many intelligent people who were destroyers of the world. See, for example, in Germany, in the Second World War, the Nazi Germany, they had powerful mind, but they used the mind the wrong way. Put persecution of the Jewish community. So we have to watch out that. We must put our mind in a moral, with the right foundation, in a moral way. So that's answer the questions. What is the origin of life according to the Buddhist teaching? When you say, whenever we are thinking, we always think, what is day one? There must be a day one. Well, how do I start? There must be a day one. There must be a beginning. There must be a beginning in life. But if you think logically, if you have a beginning, there must be an end. You're talking about beginning because we live in a world of dualistic thinking, dualistic conceptualization. And this dualistic thinking has been erroneously put in our mind since many, many lives before. And if there is a beginning, then there is an end. If there is an end, then actually you have conceptualized yourself by thinking of nihilism, which means that something will come to an end. I have a beginning of an end. So if I end this life, there's no more life. So you believe in an ending. If you believe in a beginning, you believe in an ending. If you believe in an ending, there's no need to seek for enlightenment. Because after this life is ended, there's no more life. I can do whatever I want. As long as I'm happy, I can lie, I can steal, I can kill, I can do whatever I want, because after this life ended, no more. As long as I'm happy, I'm okay. That is a very dangerous concept in the mind. And also, when the mind thinks, the mind always thinks in terms of what you experience now. And we haven't gone beyond conceptualization. If you want to know the origin, the real origin of certain thing, you really have to trace the causality of it. If we want to find certain cause, in the middle, in between is easier. But if we go to the very origin, your mind has to go further beyond. According to the sutra, the human species came from heaven. People from heaven descended onto this world, and they started to live a life in this world, and they couldn't go back. They fly here. In other words, they have the capability of just going out of their kingdom, whatever heavenly kingdom they have, and then they descended to here. And then they love this place and they start to settle down. They start their life, and that's how it's got beginning. We just take a cross section of life and look at it. We are many thousands, thousands of years ago. It's from heavenly species to come here, and we landed in here, and since then we couldn't go back. But as the Buddha said, the origin of life goes beyond conceptualization, and it takes time and it takes deep analysis to find out. And the Buddha said, you want to know the origin, already you fall into dualistic thinking. Already you fall into erroneous comparison of both sides. It's either there must be good and there must be bad, tall and short, rich and poor. You always try to discriminate and compare. Now, if the Buddha told you the very beginning, the Buddha could have the insight and the wisdom of going very far beyond. But the Buddha said, going far beyond takes another brain of yours, an enlightened brain, to understand what he will be telling you. In other words, I'm a 2-year-old and I ask my mom, "Mom, where do I come from?" And mom starts to explain biology. It's the coming together of two cells. And then these two cells fuse. And you fuse it together, and then why did it come together? So many reasons, so many biological, physiological reasons that the 2-year-old said, "Mom, oh yeah, I don't." Would the kindergarten understand? So mom just said, according to some Chinese stories, the mom said, "You were born from a rock." It's easy to say. You were born from a rock. Or you were born from mom's armpit. They didn't even mention born from the organ, from the reproductive organ, because they don't want to touch on those sensitive areas. So when our intelligence level, our wisdom level is at that level, it does not matter how the Buddha explained it to you, and the Buddha will have to explain it maybe using long time and elaborate on details on how to talk to you. So why would the Buddha spend all this time explaining it? And the Buddha further gave us a parable or saying that there was a man who was at a crossroad and he was traveling. And then suddenly an arrow came, shot from an area and hit him, hit his very close to his heart. Not directly at the heart, but it was so strong that it's very close to the heart. He didn't die instantly. He was almost dying. He was dying. He was lying on the road because it was an arrow shot into his body. And all these others passers-by gather around and say, "What happened to you?" "Oh, I got shot by an arrow." There are a few guys gather around him, and one guy said, "Where did the arrow come from?" Another guy said, "The arrow must be coming from the east." Another guy said, "What is the arrow made up of? Is it made up of stone, of wood, of metal?" The other guy said, "No, I think it's made up of plastic." So they keep on discussing and getting a discussion. And then finally one guy said, "Hey guys, you're stupid. He's going to die. Let's rush him to a hospital first. Don't ask too many questions about the origin, about what is this arrow is made up of, about this, about that. That's nothing to do with saving." So the question you ask is nothing to do with saving your life now. What you do is you have to build up that wisdom to try to understand it first. Rush the guy to the hospital first. He needs to be saved first. So there was a Zen master, and he always wondered, where do I come from? I've been meditating so hard. I want to know the origin of the species. Where do I come from? So he's been meditating for a number of years, and he always thinks, I couldn't get an answer. And one day he was passing by a bazaar, and it was close to evening. It's getting gloomy because the sun has set already. So there was a kid who was selling candles on the road, a peddler. So many candles on the road, and there's so many samples for you to choose, the candles. And of course he had to light up a few candles so that you can see the flame, colorful candles. He put a few colorful candles there with flame in it. And the monk, the meditator, was standing and looked at the flame, looked at the candle. Oh, that's wonderful, it's beautiful, the candles of light. And, maybe, let me ask this kid some question. Maybe sometimes kids give good answers. And the kid said, "Oh, master, you want to buy some candles from me?" And the master said, "Yes, if you can answer my question correctly, I'll buy up all your candles." So he started to ask the question. He asked, "Now I can see the candle with flame. Where did the light come from? Where did the flame come from?" The kid was scratching his head. "Well, I just used some, lighter and light it up. I don't know where they come from, but you asked me that question." And then the kid was holding the candle in front of the master, and it blew it off. "Master, where did the flame go? Where did the flame go?" "It goes where it comes from, master." It goes back to where it comes from. So you think about that question. You are planning to have chanting meditation or Dharma talk outside at the pavilion? You mean outside there? I don't know. We don't have a loudspeaker. If we have a loudspeaker, then we can plan to have meditation in there. But I find that a very significant, a very outstanding factor of meditating outside is the fresh air. The air there is much fresher. However, you have distractions, but if you're used to distractions, meditating outside would be good, but you can't meditate outside in the wintertime. Another good point about, maybe the Canadians don't know about it. I know because I'm from the East, from the Orient. Canada does not have a lot of mosquitoes. If you're in, for example, if you're in some parts of, if you're in Taiwan, you cannot meditate outside except with a net surrounding you. There's so many mosquitoes coming up to bite you. But right here, there's no mosquitoes flying around. Maybe in the interior part of BC you have, but in here, with meditating, and the air is so fresh, the bird songs and the breeze, and it is so nice. So why don't you utilize what Canada is famous for? Not very many mosquitoes around. Black flies, yes, in households, not in the outside. Maybe a lot of spiders, but in the pavilion there, I didn't see a lot of spiders. So meditating outside is good for the fresh air, particularly in May, where the cherry blossom, you have fragrance of cherry, which is not like a clove softener. It's very acceptable. So today, I would like to change my topic a bit to tailor to the requirements of today. Today, well, there are some Caucasian members coming here, and I feel that it would be better for me to change my topic a bit to explain to you, why are you coming here? What are you chanting? What kind of ceremony? What are we doing? Or the central issue is, what is Buddhism? When a person passes away, what happened to him, to her? Where do we come from? Where do we go after we died? What's the central issues of the Buddhist teaching? Don't you want to know something about that today? Well, instead of, for me, talking again on some profundity of Madhyamaka Sutra. So I would like to concentrate in simplicity today. I guess among some of you, there are some ABCs, not ABCs, CBCs. Is that right? There's some CBCs. And I guess CBCs, they may or may not understand Chinese. So it's better for me to speak more on English than Chinese. Why are we coming today? In memory of Grandma, is it Grandma? In memory of Grandma. And what happened? Someone dies in the family. Is it the end of that person? I missed her. What happened to her? According to the Buddhist teaching, death is not absolutely the end. Death could be the beginning of another life. So we don't say death is nihilism. It's when someone dies, that's it for him or her. Won't see him anymore, won't see her anymore, and nihilistic feelings. No, the Buddhist teaching does not indicate in that way. The basic issues, when a person passes away, I try to simplify it, but because the Buddhist teaching is so profound, there's so much in it that it takes years to explain it to you. As a matter of fact, one of the richest literature in the philosophy of the human species is Buddhism. And that's not an exaggeration, because there is 8,600 volumes over 2,600 years. Thousands of translators and thousands of people who wrote commentaries on Buddhist teaching. So that's the richest library on earth, without exaggeration. It's a fact. Is Buddhism. So I cannot just give you everything in a year, not to say in 20 minutes time. But you need to know something. When a person passes away, what happened to her? when a person passes away, it depends on her karma, on what she have done in her lifetime. It also depends on the karma in previous lives. And she would carry her own karma to go into the next life. So the Buddhist teaching believe in reincarnation. There are 6 possibilities of rolling into the next life. What are the 6 possibilities? Human species again. In other words, reborn as human. Another possibility is animal realm, reborn as an animal. That's the reason why a Buddhist won't kill animal for food. We just show you on the TV that every now and then, in order to express compassion, not just to humans, but to all animals, we release lives on earth, release lives in the sea. So we don't believe in killing animals for food because they are reincarnates of, could be humans before. And also animals also have pain feelings. They also have emotional feelings. They have the same feelings, as a matter of fact, as humans. So that's the reason why we don't kill seal for the fur. You know how many seals kill alive in the north for a piece of fur that you purchase? Thousands. They were skinned alive. And how many cows and pigs and you name them and chickens got killed because we want to put them on a table to be eaten? So there's the animal realm, wrote into the possibilities animal realm. The third is the heaven realm. Could be born in heaven too, guardian angels. If that person is reborn in heaven, the happiness is 1,000,000 times more fold than down on earth. In other words, if you go to heaven, of course, you enjoy extreme happiness in heaven. But then that's not the ultimate place to go, because when the time matures, that sentient being in heaven will reincarnate back again into the 6 paths of reincarnation. So we have to go beyond heaven, to go into nirvana, in order to be away from life and death. But going to heavens it's out of the 6 paths, it's the best. Because you go to heaven, you enjoy happiness. But you still died. Okay, that's the third realm. The fourth realm is, of course, the ghost realm. He still lingers around. He does not want to go. He missed his family members so much. He missed the world so much. He missed his assets so much. He missed his diamond jewelry so much. He missed his cash so much that he does not want to go. He wants to hang around. That will be in the ghost realm. Or he had unfinished business that he has to finish. That will be the ghost realm. The fifth is in the infernal realm. Victims of hell. The sixth one will be Asuras. And it takes time to explain Asuras, but given that, just accept what we're talking about without detailed explanations. So there will be 6 paths of reincarnation. So when a person dies, nothing he can take with him. Not his jewelry, not a single penny. What did he take with him? His own karma. His own karma he can take with him. I don't know if you have seen a movie called A Ghost many years before by Patrick Swayze and someone, and before he dies, he said to Molly, it's amazing the love you can take with you. In other words, all the good things you have done, all the karma, all the karmic influences, you can take with you in the reincarnation. All the bad karma you also can take with you in your reincarnations. That means it's not dominated by God. It's not decided by God. It's decided by you yourself. What did you do? You're responsible for your own actions, your own thoughts, your own speech. Because you roll the karma into the next life. So that's the reincarnation. And some people may question, how do I know this reincarnation? Well, an animal is an animal. How do I know that Mr. A was Mr. Cheng before in his last life? There's so many cases of reincarnations. There's so many studies about reincarnation since 1,500 years ago, even in the Western hemisphere, even in North America. Ian Stevenson, one of the most renowned scholar in the studies of reincarnation. Ian Stevenson, check into the Google for his work. Ian Stevenson. He and his group stay in India and Sri Lanka for 30 years just to study factual cases of reincarnation. He came up with 3 volumes of hundreds of cases of proven reincarnations. In other words, a boy was born, a 2-year-old, he said, I was so-and-so in the other village, and I am what I'm called now, but I belong to that village. And my mom is still there. I came from that family. And then they trace back and find, oh, that's it. That man passed away and became a boy of this village. So many cases about that. You check into that. So many studies about reincarnation or factual life. And as a matter of fact, many other religions believe in reincarnation now. We don't just have one life. You think about it. Time is 3-dimensional. Time is of the present, the past, and the future. Not just the present. You think you only have the present and that's it? No past, no future? Even within this lifetime, time is 3-dimensional. We have last year, we have this year, we have the next year. But you extend the horizon to a wider perspective. Not only of this life, previous lives. Many previous lives before. Why did you all guys come together? Why are we brothers and sisters and family members? You all are related in your previous lives. Some are related in a good way. Some are related in a bad way. Some related in a good way, the husband and wife, they stay on until old age. Some they're not related in a good way, and he come to get her and she come to get him. They divorced, broken families, involved in crimes, jealousy, hatred, anger, violence, you name them. So many things happen in life. Today, you're coming here to pay respect to Grandma, and giving that Grandma in her whole lifetime was very good, very kind, very compassionate person. She will be reborn in a good place. Of course, we don't know. But there are ways to know. When a person passes away, all his sensory organs, all his senses shrink into another consciousness. There are 8 consciousnesses of a person. We have 8 consciousnesses. We have the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the body consciousness, the mano consciousness, which is the brain, and the manas consciousness, which is the ego consciousness. And finally, we also have the alaya consciousness, which is the storage consciousness. So when a person passes away, all these other 7 consciousness shrink into the final alaya consciousness, which is the store consciousness, and became the memory. And that consciousness is, of course, invisible. You can't see consciousness. Consciousness is energy. How can you? We can only see what is being expressed by consciousness. This is our body. Our sensory organs, our eyes, our ears, our nose, the skin, the bone, we can see them. But inside of us, the energy, that consciousness, the hidden consciousness, we can't see them. So when a person passes away, all this other consciousness, the 7 consciousness, shrink into the alaya consciousness. And that alaya consciousness, when it's clinically pronounced death, will leave the body. And that consciousness leaves the body in 6 ways, through 6 outlets. It's either from the top of the head, or from the eye here, or from the chest, or from the stomach, from the knees, or from the sole, the bottom of the feet. How do we test it out? So if every part of the body is cold, and only the bottom of the feet is still warm, it's gradually losing its heat, we know that the consciousness comes out from there. Because that's how it strings downwards. So when you touch the person, the whole body is cold, but then the feet, the bottom of the feet is still a little bit heat in there. Oh, that's dangerous. That person is going down in hell. If the consciousness, the heat leaves through the knees, that person goes to the animal realm. If the consciousness leaves through the stomach, that goes to the ghost realm. If the consciousness leaves through the heart in here, that is the human realm. If the consciousness leaves from this part of the body, it goes to the heaven realm. If the consciousness leaves from the top of the head, the chakra in here, is reborn in nirvana, is reborn in the Buddha land, or in the land where there's equanimity. the land of nirvana, the land of enlightenment, the land of being aloof from reincarnation, no more reincarnation. So there are places and locations that person passes away, it leaves the body. And when a person passes away, he or she does not immediately reincarnate into another body. There is a period of 49 days. He won't go beyond 49 days. He or she may be still hanging around. You can see him, but he can see you. He's very sensitive. He can see you. In other words, he could be still around, and he can feel you, but you, of course, sometimes you can feel him too. Particularly if he attaches to the family so much. So the Buddhists believe that when a person passes away, don't be emotional, don't cry, don't say, I love you, and you don't want to go away, I don't want you to go away, and please come back again. You make her tied up with stronger emotion of attachment. I don't want to leave my family, I want to hang around, I don't want to leave my body. You still want to hang around. You want that body to go, to be reborn in good place. You don't want to say, Grandma, I love you so much, you got to stay. If she stayed in the ghost realm, and some ghosts stay for hundreds of years still around. Have you seen haunted houses before? They stay. They don't want to go away. Have you seen the movie called Ghostbusters? It happened. In old hotels, motels, restaurants. So when I go to a hotel, I always don't want to stay at a dead-end room. Because that's the place where they hide. And when I go to a hotel, the first time when I opened the door, I said, please, I only come for a few days. I won't disturb you and you won't disturb me. On a friendly basis. So today, concentrate in the chanting. You want to dedicate that wholeheartedness, that compassion to Grandma, wishing that Grandma will be reborn in a much better place. Hopefully, will be reborn in the Buddha land. We don't know. Usually, for people who practice according to the Buddhist teaching, then at the juncture of going away, he has control on where he's going. Why do we study Buddhism? One of the most important reasons is, at the moment of death, can you control where you're going? Now, if you practice Buddhism, you can control it. You want to go that certain way. You don't want to roll into that realm just according to your own karma. You want to be under control. So that's why you practiced it. You practice samatha, you practice vipassana. That's why you also know that I got to watch my karma. What is karma? Anyway, K-A-R-M-A. You check in Google. There are a lot of definitions these days from internet. Karma is an accumulation of your thought, your actions, and your speech. Everything about you, of all your actions, of all your speeches. So you don't curse, you don't lie, you don't slander people, you don't do all kinds of bad things about speeches. You don't do all kinds of bad things about action. You don't kill, you don't steal, you don't... So many things you cannot do. If you do, you run into karmic influences. Even thought has karma. Even thought has energy. It produces... Every thought is important. Not just the action. Action is the expression of the hidden thought. So when you study Buddhism, you clarify, you purify yourself from thought, not from speech. Speech is the second generation. The first generation is from a thought. So a Buddhist always watches his thought. His thought got to be moral, got to be righteous, got to be compassionate. His thought got to be right. It applies to positive thinkers of North American philosophy. People think that whatever I think, I can do. That's right, because the mind is the most powerful. You got to watch your own mind. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. It's very scientific and practical. Those who study the Buddhist teaching, they know that they can achieve anything you want as long as you put your mind into it. You can be the Buddha if you put your mind into it. You can be the Bodhisattva if you put your mind into it. You can be successful in your business if you put your mind into it. Have you put your mind into it? Today, we would like you to put your mind into doing a ceremony for Grandma. Give your whole heart out. A heartfelt compassion, wishing that grandma would be born in a good place with the help of Bodhisattva, Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva. There was a Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva who vowed to help those who passed away. In other words, people who passed away, they may be still roaming around, they don't know what to do, they're so grief-stricken, they feel so sad, but Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva will console him, will give her the consolation and say, this is the time to go, and here are the family members, they are chanting for you, and let me lead you to the way, to a good place. So hopefully, Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva will lead grandma to a place that is much better than what he's intended to go. Maybe she's already in a good place, but you want to elevate that. Want to elevate that to a higher level. That's the best. Okay, there are two questions today. The first question, is there permanence in enlightenment? To people who attach to impermanence, the Buddha says permanence. To people attached to permanence, the Buddha says impermanence. So, enlightenment is a state where it's beyond that. It's beyond just the language and the investigation and the analysis. It's beyond dualistic thinking. It's beyond the discriminating mind. So do not try to think in terms of what your mind is now to judge enlightenment. But then when the Buddha was asked, what is enlightenment? Then the Buddha has to say something about what is enlightenment. Enlightenment? Well, enlightenment is a state where it is permanent, it is always happy, it's always purity, is joy. What other words can you use to describe that? One of it is permanence. But if you attach to permanence, that's wrong. If you apply the Buddhist method to remove your attachment to permanence, and then you attach to that method again, then it's called attachment. So don't think in terms of, is there permanence in enlightenment? It's beyond that. It's beyond dualistic analytical thinking, because you only think of something permanent if you live in an impermanent world. So you are not in an impermanent world when you are enlightenment. So how can you think that permanent enlightenment is permanent? It's just like when the Buddha was talking about life and death, reincarnation, the cycle of life and death, and he said, get away from life and death and enter into nirvana. So then all of a sudden that word nirvana is created. Get away from a polluted mind into a pure mind. And all of a sudden that pure mind is created. Yes, there's nirvana, but nirvana is only used in conjunction with the impurity, the impure world. Even nirvana, it's not it. According to Madhyamaka approach, the Madhyamaka approach, nirvana is lack of substance. Nirvana has no inherent existence too. It does not mean that there's no nirvana, but it is, don't think of nirvana as having an inherent existence. It's a place to go to. It's beyond nirvana. Next question, does chanting the Buddha of medicine help someone who is bedridden and suffering? The patient is already 92 years old and is sometimes aware and sometimes unaware of her surroundings. Whether she is aware or not, particularly good if she is aware. Of course, if she's aware, it would be much better. Then you chant the Buddha of medicine for her. Or you can chant the holy water, the water that's been bestowed with the blessings of the Buddha of medicine by Sajya Guru Vaiduraya, Praparajaya, Taragataya. The 90-year-old would get the benefit, particularly if he or she is aware of what's going on. If she's aware of what's going on, then she has a seed planted in her mind. This is the Buddha, this is enlightenment, this is nirvana. So you know now, let her drink the holy water bestowed by the power of the mantra of the Buddha of medicine. 108 times, and every day, and let her drink the water. And you, if you want to be healthy, you can do the same thing to yourself. No one is guaranteed of continued existence, because we're always confronted with the threat and the fear and the worry of death. So sometimes it's beyond our power to control it, because our own karma. You could have done nothing wrong, but you still maybe immature departure. You may not have done anything wrong. Immature departure from the world, it's because of certain cause and effect you have to leave. So if you earnestly chant the Buddha of medicine, the mantra of medicine every day, and request for a postponement of your life existence so that you can learn more about it, so that you can benefit other sentient beings more. So if you're a doctor, you can say your prayers of Buddha of medicine and requesting for longevity so that you can save others in your medical work. Or not just in medical work, or in whatever work you do. You can always ask for a prolonged life so that you can do the Bodhisattvas. You can walk the Bodhisattva's path. If you have a short life, how can you walk the Bodhisattva's path? You have to roll on to the next life. And roll on to the next life, you may have forgotten what you have learned in this life. You have the seeds in the alaya consciousness. But there may be something that you already have learned that you have to relearn again. But the next life will be much faster. You'll find that some people learn the Buddha's teaching much faster than other people, because he or she has already learned it before in his or her last life. And there was a child who was able to chant the whole Lotus Sutra, who was able to memorize it. We were given only a very short period, and she was able to read and then she was able to memorize the whole sutra, a long 3 volumes. And there's kids who was given at a time of 1 month, he was able to memorize the Diamond Sutra. He learned it before. So he had that seed in the alaya consciousness. The seed is already there, it's a very good seed. All of a sudden in this life, he met someone who was able to pour water onto the seed, lift the curtain to allow the sunlight to come in through the windows, or allow the sunlight to come in, and then the seed will sprout. It's always good to cultivate for you, for yourself, and for others. So in your spare time, you just do your mantra medicine. Of course, the three long version. Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya Guru Vaiduraya Prabharajaya Daragataya Rahate Samya Sampadaya Tadhyata Om Vaisajya 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 Samagati Swaha. 3 times, and then Om Vaisajya 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 Samagati Swaha. 10 minutes. You don't even have 10 minutes? You have half an hour to talk on the phone. You don't have 10 minutes to chant the Buddha, the mantra of medicine. You chant for your friends. Chant for your friend who is sick. To cultivate some seeds in her mind, in your own field. You have visualize the Buddha medicine's image. You can Google that picture. There's a lot of pictures of the Buddha medicine. Blue, in blue color, if you look at the tanka. In the non-esoteric schools, in the other school is holding a medicine pagoda. In upstairs, that building will set up a shrine for the 7 Buddha medicines. We'll be practicing the life longevity repentance method of practice. So you can join, but basically it's in Chinese, but we can translate it into English. There's English version of the Buddha of Medicine Sutra. You can search. There's an English version which is very nicely translated, a sutra in English. I forgot the name of that. I think it's called the Buddha of Medicine Sutra. The Buddha of Medicine Sutra. It tells you exactly how do you do in those 7 days. If you want to prolong someone's life, in the 7 days, this is what you're going to do. You're going to set up 7 statues. In front of every statue, you have 7 lights. Every light must radiate light, with a diameter of at least, say, 2 feet. Nowadays, an ordinary light gives out more than 2 feet of radiance of the light. So in front of every Buddha, 7 Buddhas of the Buddha of medicine, in front of every Buddha there are 7 lights. So 7 times 7 is 49 lights. And then you chant the Buddha of Medicine Sutra, and of course the mantra. And of course you observe the 8 precepts for the 7 days. Well, the next question is, how do we make merits? How do we accrue merits? How is this done? This is accruing of merits. If you invite 50 friends to lunch, you got to do an invitation card. You got to call up. You have to make sure that you buy all the food. You have to make sure that you go to the supermarket to buy the right kind of food. You have to cook it. You have to wash it. And then you have to wash the dishes. But in here, the opportunity is, you can invite 50 people in here without doing all these things. You just donate some money. So isn't it simple? It's not easy to invite so many people. Right now is a rare opportunity. Tai Xu Da Si, there was a monk called Tai Xu, and he said that before learning to become the Buddha, you learn to be a right individual, an individual that accrue merits, then an individual that is kind and compassionate. You want to be the Buddha, you have to be the right person first, learn to be the righteous person. So the procedure to donate is extremely simple, and we welcome it. We can even write it down for you. Tom can write it down for you, and your name will be read in here. I will announce the name, and some people say, well, I don't need to sell my name. It's not selling of names. The fact that you're donating to a lunch, you're encouraging other people to do merits. It's not selling your name. It's just like when you build a temple, in the stone plaque, it says that Mr. So and so built and this temple and do all these things. It's not because he wants to sell himself, because he wants to remind the younger generation this is something that you can do. This is something that your forefathers have always been considering. Building a temple or organizing a lecture or doing any merits, it can be written as a memory in name. And it's not selling yourself. Don't get it wrong. So I can see that more and more of our Caucasian members are getting used to this donation procedure. It's just maybe in the early days they don't know about it. It's always good to give than to receive. So feel free if you think that I just want to donate a small little amount. That's good too. And it does not matter how much. It's your heart. Yeah, okay. So another question. I still don't understand the 5 scanters are empty. Can you explain more about the 5 scanters and emptiness? Well, that takes a lot of time to explain it. But in the Heart Sutra, the Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra, when Avalokiteshvara was practicing the profound Prajna Paramita, he perceived that the 5 scanters are empty and thereby relieve himself from all suffering. So if you can perceive the 5 scanters are empty, then slowly you will not be clinging to the world. Now, one of these 5 scanters I already have mentioned. You see, to explain a Buddhist concept, you really have to go in details. Maybe then I can explain it to you in details. As I said, Buddhism is about researching into the beings and the environs of the beings in the world. So as sentient beings, what are we made up of? Who is I? Who is this individual that I got born into this world? Where do I come from? Where do I go after I die? We all have to probe into these philosophical questions. Why did I come to this world at all? Why do I have to go through, some people call it suffering, quote and unquote suffering. Why do I have to go through all this? And then life is short and then I have to leave. Why is it all like that? What am I made up of? Well, we are made up of the 5 scanters. What are these 5 scanters? These 5 scanters is body and mind. We're made up of the body and the mind. What is this body made up of? This body is made up of matter. The mind it's of course the spiritual side. In the Chinese language is 色受想行识. The body, it's of course the body that we carry. The skeleton, the skin, the organ, the heart, the eyes. You know what you're made up of. Matter. And in the Sanskrit language is rupa. It's rupa. It's form. We make up of the form, right? But other than just the form, the body, we also have that part, which is extremely important that maybe some people ignore. We are made up of also the mind. Not just the brain, the mind. What is this mind? Well, we also make up of perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. So in other words, in the Sanskrit language, we also make up of the Badana, Samjna, Samskara, and Vijnana. So we also make up of this part, the two parts, the body and the mind. And how come the body and the mind are empty? Then you have to analyze every constituent of the five skandhas. Why is the matter empty? Why is our body empty? You know what emptiness is? Emptiness in the Sanskrit language is sunyata. What are the characteristics of something, we call something being empty? It is impermanent, it is dependent arising, it is conditioned, it is relative, it's not absolute. We usually have mistaken the world, mistaken the relative to be the absolute. We mistaken the condition to be the unconditioned. We mistaken the insubstantial to be the substantial. That's why we are clinging to the world. That's why we are suffering. Why is our body empty? Because our body is conditioned. Why am I born? I'm born because my parents come together and give me the birth, and then I become an embryo inside my mom's. And then my mom gave birth to me, and then I grow from a baby into into a form, and then I grow and all that. So all this is dependent arising. This body does not have its own self-inherent nature, its inherent existence. Why? If these bodies want to be sick, I cannot prevent it. I don't want to be sick. You have to cure it of the sickness. If this body wants to age, getting older and older, you cannot say, stop the aging. If body wants to die, I cannot say, I don't want to die. Can you do that? Can you tell? Are you in absolute control of your body? Of course you're not. You can control of your movement. You can move north, south, east, west. And this body, as we always give an example, is like a leased apartment. When the lease expires, you've got to go. However, you've got to maintain it. You've got to whitewash it. You want to make sure that it's working well. So, this body, it's the sunyata. This body is dependent arising. This body is impermanent. This body is without its real self-nature. Why do we cling to it, though? We cling to this body. And that is clinging to the form. Now, how about the spiritual side? What do we have in our mind? We have perception. We have, when we talk about the spiritual side, the mentality side, we talk about the perception, the conception, the volition, and the consciousness. We also have to understand the Astavijnana, which is the 8 consciousnesses. The Buddhist teaching said we have 8 consciousnesses. The eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the taste consciousness, the touch consciousness. There's 5 consciousnesses. And there's also the 6th consciousness, which is the manas consciousness. The manas consciousness interact with the foregoing 5 consciousness and carry out daily activities for you. As I always give you an example, the 5 consciousness, your eyes, your nose, your ears, your taste, your body, are your salesmen. And then the manas consciousness is the manager that controls the salesman. And other than the 6th consciousness, there's also the 7th consciousness in you, which is the ego consciousness. That ego consciousness has been born life after life after life, carrying that ego consciousness body after body. In other words, we change our form in every life, but that ego consciousness has been with us all the time. That's why when a baby is born, you thought he's pure. This baby is pure to the world, but he's not. He has carried his 7 consciousness, the ego consciousness, with him into this world. That's why he's born with jealousy, he's born with greediness, he's born with, to a certain extent, depends on his karma, hatred. So all mental afflictions, jealousy, hatred, greediness, you name them, there are 2 parts to it. The one part are the innate ones that you carry along, and the other part is, of course, after you were born. Your education, your family background, and all that affects your present life consciousness. So that's your seventh consciousness. We call that the mano consciousness, or the ego consciousness. And sometimes if we give an example by using company, assuming that our body is a company, then the five senses are the salesman and the sixth consciousness is the manager. But what about the seventh consciousness? That's the board of directors. The board of directors only interested in himself, in making the money. He wants to have a good financial statements. He wants to have more assets and less liabilities. He wants to have, you name it. If you're an accountant, you know what I mean. You want equity. You understand? You want to build up your own stuff. You don't care about the others. Of course, there's some directors who have social responsibility. They want to care for the whole society. But usually, a private company cares only for himself, the board of directors. And all these also leads to this eighth consciousness, which is the alaya consciousness, which is the storage consciousness. And if we can give an example this is the archives of the company. The board of directors can go, the salesman can be fired, the general manager can quit. But the archives of the company, the files, the memory, all this stay. And that's roll into the reincarnation after reincarnation. So that's how we are. We always are reincarnating because our body and mind are not pure. We think we're pure. Another example I always give out, which is always given in the text of Vijnana, of the Vijnana school, the Yogacara school, it's when you see, if there's a piece of rope in the dark, you try to think about this example. In the dark, you see a piece of rope, you don't know, you think that it's a snake. Because in the dark, there's no light. In other words, an analogy is for no wisdom, no illumination of your mind. If you got no wisdom, it's just like this, in the dark, that piece of rope is a snake. Because that rope, relative to its environment of darkness, appears as a snake. It does not appear as a rope. When you see it in the dark, it's a snake, and you get scared. However, when we turn on the light, in other words, when your mind is illuminated by wisdom, you know, that's not a snake, that's a rope. Because you have the wisdom to understand, it's not a snake, it's a rope. So you know you're wrong. But then let me tell you, is it really right that that rope is a rope? Is it absolute? Even that rope does not have inherent existence. What does this rope make up of? This rope is made up of plastic, with made up of, what do you call that, jute? J-U-T-E, right? It's a jute, it's threads, it's color and all that is material and all linked together becomes a rope. That rope is only a false name. That rope does not have an inherent existence. That rope is impermanent. That rope is without its nature. And that only not applies to rope, applies to everything in this world. Is sunyata, is empty. But when we see it, we don't see it that way. That's the reason why we see wealth, reputation, money, all that as real, as substantial, as absolute. And you think that happiness flows from those things. That's why we are suffering. It's the whole sutra that we can talk about, the Heart Sutra. And it also said that emptiness is no different than form, and form is no different than emptiness. Why? The concept of sunyata, or of emptiness, cannot be realized clearly unless through form. An example I always give is, without the bulb, how do you know the existence of electricity? You need the bulb to know that, the light By looking at the bulb, we know that electricity exists. The bulb changes form all the time, but the electricity is always inherently there. We cannot hate the bulb because it breaks down on you, because by looking at the bulb, we know that the bulb is only in appearance, it is form. But what is behind it? What is the essence behind it? There's electricity behind it. And sometimes you call it the Buddha nature, if we can use that analogy. We have that Buddha nature that we have to realize. When that Buddha nature, that assuming that it's a mirror, is always covered with dust and dirt for millions of reincarnations, we don't see our real self. When we eradicate all this dirt and mud and dust, it's one shining brightness, we can see the real self. That's Tathagata. That's Sunyata. There's Prajna Paramita. Different names. Does not matter how you call it. Some people call it the Buddha nature. Some people call it Tathagata. Some people call it suchness. Some people call it the real mind. It does not matter how you call it. It's just a name. That's the real you. That's the one brightness, one purity. And that's what a Buddhist is looking for. Believing in the Buddha does not mean that you always get, I want blessings from the Buddha. I want prosperity, I want longevity, I want wealth, I want all that. You're only looking for greediness. So the Buddhist teaching is telling us, remember the Four Noble Truths and Eightfold Path? That's very basic. You got to know this world is full of suffering, and there's a cost of suffering. The cost of suffering is clinging, ignorance, and that's a method to stop it. And once the cessation is ceased, then you attain nirvana. Very basic, but the most important. The Four Noble Truths, always think in terms of the Four Noble Truths too, because it seems very basic, but you really give them in-depth analysis to it, it's the most important. Don't just look at the tree, look at the whole forest. Don't just look at the sutra and that's what the sutra says. Look at the whole forest. There are 3 questions. The first one, is there a difference between Tibetan Buddhism teachings and Chinese Buddhist teachings? We have 2 temples in Richmond. What is the difference? Tibetan Buddhism, there are 8 schools of Buddhism, of the Buddhist teaching, according to the Mahayana approach. The Tiantai school, Huayan school, the Vinaya school, the precept school, Vinaya school, and the Zen school, and the consciousness, the study of the consciousness school, and the Madhyamaka school, the esoteric school, and the Pure Land school. 8 schools. Tibetan Buddhism is under the esoteric school. They are different, they are just different paths going to one destination. The destination is the same. When you come to Richmond, there's not only just one road. There's so many roads to Richmond. So many roads that lead to Rome. One road is shorter than the other, one is longer, maybe one is more hazardous and the other is more safe, and one is more expedient, the other is just more non-expedient. One is suitable for academics and the other one is more suitable for the common practitioner. So the 8 schools. Why would the Buddha introduce so many schools, so many roads that lead to enlightenment? And why are there so many different methods, so many different paths of enlightenment? There shouldn't be just one method. If you have just one method, then that could be an opinionated method. In other words, to achieve to one destination, you should not just prescribe one way, because different sentient beings have different intelligence level, have different karmic levels, have difference in their experiences. So it all depends on which experiences you fit into. It is largely because of these differences in the paths of reincarnations that Buddhism is classified as more scientific, because it's not just one way. There's so many ways of doing it. Meditation is one of the many schools. But it does not matter how many schools, how many ways. There is a common denominator. That common denominator is it's about the mind. It's purifying the mind. Every school deals with purifying the mind, purification of the mind. In the Tibetan teaching, how to achieve that purification is by the harmony of 3 avenues, of 3 perspectives. The body, speech, and mind. So it's the harmony of body, speech, and mind into purification. When the Tibetan practitioner is chanting, what did he do? His gesticulation, maybe this, maybe that. He's using hand gestures, and you call that positions. There's so many different positions. There's different gesticulations. What does that mean? Gesticulations means, or hand gestures means behavior. When you're sitting here practicing, what are you doing? What is your what is your behavior? You are gesticulating. But at the same time, other than behavior, what makes up a karma? Where does karma come from? Good karma, bad karma, neutral karma. Where does karma come from? Karma comes from the body, which produces behavior, the mouth, which produces speech, the mind, which produces thought. When you're practicing under the Tibetan Buddhism, when they're chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, or they could be rolling the Dharma wheel, Om Mani Padme Hum, or doing hand gestures, gesticulation, they are at the same time harmonizing the 3 avenues. The behavior, the speech, because they're chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, they're chanting. Speech is coming out from the mouth. And what is that thought? Visualization. No other thought except for Om Mani Padme Hum. So 3 esoteric avenues in harmony. The body, speech, and mind in harmony. So that's purification of the mind, basically. What controls speech is the mind. What controls behavior is the mind. But why do we have body and speech? Why didn't we just say control of the mind? Because the mind, we can split it up into the finest detail and the coarse, the non-refined one. The non-refined one is from the senses. The nose, the tongue, the taste, the ears, the eyes. But the refined one stays within. So if within and without you are pure, then it's easier to get into harmony. So if you ask me, what's the difference between Tibetan Buddhism and the Chinese Buddhism? It's the same. It's about the mind. Nothing is different. The method could be different, but not entirely different though, because in all these other Chinese schools, they also have to get in harmony. The body, the speech, and the mind also have to get in harmony. So there's no difference. It's just the method that is different. In Tibetan Buddhism, however, it is believed that the guru is extremely important. So, in addition to taking refuge under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, a Tibetan Buddhist practitioner also has to take refuge under the guru. 4 refuges. The guru, it's very important that the guru transmit his teaching to you. So if you practice Tibetan Buddhism without a guru, you just learn it from a book, or just you saw someone doing that and you just copy it, you imitate it, that's equivalent to stealing. You're stealing the practice from there. You're stealing it. Your eyes, you steal it. It's just like you infringe on the copyright. You're stealing it. So you have to have the right guru who anointing you. Is it called anointing? Who touch your head and make sure that he passes on to you what he learned. The mantra, this particular mantra. So in Tibetan Buddhism, it's important that you selected the right guru. And there's so many clans within Tibetan Buddhism too. If you pick up the wrong guru, the guru that is not suitable for you, you may not be learning it right. So make sure that you pick up the right guru, the guru that is the most expedient to you, the most appropriate for you. But in the Chinese Buddhism, it's a mixture of esoteric and the obvious approach. Because in other Chinese schools, for example, in the Pure Land approach, in Madhyamaka, in Yogacara, you still chant with gesticulation. You still have mantras to chant, not just Tibetan Buddhism. In chanting mantra, in the obvious approach, we call it esoteric. Esoteric means, that's another word, clandestine, right? Clandestine. Clandestine means confidential, more or less it's between the teacher and the student. Clandestine. But the obvious is no. You can learn it from books, you can learn it from observation and all that. That's the Chinese teaching. They also have teachers, like I am giving lectures too, but not on a one-to-one basis like Tibetan Buddhism. Most of them onto a one-to-one basis. But then, if you do not have a guru in the Chinese Buddhism, would you be considered as stealing? You're stealing some gesticulations. You're Om Mani Padme Hum. You don't have a guru. Some people say, I believe in Tibetan Buddhism. I have a guru, and you are chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. Who is your guru? No, I don't have. Well, you're stealing. You stole that from us. But there's a sutra. It is called Dai Sing Gam Gong Tho Lo Li King. I don't know. Dai Sing is Mahayana Vajra Dharani Sutra. In the Mahavajradharani Sutra, it is written that if you chant this mantra 21 times, you are already considered as this mantra becomes your guru directly under Sakyamuni Buddha. There's a mantra like that. So if you learn that mantra, you would not be considered as stealing. And that mantra is not that difficult. The gesticulation is like this. It also teaches you gesticulation like this. And it says, Namastraya Dibiganam Daragatanam Burashi Mahachakra Rachi Zata Zarati Dari Bidamani Sampanjani Dharamati Sita Akaradayam Swaha. 21 times. If you chant this 21 times, this mantra has been considered as your guru. This guru is directly from Sakyamuni Buddha anointing you. So you chant this 21 times, and all these other mantras will be very effective. But we'll learn about this later. There's so much to learn. It takes me 40 years. You want to learn it in a year? No way. Yes. Okay. What's the difference? No difference. I don't see any difference. It's a different in ways, because we chant dharani or mantra also in the Chinese Buddhism. Mantra of compassion, Namo Ratnatrayaya, mantra of medicine, we all chant that. And in the morning, in our morning lesson, we chant the mantra of Zerangama. A long mantra. Okay, that's one question. The next question. Venerable, can you please explain the significance of the circumambulation we do upstairs after lunch, and what is the meaning of the different hand positions? Thank you. Explain the hand positions first. When we chant Namo Amitofo in the first circle ambulation, or in front of the Buddha, because what is at the back becomes at the back of the Buddha. Especially for the first time, in the first circle, you put your palms together, signifying that you started this. Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. And then after the first circle, in the second circle, you put the hands down like this. This is the Amitabha resting hand posture. This is Amitabha's resting hand posture. That means, because after the one circle, all the other circles, not just 3 times, it could be many, many times. You don't put your hands like that. This is in an active position. This is with your full devotion, with your utmost respect, paying the homage to, taking refuge under. So that is in the active state. So you shouldn't be always in the active state. How about after the active stage, then you put it in a more relaxed stage. Not so relaxed that you just forget it. It's in a stage that, in a state that you don't have to be that active. So this becomes right hand on top of left, the 2 thumbs pointing at each other, like that. So after circumambulation a few times, and then the presenter, the leader, of the singers, the leader said, Amitofo, Amitofo, change the melody, then you start to be active again, because you know that you're coming to the end. Then you start to be active again, and you put your palms together again, ready to finish the ceremony. So at the start, at the finish, is that, and in the middle is this. Why do you have to circumambulate? That's a custom of the Indian culture. They circumambulate in front of the Buddha 3 times to show respect, and they also prostrate themselves to show respect. So other than prostrating, just standing right in front of the Buddha, you also circumambulate, praising the Buddha, especially at the beginning or at the end. After walking, circumambulating for maybe 3 times at least, and then they sit down and start to listen to the Dharma talk of the Buddha. And after they finish, they circumambulate too, to praise the Buddha, to show thank you and appreciation to the Buddha. So this is just a ceremony. Nothing very difficult to understand. It's just something that's a ceremony. It's not a deep, profound philosophy. Okay, next. Thank you, Venerable, but for the meditation and the talk, I have 2 questions. I understand that the 3 marks of existence, the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and the 5 Skandhas. Wow, you have understand quite a bit. What I have trouble grasping is the conception of rebirth. If Buddhists believe in anatta and that there is no soul, then what is it that transmigrates? Is it components of the skandhas? It's very perplexing. Also, are the 6 realms of existence a metaphor, or do they exist? Well, so you understand the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and the 5 skandhas, and especially the 5 skandhas saying it's all empty. The 5 skandhas are empty. So if it is empty, devoid of itself, then there's no soul. There's no soul. Who is responsible for transmigrating? Who is responsible for rolling into the next body of reincarnation, next form? That's a good question. If you say that 5 skandhas are empty, it's dependent on origination, it's changing, it's not permanent. So when the 5 skandhas go, when the 5 skandhas die, what becomes of the identity? What rose into the next kind of reincarnation? Different schools have different emphasis. The 5 skandhas are empty with complete sunyata approach, like the Madhyamaka approach, then there's nothing to be obtained. Not even a soul. Not even that thing you call that transmigrate into the next reincarnation. Because within the realm of complete sunyata, there's nothing. But that approach tackles people who cling to existence. And then the Yogacara approach do it a little differently. They also recognize the sunyata approach, but then they say there is an essence that transmigrate. In other words, they claim that the Madhyamaka approach has not explained what is that, quote unquote, without a name for it, what is that rose into the next reincarnation. The Yogacara believers said that that's the alaya consciousness. That is something that rose into the next form. And some of the religion call it the soul. It does not matter what you call it. It's that consciousness, that energy, that energy that rose into the next form of reincarnation. That is the Yogacara approach. So, if we look at it from the perspective of the Yogacara, that is something, that is the alaya consciousness, that the polluted consciousness, with its polluted identity, rose into the next form of reincarnation, transmigrate into the next form of reincarnation. Don't say that, so don't say that there's nothing that goes into the next form. Don't say that the 6 realms of existence is a metaphor, it never exists. It's not a metaphor, it really exists. But it's fallacious. It exists, but it's short-lived, its causation is dependent on origination, it's suffering, it's impermanent, it's changing. Therefore, it does not have its inherent existence, it's a sunyata. But it exists, not a metaphor. A metaphor meaning it's a mirage. It never has existed. When you're driving on a highway, you thought that there's water in there. No, it's just a reflection. That water has never existed, it's just a mirage. But in this case, the 6 realms of existence really exist. You are in one of the realms now, the human realm. The animals is another realm. If you have eyes that can see ghosts, ghosts is another realm. If you have eyes that can see guardian angels, heavenly angels is another realm. So they exist. Don't say they don't exist. Don't say that's without a soul. Maybe with a soul, if you claim that you have a soul, the Madhyamaka believers would say, you still claim that there is a permanence in you. You're not entirely detached from attachment. You haven't entirely understood sunyata. Because you still cling to a soul as a permanent identity. I don't know if you know what I mean. It's difficult to understand. It's difficult to understand. When you put into words, it becomes a playwright. It becomes a script. We better not put in any words. There is that consciousness that rose into the next form of reincarnation. Otherwise, who are you then? If you say that there's nothing after you die, then you have committed the mistake of nihilism. Nothing left when I'm gone. If you believe in nihilism, that's extremely dangerous. Because you can do what you want. You can kill, you can steal, you can do anything as long as you're happy. Because there's no cause and effect anymore. Okay, so there is something that transmits into the next form. Don't say no. However, don't think of a soul as a permanent entity that you cling to. Nothing we should attach to. Next question. When Buddhism was introduced into China, I understand that it was influenced by Taoism and Confucianism. Can you comment on this? One is not influenced by culture. Even religion has cultural traits in it. When it comes into a different culture, it always merges into that culture. It either merges into the culture or exposed by that culture. Buddhism, as far as I read from some books, it didn't spread to China, it spread to Rome, Italy, first. But it was expelled by the culture in there, so it went to the other way. So there's always cultural differences. But filtering out the cultural traits, there is still truth in there. Culture has opinions in it, has built-in opinions, built-in beliefs in it. If a religion comes into that culture, it merged with that culture, accepted by that culture, there must be some similarities between culture and the religion. In the case of China, there are a lot of similarities between Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. There are similarities. But Taoism and Confucianism deal more with life than death. They talk about what do you do when you're living. They care less on what's after life. The Confucianists said that if we don't have time even to understand what is living, what do we have time to understand about death? We're busy with living already. But the good thing about Confucianism is it introduced moral. It introduced moral concepts into the community, into the Chinese community, about marriages, about husband and wife, the relationships, about definition of relationships, and about loyalty, about chastity, about righteousness, about moral. Taoism is more into withdrawn from the temporal affairs into into a state beyond world. If you have the opportunity to learn about Buddhism, it's a very rare opportunity. You should value it. You should appreciate and treasure such an opportunity. Why is it difficult to believe in Buddhism? Because we always have the 3 obstructions and the 8 impossible situations confronting us. What are these 3 obstructions? And we call it, in the Chinese language, 三障百烂. 三障, the 3 obstructions to obstruct you from studying Buddhism. What are these 3 obstructions? Mental affliction, obstructions. The personality trait in you. What are these mental afflictions? Jealousy, hatred, greediness, depression, anxiety, fear, all these 烦恼障, mental affliction obstructions that obstruct you, that stop you from learning Buddhism. That's the first obstruction. The second obstruction is the karmic obstructions. Once you have performed, because you perform something, create karma out of mental afflictions, these would produce bad effects. These bad effects, non-meritorious effects, will stop you from having an opportunity to get near to Buddhism. There's karmic obstruction. For example, if you're born into a land where there's no Buddhism, karmically, then you have no chance to learn Buddhism. Or if you are born, for example, in certain parts of, say, in Africa, right now, I don't know if Africa has Buddhism, I don't know, but there's karmic obstructions under the mental afflictions. The third obstruction will be retribution obstructions. What is retribution obstruction? Say say, for example, if you have impaired vision, you cannot read books. If you're hard of hearing, you cannot listen to lectures. Those are retribution obstructions. The 3 obstructions. And also the 8 impossible situations to learn Buddhism. The 8 impossibilities that you don't have a chance to learn Buddhism. The first, victims of hell, no Buddhism. In the hell realm. Ghost realm, no Buddhism. Animal realm, animals, they don't study Buddhism, how can they learn Buddhism? And then in the 4th dhyana level, there is the no thought realm. In that realm, people live for millions of years, they won't study Buddhism. And also, that's the 4th. The 5th impossible situation is, you don't live in the land that has Buddhism. According to the Buddhist teaching, there are 4 continents. 4 continents. The north, south, east, west. We are the southern continent. Nanchan, Buzhou, southern continent. The southern continent, every continent has certain characteristics. For example, in our continent, the average lifespan is about 100 years, not more than 100 years. People may die before getting to 100 years. And the facial feature of that continent is like us. Wider at the top, narrow down at the chin level. In the southern continent, it's not. It's just the opposite. It's like a rectangle. In another continent, it's like a full moon. So the facial characteristic of people in that continent is expressed by the shape. In us, that's our wider here, narrower here. In the north, as far as I remember, it's like a triangle. In the east, it's like a half moon. The face is like a half moon face. In the south, in the west, it's a full moon. So, just to tell you more information, in the northern continent, people live up to 1,000 years. And there is no death before 1,000 years. They live up to, everybody live up to 100 years, and when they die, they go heaven. No Buddhism in there, they don't need it. No suffering, they don't need it. In the east, in the west, in the east, the average lifespan is 250 years. The west is 500 years. So, just the human ram, we are not the only species. There are 3 others. And if you are in the northern continent, no Buddhism. All right, that's the fifth impossible situation. The sixth, if you're blind, if you're deaf, if you're mute, no Buddhism. Seventh, if you are intellectually opinionated, some people say, I'm a PhD in particle physics. I don't need this Buddhism. I'm top of the world in my academic level. I'm intelligent. They're opinionated and they're so arrogant in what they are. They thought they are on the top as far as knowledge is concerned. So those people, they don't have a chance to learn it. And they don't want to learn it. And finally, it's people who are born after the death of the Buddha or before the death or before Buddha was born, no chance for Buddhism. So those are the 8 impossible, we call it by land. 8 impossible situations where you do not have access to Buddhism. Now, you're free, you have access to Buddhism, you must not lose your opportunity. You really have to tackle your most important issue that I talk about, the issue of death. People don't want to solve this issue. After you die this life out, do not transmigrate into another one. Because you don't know where you will go. After this, you end it. No more reincarnation. The most expedient way is to go to the Pure Land. Enroll as a student under Amitabha Buddha. Fill your application form out. I mean it. That application form, 3 requirements: faith, vow, and practice. Faith is you believe that there is a Pure Land where Amitabha is. You firmly believe in it. Subconsciously you believe in it that you will go there, and there's such a world that you can migrate to. Faith. You believed it. Vow, you vow to go there. Anytime, I can leave anytime. I can even leave tomorrow if I have the chance to go there. Some people know, I don't want to leave tomorrow, I still want to go on holiday tomorrow. I already booked the boat cruise for Bahamas. I'm not going to go to the Pure Land. Maybe let me finish all these trips and finish all these and I go to the Pure Land. So they don't vow to go. They're scared of dying. For some people, no, they're so determined that they want to go. Who is this person? You know this person in here who always says he wants to go to the Pure Land. Mrs. Chu, remember, who passed away? Every day, almost like she told me whenever she met me, she said, I don't like to be in this world. I don't want to be human anymore. I want to go to the Pure Land. I think she must be in there now. So you must believe that you want to go. You want so much, desperately you want to go. So make a vow that you want to go. If Amitabha in his dream tonight said that, okay, come tomorrow to my place, would you go? No, I won't go. I still have to sign. I still have to execute my will. I mean, to make sure that I sign my will to the lawyer, and make sure that I want to make sure that I got my driver license, and it's expire next month, and you don't want to go. Period. And of course, another is the practice. You practice chanting Namo Amitofo at least 10,000 times per day, which is about 3 hours. Practiced it. You don't have to get enlightened in this life. Because when you meditate, you want to get enlightenment. But when you want to go to the Pure Land, you don't need enlightenment. You just need the linkage to go to the Pure Land. You have your enlightenment in there under the directorship, the education of Avalokitesvara and Amitabha Buddha. In other words, you do your immigration first. You immigrate, you migrate to the Pure Land, and in there you learn. You don't reincarnate again. Because it's extremely dangerous to reincarnate. You don't know where you will go. You could go to a ghost realm, the animal realm, the hell realm. But if you sign in, register, and get accepted, you can go there anytime. Because imagine, people who practice meditation, they practice at least 7 hours, 8 hours per day, their whole lifetime. How many hours to practice per day in meditation? You just come here on a Saturday and you want to be the Buddha? No, very difficult. Why not just fill out your application form, sign it, and send it out? You want to be there. Because Amitabha is your teacher, not me. He's going to make sure that you get enlightened. First question, once one has chosen to follow Buddha, what is the path for a layperson to affiliate the temple? Well, once you have chosen to follow the Buddha, then you should take the 3 refuges. Have you taken the 3 refuges? You take refuge under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. You take the 3 refuges. There's a ceremony that you have to do. Take the 3 refuges. And I think we have one that would be performed on Monday. Is it a Monday? Tomorrow, Sunday. There will be one for Sunday. What time tomorrow? 2 o'clock, there will be tomorrow. There will be some people who are taking the 3 refuges and some people who take the 5 precepts. So the second one is the path for a lay person. The second, once you determine to follow the Buddha, then you should take the 3 refuges. To take refuge under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. If you want to be assertive in following more, then you should take the 5 precepts. Abstain from killing, abstain from stealing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from intoxicants, and abstain from lying, fabrication. So that will be the 5 precepts. That is the second to follow. Because to follow the Buddha's teaching, it is absolutely important that you have to have a good foundation, and that is on what you should not do. What you should do and what you should not do. Because every day you are creating karma for yourself. You may not know about it. You're creating karma for yourself. Bad karma is created from doing deeds that you should not have done. And then you follow the second step by practicing meditation, and then also by increasing your wisdom from studies, from researches, from listening to lectures, from meditations. So that's the path for it. So you ask me, what is the path for a layperson to affiliate with the temple? Why look at just the surface? You want to be affiliated to an organization. It's just a superficial gesture, just to affiliate to some organization. It's more important to follow what is the best for you, what is the most important studies for you. We don't set up any affiliation. That would be a member or a founding member, voting member, non-voting member, member with membership dues and fees, members with no membership dues and fees, members that can enjoy a 90% discount in the cafeteria, and members that would enjoy 10% in buying souvenirs. We don't do that. We don't have a membership like that. That is a membership in a profitable organization where they have certain ways to attract and retain members. Their privileges and responsibilities of the members. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't have that. So you don't need an affiliation. You're free. Some people we call shoppers of Buddhist organizations. They shop around. They go to one temple and see what is in there. And then they learn something in there, and then they go and shop for another temple, and the third and the fourth. And some people, is it okay to shop around? Why not? It's as long as you don't get lost, as long as you don't get into the shop that's even worse than the first one, or you get into the shop that you think that you can get very cheap products by paying out so little and gaining so much, or you get into a shop that teach you a mantra and you'll be rich, or teach you a mantra that you can enhance your wisdom in 5 days. We used to have all that, a 5 days course to enhance your wisdom, a 6 days course to increase your concentration, a 7 days course to see Buddha in your dream. There's so many packages, so many shortcuts. And we are not a Shoppers Buddhist Mart. So if you shop around, you feel free, but don't get lost in there. Because there's so many out there, so many videos, so many books, so many people who give you shortcuts. You really have to exercise your wisdom to find the right one that is the most appropriate for you. In any organization, an organization is manned by people. When there are people, there are hindrances. When there are people, there are mental afflictions. When there are people, there are differences in interactions and in personalities and responsibilities, in habits. So when you interact with people, don't stereotype. So in other words, when you shop into a temple, the first day, oh, it's nice food, you know. So it's the food that attracts you. And then after maybe a month, oh, it's the same. Once you eat there for a month, it's almost like the same as before. And then you shop to the next temple, and in that temple B, you said temple B, the food is not as good, but you still want to try it out. So in temple B, then you tell all these other people that, oh, temple A's food is better than yours. You should learn from them. So you're spreading rumors, and you're tattletelling, you are giving a lot of information that you shouldn't have given out, or you're trying to create conflicts and frustrations among organizations. There are people like that. So make sure that you are not a mental afflictions transmitter, or you're in the process of shopping around, you transmit mental afflictions because of your own ego. And then you go into a third temple, temple C, and there the reverend it's very straightforward. He's not going to be very extremely kind to you. He's very outright in his words, and you don't like it. You just don't like that reverend, and then you go to the fourth temple. So then you shop around. Every temple is a little different. And then you go to the fifth temple, that is esoteric Buddhism. And maybe he said that, well, if you practice my way, then it will be effective and you will get effects in 5 days. And you really believe it. And in some temple, they may even say, this course is about $120. And you really have to pay in order to get the merits. So you pay. And then you get so attracted to it that you continue to pay. And there's so many organizations out there which may appear like it's genuine Buddhism, may not be. So you pick your right choice. Please define sexual misconduct in accordance with Buddhist teaching. If you're a layman, sexual misconduct is defined as relationship that is not between husband and wife. In other words, if you're not legally wedded to each other, and then you have a relationship, that is sexual misconduct. But nowadays, in the common law, there's also the definition that if a man and a woman live together long enough, they become legally wedded. I don't know how you call them. Well, they live together, then they're husband and wife. They even claim the other's estates when one passes away. So why don't we say it like that? If any relationship that is not husband and wife is a sexual misconduct. A one-night stand is for sure sexual misconduct. Prostitution is for sure sexual misconduct. It does not matter the frequency. One is enough. One, then you have broken the precept. Now, if you have not taken the precept of abstaining from sexual misconduct, you say, I'm free, I haven't taken that precept, so I can do that because I haven't taken that precept. In conformity by nature. That means sexual misconduct is by nature wrong. So it does not matter what you have, whether you have performed the ceremony of observing or not, of observing the abstinence from sexual misconduct, whether or not you have taken your vow or not. If you committed sexual misconduct, that conduct is by nature devilish, is by nature wrong. Then you will suffer from consequences from it somehow in the future. Maybe not in this life, then your next life. Maybe in this life, we don't know. Surprisingly, that was proven by some literature I read before. I like to read other books other than Buddhist books. And for people who like to mix relationship with different genders, there's a book by Walter Russell. Walter Russell was a genius in the 1940s or 30s. He only had a primary education, but he's a self-learned architect, a world figure skating champion, and he's a genius in many things, in being a writer, a philosopher, and he wrote in one of his writings that when a man and a woman comes together in any relationship, if the intelligence level of one is higher than the other, so in other words, if one have an intelligence level of that and the other has an intelligence level of this, if they are together and perform that relationship, it's like a water level equilibrium. It tries to reach the same level. That means the one with a higher intelligence would come down, and then with the low intelligence would go up. And he had proofs, and he had written a lot of literature about the subject. So the consequence is right there. The effect is right there. Anyone who perform numerous sexual misconduct will have a decrease in the wisdom level gradually. So a lot of consequences come up from sexual misconduct. So only for husband and wife, if you're a lay person. For monks and nuns, they celibate. I mean, they cut off from that kind of relationship. How saintly is a monk? Why is a monk being reverenced by others? Why especially in Southeast Asia, why do the lay persons kneel down and prostrate even to the monks and nuns? It's because of the sainthood. They abstain from this kind of conduct. They're celibate. The celibacy deserves the respect. So if you are not a true monk and you're receiving a reverent prostration from a lay person, you are in effect decreasing your good karma, because you're not that monk. You're not the celibate monk. So in other words, if you're not a monk, you pretend to be a monk, and if you're receiving all these benefits as a monk do, actually you are really hurting yourself all the time. In Southeast Asia, they do that. In North America, it's not yet a custom, but in Southeast Asia, they prostrate to monks. So for the Sangha orders, they don't have that kind of conduct. Actually, you don't need that kind of conduct. It's a self-induced urge. You don't require it, because the karma has brought you here that you think you required it. It's not required. But because we can classify the universe into three strata. Strata, yes. The first level is the world of desire. The first level is world without desire. The third level is world without forms. Remember? We are living in the world of desires. In the world of desires, you had that desire before. You performed that kind of behavior before. You reincarnate back again into this world. You already have that kind of seeds in you that you mixed with that kind of conduct. You can't get away with it unless you practice sainthood under the Buddhist teaching that you rejected that kind of desire. But if you are not a good practitioner working at stopping that kind of desire, if you're always building up all that kind of desire, like a layman every day, what do they do every day? Every day they get exposed to the TV, to all kinds of information. Then when they see all this kind of information that will induce the performance of sexual misconduct, that would increase the sexual urge, if they see a lot of those things, automatically they have an urge for it. In other words, you're building up all these causes for the urge. Finally, you will perform it. So, many years ago, I heard a few lectures from universities. Some professors said that, professors of humanities, that the modern world is going to be destroyed by advance in mass communication, especially TVs and computers. You think computers help us, but at the same time we'll be destroyed by them. They increase the speed and the storage of information, but they also give you information that you shouldn't have access to, particularly teenagers. I still remember when I was a teenager, and when I was curious as a teenager, I had to go to theater house and cinemas to see movies, public movies, and they say restricted, age under, parental guidance, all that kind of thing. You don't need those things anymore now, because they don't need to go to cinemas. So it may be true that in the future the world, like using a knife or a fire can be the master or bad servant. Mass communication, advance in technology and computers and all that, in telecommunications, help us. But it also, telecommunications pull people closer and closer because of storage and the speed. But again, it also pulls people further and further apart. Why did I say that? Family members, they don't get closer and closer for dinners anymore. They go about all over the countries working and they just communicate by computers. They pull people further apart instead of pulling them together. They distance them. Don't you feel that? And advance in medicines and laboratories, is laboratory, yes, experiments, increase the longevity of some people. But then there's an increase in sickness that we don't even identify. People died of younger age too, in some cases. So I don't know. The world is getting very strange. It's not a place to stay. We want to get out from here. This world is a world of suffering. It's not a place that we should stay in. We don't want to suffer anymore. And how do we get out? The Buddha told us methods to get out. Why did the Buddha get born into this world? Because of one reason. He wanted us to know about life and death. He wanted us to get out from life and death. Don't get mixed up with this world anymore. It's a world of suffering. How? This is just lesson 1. You still have to come lesson 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So some people who have been here for a few years, they know already. So the first question is no question. It starts with the word no question, by negation. No question. But thank you for the lecture on emptiness. It is still difficult to totally grasp, but the mirror example helped. Thanks to Lee for the repeated instructions on meditation. So each time is a good reminder. So Lee should be happy about it because really a lot of people get merits from the repetition. It's good to repeat because by repetition, what is the significance in chanting a mantra? By repetition, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By repeating it and repeating it, repeating it, each repetition is a reinforcement. We'll talk about it later. If you go to any self-help courses, or if you go to any Dale Carnegie courses for that reason, they always say positive thinking, repetition, faith, believe in yourself. What is all this all about? It's all about the mind. All about how do you reinforce yourself to do what you want. In the other cases, you're reinforcing yourself for lucrative motive, making money, getting fame, getting reputation. But in this way, what we are doing, we're doing it for the spiritual side of our existence. Our existence does not just have a material side, you know. We can't just be Epicurean looking for the enjoyment of material. After all, material, satisfaction just in material won't make you happy. Otherwise, the multi-billionaires would not release to reporters. Reporters asked them in an interview, are you happy, Mr. So-and-so, with billions of dollars and you control almost half the globe in business? No. he's not happy. Tolstoy, yeah. He wrote the War and Peace. And because of that book published, he sold millions of this book. It becomes a very popular book, War and Peace. They even make it into a movie. And imagine if he got $1 from the book, millions of books, millions of dollars, and then many, many years ago. So by writing out, producing that book, he made himself into a multimillionaire. But in his other book, on confession, he said, I'm not happy. Having money may not be happy. There is a singer, he made millions and millions of dollars. His mansion is 20,000 square feet. And he was interviewed, and he said he's not happy. He wanted to commit suicide. He had a committing suicide attempt. By repeating instructions, then you know every time how to do it. I have people who came over here, people I'm very familiar with. One day he told me that I wanted to go to the meditation class, and I wanted to learn. So he came for 1 session, 2, 3 sessions. He never stayed for the lecture though. He never stayed for lunch and lecture. He just came to see how we meditate. And I didn't see him again after 3 sessions. And then one day I met him. And he said, how come you're not coming anymore? I learned everything. I know, it's the 3 A's, right? 3 A's? Adjustments, right? 3 adjustments. Adjustments to the hands, adjustment to all that, right? It's easy. I know meditation now. He thought meditation is just like knowing where to put your hands, knowing how to cross your leg, and that's it. So he thought it's very easy. And he never stayed for lunch and lecture. And I asked him, why didn't you stay for lunch and lectures? I just come for meditation. I said, it didn't come for meditation now. Where are you going? Where do you spend your time in that session from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock? I got interested in, what do you call that, UFC? What do that call do that fighting, you know? Is that UF sports, right? UFC. And he said, I started to learn Taekwondo. Learn how to fight. So there's a lot to learn. I'm not just coming for 3 sessions and you know everything. Next question. Can you explain the meaning of the medicine mantra again? Please. Yeah, okay. What is the mantra of medicine? Let me chant it out once first. Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya Guru Vaiduraya Praparajaya Daragataya Rahate Samya Sambuddhaya Tharyata Vaisajya Samagati Swaha. Namo, it's to take refuge under. Namo, it's a respect. When you say Namo, it's respect. In India, even now in India, the elderly, when you see the elderly, they always say Namaste. They always post arms together, Namaste. That means I'm paying you respect. So Namo, it's not just paying respect, it's to take refuge under. So Namo, you always say Namo for homage. Namo Bhagavate. Bhagavate, in the Chinese language, it is called Si Zhuan. Si Zhuan. It's honored, world honored one. The world honored one. The Buddha is the world honored one. So Namo Bhagavate. Bhagavate is world honored one. Bhagavate is a Sanskrit language. Vaisajya. Vaisajya is B-H-A-I, J-A-J-A, Y-A. Vaisajya. Vaisajya is medicine. That means paying the highest homage to, the highest respect to, the world-honored one who is the medicine, Buddha of medicine. So by Sajya, Namo Bhagavate by Sajya. Why is the Buddha called the Buddha of medicine? Medicine, why do we need medicine? What illness we have? The illness we have, if we analyze illness, if you say the illness, I have illness in my stomach, I have illness in my I don't know, organs, any organ, my heart, my spleen, or liver, whatever, those illness. But this illness is illness of the matter, of the body. Illness of the body is minimal. It's not where the problem lies. Remember, to give you an example of the person who rose into each time in each life rose into a hotel. Don't blame the hotel. It's that person who reincarnates, not the hotel. What is the root of our illness? The root of our illness is greediness, generalize it, ignorance, and hatred. All our mental afflictions, that's what the illness are. These afflictions bring us from life after life. The illness on the organ is on the matter only, but how about the illness that's permanent? So don't think of this Buddha as the Buddha just healing your organ, healing your liver, your heart, your spleen, your intestines, and whatever. No. At the same time, of course, there's also curing those diseases. But this Buddha, it's just like the other day when we were in Edmonton. We went to Edmonton. Yeah, I went to Edmonton with the crew of Buddhists from Hong Kong, and there was this youngsters. I don't know if that youngster, the 12-year-old Magnus youngsters. The 12. You remember that? We were in a vegetarian restaurant. And then the owner of the restaurant came out and greeted us. And where are you from? Oh, you're from Vancouver. Oh, that's great. Welcome to Edmonton. And then who is this boy? This boy received 5 precepts at the age of 12 already. Oh, wow, nice boy. And what do you want to be when you grow up? The owner asked. And then one of the family members who wanted that boy to aspire to be what he wants him to be, said, he will be a doctor. He will study in medical school and will be a doctor. He will be at high status of the society. He will make a lot of money. He will be rich and famous, become a doctor. And then I'm surprised at what the owner of that vegetarian restaurant said. You want to be a doctor? I said it's better to be a monk. Why? Because if you become a monk, you really practice, and you become the Buddha, you save billions and billions of people, not just saving the matter life, the bodily life, you save the spiritual life. You save, by being a doctor, you save people. Yeah. How many you save per day? If you are a quack, you don't save, you kill. So, who do you want to be? Do you want to be an enlightened monk, or you want to be a famous doctor? How many people will you save in one life? Thousands? But an enlightened monk saves millions of people. So this Buddha of medicine is not curing your bodily ailment. It's cure your spiritual life, your wisdom life. What is more important, your bodily life or your spiritual life? Get back to the mantra now. Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya, that means medicine. And don't think of this medicine as just curing the organ. It cures your spiritual life, which is more important than your bodily life. When I shed this body, I got another body. I've got millions of this body already. But because of my retribution, spiritually, I roll into bodies. But if I enlighten myself spiritually, I don't need to go into bodies anymore. I'm in that nirvana where I don't have to get in reincarnations anymore. So Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya, Guru. What does Guru mean? Guru means teacher. I have a friend whose name is Guru. So every time we say, hey, how are you, Guru? He's teacher. He's an Indian fellow. His father gave him the name of Guru, which is quite good. He's the Guru, but he's really intelligent. He's in the finance field and he's a CEO of a company. Guru is a very intelligent name. Guru. So Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya, Guru, Vaiduraya. What is Vaiduraya? Lapis. You see the color of the roof tiles? It's a kind of precious stone. Because in that land where the Buddha of medicine resides, the whole world is crystal like lapis. So if you were born into that land, everything is lapis. So Vaiduraya. So Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya, Guru Vaiduraya, Prabha. What is Prabha? Prabha is radiation, illumination, light. Light, the brightest light. Prabha. Rajaya, what does Rajaya mean? Rajaya means king. Right now in the Indian town, we have Chinatown in Indian town, there's a theater there that's called Raja Theater, a royal theater, royal, Raja. So, Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya Guru Vaiduraya Prabha Rajaya Dadagataya. What is Dadagataya? Dadagataya in the Chinese language is Rulai, coming and going. Rulai is Dadagataya, coming and going, coming to and going. What is he coming for? Coming for one extremely serious matter to let sentient beings know. What is that serious matter? That's the most significant issue that we should consider. We should always try to resolve, which we ignore all the time. What is this issue? The issue of life and death. We always have the issue of what? Buying a house, getting a mortgage, buying a car, raising a family, get married, knowing your boyfriend, your girlfriend, all these things. These are not the main issues. You're still in life and death. The main issue is how to get out of life and death. Don't roll into another 1-star, 2-star hotel, even presidential suites anymore. Walk on that enlightenment path to nirvana. Don't roll into hotels anymore. Don't roll into another form. You're Jack in this form, you could be Jeanette in the next form. And all your family members were related to you before. Some of them loved you so much because he owed you something in your previous life. Some of your family members may hate you because you owe them. He wanted to come even. He wanted to get you in this life. Some of the family members want to repay you in this life. Some members want to get you in this life. Namo Bhagavate Vaisajya Guru Vaiduraya Prabha Rajaya Tadagadaya. Tadagadaya is coming to tell you nirvana, enlightenment. Not coming to tell you just believe in me, I'm God, I'm Lord, and you got to obey me and then you're okay. No. You've got to practice. You've got to get out from life and death. I can help you, but I cannot walk it for you. If I can walk it for you, there will be no pain, no suffering. I walk for everybody already because the Buddha, being the compassionate one, would automatically save you if he can, but he cannot. If your karmic energy is so powerful, it cannot. So you've got to purify yourself first. So Nam Bhagavate Paisaji Guru Duraya Prabha Rajaya Daragadaya Arahate. Arahate has many meanings to it. So Arahate, just say Buddha. Another name for Buddha. Arahate Samya Sambuddhaya. Samya Sambuddhaya means the path of enlightenment. So that being said, Tadhyata, what follows is Paisaje Sambhagati Swaha. Medicine, healing, medicine, all accomplished. What is this medicine? The Buddha's teaching is the medicine. Follow the Buddha's teaching. Find out what is in there. Next question. Notice few baggages on your hands and fingers. Hope everything is okay. Wishing you all the best. May my prayers be with you all the time. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the talks and this unique opportunity provided for us. May all beings be happy. This is eczema. Whenever I'm under pressure, these things come out. And right now, I'm involved with the construction. Last question. I would love to learn more about mantra. Where can I get the book on the words for the mantra? There's no such thing as a book of, even if there is, why don't you learn the mantras that we have first? The mantra of compassion, of Avalokitesvara Buddhasarava, the mantra of the Buddha of medicine, and Om Mani Padme Hum. Try to learn these first as the first step. And then after you memorize them. Can you memorize them? After you memorize them, then you go further. First question, yes. I've noticed that some lay practitioners come to the meditation hall, both the black robe and the brown sash. Others wear only the black robe first, and after the seated silent meditation is finished, do they put on the brown sash? What is the correct procedure? In meditation, we don't need to put on the sash. The sash is only for reading sutra, prostration to the Buddha, and in some ceremonies. But when you are walking, circumambulating, you don't need to put on the sash. When you're eating, you need to put on the sash. But when you are meditating, you don't need to put on the sash. Especially when you are swinging your arms, it's not convenient. So you don't. The reason why we put it on later is because we are coming to eat in here, so we put on the sash. You don't need to put on the black robe, but it's always advisable to do that because it looks that you have a uniform. It looks that you are tidy and neat. If everybody were wearing different costumes, they don't look good. And especially in the summertime, I have seen ladies with bikinis coming into the hall. Finally, if they tell you that it's too low, I mean, I'm sorry, the cut is too low. We can't stand it. So there are people like that. Shorts, they wear shorts to come to a meditation hall. So we have to have a uniform. It's better that way. Okay? So what is the correct procedure? The correct procedure is when you're meditating, you just need the robe. And if you don't have the robe, it's okay. But remember, don't wear perfume, cologne, when you come to meditation. Don't come to the meditation after jogging for 5 miles. Because we don't want to enjoy the fragrance of your sweat. Because if the guy who's sitting next to you, well, you've just finished the jogging and you don't know how much sweat you have produced and how much fragrance you have produced. So it's not good. So take a bath first before you come. Don't wear perfume, don't wear cologne. And remember, when the shampoo that you use, please do not use shampoo with pungent fragrance. And we always occasionally have that happen, particularly for newcomers. The shampoo is too much for us. It's a mixture of stuff. Coconut sometimes. Lots of them. Anyway. All right, next questions. Listening to Dharma talk over the lunch is very good. You mean the Dharma talk on the TV, I guess, right? Would you please continue doing that? Thank you very much for all the Dharma discourses. Okay, we'll continue to put it on. But other than Diamond Sutra, we also have the 8 realizations. Do we have the 8 realizations on DVD? We also have. And how many we have so far? The 8 realization, the Diamond Sutra. We haven't got the Heart Sutra yet. We should produce more. Is there many sacred texts to study Buddhism? And is there a specific creed to follow? Texts, you mean books, literature of Buddhism? Tons and billions, immeasurable. If you're talking, regardless of the boundaries of languages, for example, in the Chinese Buddhist bibliography, if you live up to 100 years old, probably you cannot read all the literature once. The billions and billions, thousands and thousands of volumes over the 2,000 years. So in the Chinese language, it's a plentiful resource library. And since about 150 years ago, many of these were translated into English too. And many of these were also translated from Sanskrit. So even there is more and more of an accumulation of the English language Buddhist texts now. Many of them, maybe hundreds of them. You get into Google, you can find a lot of these Buddhist texts. Many of them. Yeah?
As a matter of fact, the oldest physically printed document in the world is the Diamond Sutra.
Is it? Oh yes, yeah. The oldest print is in the Sung Dynasty. The Diamond Sutra is the oldest, almost the first scripture to be printed by the Chinese. And another question leads to what I'm trying to say. Why the Chinese have the most? How come the Chinese have the most literature, the most resourceful? Because 2,550 years ago, something like that, or 2,600 years ago, after the historical Buddha passed away, then they started to have conventions and compile the Buddhist teaching. And then it spread first to Rome and Italy. But Rome and Italy didn't receive it, so it spread east to Afghanistan, Middle East countries. Iraq, Iran, and then it goes to China. So a lot of Indian monks, more than 2,000 years ago, traveled to China carrying all this Buddhist teaching to China. And when they landed in China, when we're walking, they arrive at China, they started to learn the Chinese language. Some of them spent about 5-6 years and they mastered the Chinese language. And they started to translate the Indian language, the Sanskrit, into Chinese. Those are the Indian monks, or monks from Iraq, Iran. For example, Kumarajiva, Kaumolosap. Kumarajiva is from Iraq. He's a prince. He's a philosopher from Iraq. He could speak 6-7 languages. When he came to China, he studied for a few years, he mastered the Chinese language, and he started to set up Translation Academy. So all these foreign monks came to China and they learned the language for a few years, 5-6 years. They master it and they become the chief editor, translating into the Chinese language. They set up Translation Academy. And there's also the Chinese monks who traveled to India, brought back all the sutras and set up translation academies. A translation academy could make up of more than 800 translators. So that's why over these centuries of time, a lot of these books were translated. So they have the most resourceful library. But since 1,500 years ago, more and more translations were in English now, in many other different languages. So many of them. Almost every university has a faculty of Buddhism these days. Almost every. UBC used to have one of the best faculty of Buddhism in Canada. Because of the budget restraint, I think they dissolved it now. They don't have any more. They used to have Professor Hers, who specialized in the Lotus Sutra. Hervis, and they have Professor Aid there. They have lots of them. No more now because of the budget, eh?
They still have it. My neighbor is a professor of Buddhist Asian studies.
Oh, they have Professor Cheng, but Professor Cheng left already. Yes, they have, but I don't think they can call themselves a faculty now. Maybe they have a few members. Yeah. So, but in the States, the faculty is really growing. They even have a Sanskrit faculty. So, it's growing and growing. Is there a specific creed to follow? I think by creed you mean a specific belief with certain defined procedures and ceremonies you have to go through. Yes, there is some procedures and ceremonies, but then those are just superficial practices. If you really practice well, you may not need the ceremonies and the procedures. You may not even need language. It's beyond language. Zen is beyond language. What is the ultimate goal of meditation? The ultimate goal of meditation is to know your own mind. Is to study your own mind. Do you know your own mind? Or let's put it this way. The ultimate goal of meditation is first to understand yourself. Do you know yourself? Can you control yourself? Can you control your own mind? It's about the mind, the study of the mind, let's put it this way. The study of the mind. Is it important? What is more important than your own mind? Meditation is not to work at it and get blessings from Buddha, to work at it and get good health, to work at it and give you intelligence only. No. There's a lot more in meditation. It's about you, about yourself. So, okay, let's answer this question. The first question is, so Buddhism does not believe there is a God. Can we follow Buddhism, Buddha's teaching, I say, being a Christian at the same time? So in other words, can I follow the Buddhist teaching and also be a Christian at the same time? Why not? If you're in trouble, it's better to ask two people than one. If one does not listen, the other will. But really, I from the bottom of my heart, if you believe in Jesus and at the same time you believe in Buddha, there's no harm. I don't see people would tell you, no, you got to choose. You're at a crossroad, either Buddha or Jesus. I love Jesus. What's wrong? But I know that everybody's teaching is a little different. you can believe in both, better than not believing in both. And if you pick one, it's better than not picking anyone. So why would I object to it? If I say no, either Buddha or the Jesus, no, I won't say that. So that answers the question. That's the first question I haven't answered. So Buddhism does not believe there is a God. No, that's not right. Buddhism still believes that there are gods. Gods, in plural number, gods. So many gods. There's the god of the tree, god of the landscape, god of the river. There's so many gods. They are just a different kind of existence. Other than humans, there are other existences too. But God are still subject to causality. They were born, and then they go through all the living, and then they die. And they could be in a different lifespan. They could live for 500 years, 600 years. And people have been talking about ghosts. It's the same thing. We cannot prove the existence of God scientifically. But scientists cannot prove the inexistence or the existence of God too. They cannot prove that God does not exist. They cannot prove, we cannot prove that God exists, but they cannot say, it's just like ghosts. They cannot say, we can prove that ghost does not exist. They cannot prove it otherwise. So Buddhism does not believe that there is a God. Buddhism believes that there are gods. In another kind of existence, there's 6 paths of reincarnations. When the sentient being passes away, there are 6 probabilities, 6 options. He cannot choose one. He goes into the option based on his own karmic force. He's being pulled to it. One of these 6 alternatives, that is classified this way. The 3 vicious rams and the 3 non-vicious rams. Altogether 6. What are the 3 vicious rams? In hell, victims of hell, go down to victims of hell. Animals, ram. Ghosts, ram. So those are the 3 vicious rams. Why would they go down, reincarnate into 3 vicious rams? Are they be punished by God? Punished by Buddha? No. If you think that God would punish people, how can you call him a God? God will not punish. So they're not punished by God. They're not punished by Buddha. They go in there because of their own track of cause and effect, own track of karmic force. I always compare causality and karma and reincarnation like this. The law of cause and effect is the railroad track. It goes on the railroad. The train is on the track. The train is your karmic force, your karma. It glides. It goes along the track. They all link. They're not independent. They all link together. So these are the 3 vicious rams. How about the 3 non-vicious rams? Being human again, or demigod, heavenly gods, or asuras. Asuras is the lower level gods. So they are also gods. There's billions of gods, but they still have to subject themselves to reincarnation after they enjoy whatever they have. Human level, the enjoyment of human level is here. All these gods' enjoyment level is very high. They could live up to thousands of years. They enjoy a lot of things. They're not the same as humans. For people, when they were inhuman, they strictly observed the 10 precepts. They reincarnate into gods. What are these 10 precepts? Abstaining from killing, abstaining from stealing, abstaining from sexual misconduct, abstaining from lying, and abstaining from intoxicants. And also 5 others. Well, virtuous deeds. When they perform all these virtuous deeds, because they have meritorious, virtuous karma, the karmic force pulls them to heavens to enjoy whatever is in heavens. They are gods. They're called gods. And some people call them guardian angels, the angels. But Buddhism does not believe in the world created by God. And that takes a lot of time if we go into the creator concept. But if I have time, I'll answer a little bit more for you. Let's go to the next question. Why at the start of meditation class must the monk use the wooden stick to hit the ground near the entrance? First of all, the person who hit the ground near the entrance is not a monk. He's Lee. He just have a bow hat, I guess, right now. Because he shaved it so nicely and polishedly. So it's the hitting, right? And the hitting, tak, 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 that means hurry up. Because in any kind of practice, you need discipline. If there's no discipline, you tend to slack off. So they say, okay, we break for a recess, then you circumambulate, or you can go to the washroom. But some people can linger in the washroom for half an hour. Or they take a nap. Or they eat a sandwich. So if they're not disciplined, they do what they want. So this is tak, 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 tak. That means you got to hurry back. Because if you don't hurry back, the door will be closed onto you. You can't get in. They close the door. But right now in North American, we don't really observe that principle. Even if you are late, we open the door for you. So Bunny will always look out and see if there's any person come late. Actually, you're not allowed to be late. So this is back, hurry back, hurry back. That means don't forget that we have a session of meditation in there. And now why do we hit the floor? One fish, and then hit the floor. Why is that? Because that wooden stick, what did they use that wooden incense stick for? It's the security guard guiding you. For example, if you're not running fast enough, they say faster, they hit on your back. Or if you do a drowsy, sleeping, and they would straighten your back using that stick. And they hit you so that you realize there's a little bit of pain in hitting, but if there's no feeling, it's not called a hitting. So it hits you, that means you got to behave. So that's the stick to guide behavior. So that becomes like a baton. Is it a baton? You call it a baton, like a baton of a policeman. And in China, in a meditation hall, there are at least 12 to 20 monks carrying a batons. And the other monks, about 200-300 monks meditating, you need 20 to 30 monks carrying a baton, a stick. So once you hit the wooden fish, and then all these other monks bang on the floor, it produced a cracking, vigilant sound. That means you don't sleep. This guy's going to hit you. It's just like a thundering sound. Imagine if 20 people hitting the floor with that stick and producing that kind of sound, you wake up. You won't go to sleep. Well, make sure that the hitter of the snake don't be gentle. You do a little bit of hitting. You have to hit it really cracking sound. That means I'm not going to be too gentlemanly on you if you don't do it the right way. So cracking sound. That produces the effect of you are under attention. You are under surveillance. We are all being vigilant on what you're doing. Don't slack off. That's very important. The teacher, spare the rod, spoil the child. I learned that from a disciple of mine. In Hong Kong, once that new Buddha hall was open, I tend to be quite gentle and relaxed with some rules. And then this lady came up to me about 50 or 56. She said, Reverend, the strict teacher will produce good students. Oh, yeah. Only the strict teachers who are stern, who really want the students to learn, then they will produce good students. Teachers who are relaxing and don't really care, and you can do what you want, Say, for example, in some high school, students can put their legs on the tables, and they can smoke, they can chew their gum. So when they're listening to the teacher, they chew gum, they smoke, and they do what they want. You think that's going to be a good class? No. So that's why. That's the reason. Okay. Next question. Do you believe that it is possible to find nirvana based on logic only? Yeah, good question. We're talking about logic. Do you believe that it is possible to find nirvana based on logic only? To find nirvana, you cannot base it on anything, let alone logic. If you base on anything at all, it's wrong. What do you base it on? You tell me. Base it on logic? You mean the one who logic already get enlightenment? You mean the professors who specializes in logic is an enlightened saint? I studied symbolic logic before. The professor taught me, without mentioning the name. I don't think he's enlightened. I can tell you more. If just by knowing logic you get enlightened, then it's so easy. And no one should be a blind believer of logic. Even logic itself is not ultimate. But then you say, okay, then we should get away from logic. No. You can't get away from logic. Not all food is good for you. Can you say, for that reason, I don't want to eat any food? You need food as well as you need logic. But you need the right kind of food. So to find nirvana based on logic only, no. Not based on logic. But when you think, as compared to thinking without logic, without reason, just haphazard, unreasoned, unfound thinking, it's better to think based on logic terms, on a dialectical basis. Why is logic important in thinking? Why is philosophy important in thinking? So if you believe that it is possible to find nirvana based on logic, we cannot find nirvana if we base it on the Buddhist texture. We have to throw away the Buddhist texture to find nirvana. We have to throw away Buddhism. We have to get rid of the Buddhist teaching. The ship that takes you to Victoria, when you're at Nanaimo, you board on the ship. When you get on shore, you want to hang on to the ship, which you call logic, and you don't want to go on shore. You think you can go on shore? Abandon boat, man. Abandon your logic. But you need that boat as well as you need logic. If logic is not important, they won't make it into a course. Logic 101, symbolic logic 201. Philosophy cannot be taught in succinct form without talking of logic. Okay, let's go down. If not, if you say no, it's not based on logic, why do you use the logic of cause and effect to find contradiction with existence of God? No, I don't use logic of cause and effect to find contradiction with the existence of God. I don't want to find any contradiction. This is interesting. I think you misunderstood me. You completely misunderstood what I said. I'm not trying to find contradiction with the existence of God. I only would clarify that if we believe in a God, which you call the first creator, I think there's problem in believing in that. Then we can talk a little bit more about it, because since this is almost the last question. What's the definition of God? From the perspective of of being a creator, God, of course, you said, is the first creator who created the world. That's God. first creator. But we understand that in this phenomenal world, everything, it causes an effect. No denying about it. This is a law. It comes into being, must have some causes. It cannot come into being without causes. And because it comes into being with causes, because it's interdependent, then it has no inherent existence. That means it cannot exist on its own. Nothing can exist on its own. It cannot come into being all by itself. All interdependent. Can you come into being just by yourself without your mom and dad's production? No. You talk about your own body. Your body comes into being without all these causes put together. It's only so obvious and obvious, even scientifically, it's so obvious that you need cause and effect, without saying who created the cause and created the effect. You agree on that? That's simple physics also, without blindly believing in science. Everybody knows about it. You believe it, and you say, I don't believe it, that's your choice. I don't believe in cause and effect, it's your choice. But by not believing in it, you cannot stop cause and effect. It happens every day. It's a way of explaining how things come into being and how things end. So if you talk about a God, you said there's a first creator. That first creator, because it's being called a first, it cannot have another first that's the forerunner of it. If there's another creator that created this creator, he's not called a first. So by saying that this is the first creator, that means you are saying that the first creator comes into being without a cause. No causes for its being come into being. Then you're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting the law of physics of cause and effect. Because how can anything comes into being without any cause? By itself, it comes into being. It's contradiction. I'm just pointing out a contradiction. It's your choice to believe in it. You say, I believe in God. It doesn't matter what you say. It's your choice. We're not stopping you from believing in it. And if you say chicken and egg is the first creator. The egg hatch into a chicken, and don't ask me where the eggs come from. Don't ask. Then you're contradicting yourself. Because the egg comes from the chicken. This is a chain effect. There's no beginning, no end. For that reason, don't use the concept of duality to think about the universe, the universe creation, because you're contradicting yourself. You have to go beyond duality, beyond beginning and end. Don't say there's a beginning. If you say there's a beginning, you're saying that there's a first cause. If you're saying this is the first cause, you're contradicting yourself by saying that first cause comes out without any causes. You're contradicting. Nothing comes out with any causes. You're contradicting yourself. If you think that when I die, nothing got left, you're also contradicting yourself. Because if there's no beginning, how can there be an end? The end only applies to if there's a beginning. And also, if you look at simple physics, as I mentioned, the law of energy conservation, energy never disappear. It transforms into another location, it transforms in another form. So dying is not the ending of a life. Dying is the beginning of another life. We're in reincarnation. Dying is just the beginning. But the dying, the passing away, dying and living again is just what you call a physiological change, a biological change of stopping the palpitation of the heart, no more oxygen, clinically pronounced death, and then you roll into the next life again. It's a cycle. We call it 12 dependence of origination. All right, that's enough for this. So what if ourselves only apply to our shaky current world? What if how things on the truth at the same time? How about all of the other Hindu, Christian saints that base their lives on devotion to God and actually attain them? Well, you want to devote it to you be very devotional to your own God. Nobody can stop you. There's a lot to talk about it. The Buddha's teaching never said anything bad about Hindu or Christian. They're walking different roads to the same destination. If they're truly Christian, they're truly Hindu believers. It's different roads leading to Rome. You choose what you want. You don't interfere with others. You don't criticize others for choosing a different path. That's not what we're doing. We're explaining the phenomena. We're not criticizing on your road. You have your own road. Why do I have to force you into my road? Why do I say that my road is better than you? You have to convert it to my road. You have your own selection. Last question. Sometimes I'm so sorry about my past actions, but I can't change anything. If I really understand about it, what am I hope about my future? I may be just for my next life, I will change for better. Well, there's a better way. There's a good way. It's called repentance. The Buddha's teaching contain a method to alleviation of your karmic energy. The karma would go into one direction, but if you produce enough good karma, you may postpone it or you may purify it. So you can change your life. If you did something wrong in your past life, into this life, and you are afraid of retribution, there are ways to purify it. Just like when your clothes get dirty, you can always wash it day by day and until it is clean. There are ways to do it.